Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, everyone.
Gajenrda Babu sir,
Yes.
our Vice Chancellor and Limbadri sir also will be joining, right?
Yes, I think Chennappa sir is coordinating, Professor Chennappa sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
they are
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, వాళ్ళు వస్తున్నారు కదా?
వస్తున్నా.
Sir, అప్పారావు sir join అవుతారా? పిలవాలా?
అప్పారావు జాయిన్ అవుతాడో చూడాలి.
ఓకే, నేను లిస్ట్ లో చూసి అకార్డింగ్లీ చూస్తాను సార్. Chennappa sir?
Yes, అమ్మా. వెయిట్ చేద్దాం. 2 minutes. ఫోన్ చేస్తాం.
Yes, sir. Sir, Gangadhar sir join అవుతారా?
పంపినాం, లింక్ పంపినాం. లెట్ us see.
ఓకే
సార్ న్యూ లింక్ షేర్ చేయండి సార్. అది ఓల్డ్ లింక్ కాకుండా న్యూ జూమ్ లింక్ సార్. ఓన్లీ రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ కి ఇవ్వండి సార్, ఎందుకంటే అదర్ జాయిన్ అయితే మనం. థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఆల్రెడీ స్ట్రీమింగ్ స్టార్ట్ అయింది సార్. ఆల్మోస్ట్ 2800 స్టూడెంట్స్ జాయిన్ అయ్యారు సార్. గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఆల్.
ఇప్పుడు
Sir, good morning, sir. Gajenrda, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Prof. Chennappa, sir.
Good morning, Mallikarjuna.
Sir.
Yes. Nice.
Mallikarjuna sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir. I received so many calls regarding this YouTube link, sir.
So, YouTube link is to inform the students that they can find in Kaizala group, sir. Kaizala group.
Now we shared, sir. We shared. Is it available now, sir? Sir, again, you can send resend, sir. Resend this Kaizala group, sir. One more time with the link.
I'll keep on resetting. In fact, the students who join later also can find the YouTube link because that's a feature of the Kaizala.
Sir. Kindly share this YouTube link to our group also, sir, in our WhatsApp group, resource person WhatsApp group. We will share personally those that are calling.
Mallikarjuna sir, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning,
I've
Patrick,
shared
sir.
it. I've shared the YouTube link in the WhatsApp group.
Okay, ma'am.
You can check there in the resource persons group.
Yes, ma'am.
Recharge option పొందడం
అన్న లింక్ లో చేయండి అన్న మరి. ఓకే లింక్ పంపిన చూద్దాం క్లిక్ చేసి వచ్చేసి. ఓకే రైట్. సార్ సంధ్యారాణి. హలో.
Sir, చెప్పండి sir.
Start the program. People are now Professor Ravinder sir is like to only listening, but he may not be speaking. He is traveling. Professor Limbadri is going to join after 10 minutes. Now Prof is on different tasks. Different people are there. You start the program because of many people. Again, they may exit the link. Good morning.
Okay. Sure, sir.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Should I start the program, sir?
Yes. Go ahead.
A very good morning to you all. Respected chief guest of the program, Senior Professor Limbadri, Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education. Guest of honor, Professor D.Ravinder, Vice Chancellor of Osmania University. The program convener and the Head Department of Commerce, Senior Professor D. Chennappa. Senior Professor V. Apparao, Chairman Board of Studies. Professor M. Gangadhar, Dean Faculty of Commerce, Osmania University. Dr. P. Balabhaskar, Principal, Government City College, Hyderabad. The course coordinators, Dr. Gajenrda Babu and Dr. Mallikarjuna Reddy from Government City College, Hyderabad. The resource persons for today's program, Professor Krishna Chaitanya, Professor Naresh Reddy, Professor Patrick, Dr. Ravi, and the faculty members and dear students from all the colleges affiliated under Osmania University. I extend warm greetings on behalf of Department of Commerce, Osmania University, to the one-day workshop on project report preparation and online student development program organized in collaboration with Telangana State Council for Higher Education and Government City College, Hyderabad. The main objective of organizing this program is to enable the final semester BCom students to know the procedure and the general guidelines to be followed while preparing the project report. Preparation of project reports will help the students to develop deep content knowledge as well as critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, and communication skills. Hence, as per UGC guidelines, Department of Commerce has included project report in the 6th semester of BCom course. With these few words, may I now invite the convener of the program, Professor D. Chennappa, Head Department of Commerce, Osmania University, to deliver the welcome address.
Madam, Professor Limbadri sir has joined, madam.
Yes.
No issue. Please continue.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Limbadri, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Gajenrda.
Good morning to one and all. Respected Senior Professor R. Limbadri Garu, Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education. And my colleagues, Professor Patrick, Dr. B. Sandhyarani, Program Coordinator, Dr. Gajenrda Babu, Dr. K. Mallikarjuna. I welcome one and all for this online SDP program on project preparation for BCom 6th semester students of Osmania University affiliated, constant and own colleges. I welcome our chief guest, Professor R. Limbadri Garu, and Professor Ravinder, Osmania University Vice Chancellor, is online, but he is listening, but he may not be on screen. He is also be traveling, but he is listening about it. To organize this program, main objective is the Department of Commerce revised the BCom syllabus in the year of 2019 and 20. When they revised the syllabus in the year of the 2019 and 20, now in this year, they are into the third year in the 6th semester. According to the University Grants Commission guidelines, the Department of Commerce made it compulsory. They have to undergo the project report. They have to write the project report. Now we know that a lot of limitations we have. Out of the so many limitations, even the PhD scholars also, they are not unable to come out with the quality research work, and we cannot expect from to the undergraduate students until we have to sensitize, we have to import the importance of the project work. Unless until we don't import and inform the importance of the project report priorities, they cannot come out with the original research work. The importance of the project is when they are going for to the projects, definitely they will learn the fundamentals of the particular subject. Suppose online marketing is there, they can learn about the fundamentals of the online marketing. Suppose consumer behavior is there, they will study about the fundamentals of the what is the consumer behavior is there. Again, what is the corporate ethic culture, they will learn about the fundamentals. When they are learning about the fundamentals, so definitely they will learn more. They will learn about the society. They will learn about the basic knowledge, and they will learn about what are the recent developments in that areas. I want to make it as a suppose, for example, in insurance also. Very recently, the Insurance Development Regulatory Authority of India has introduced about the new insurance scheme. That new insurance scheme is also be on Valentine's Day. There's a 14th February, they launched a program that could be called as a love insurance. That looks like very new. What could be the love insurance means? On that day, they have to, rather wasting the money, they can buy a policy, they can give a gift to that loving persons. Again, that may be having the maturity like 10 years or 15 years or 5 years or 1 year. If they in that period, this same will continue it, again, they are going to give the bonus. Any discontinuity is there, they can get their premium amount. Basic amount they will get back. These are all the basic fundamentals of any recent developments which are taking place in and around it. Like in accounting also, now a lot of accounting changes are there. Now computerized accounting has come up, GST has come up, income taxes are rapidly changing. So the project means it helps the people to learn about the fundamentals. When they learn about the fundamentals, definitely they will speak very confidently. When they go for interviews with their project report, definitely they will speak very confidently. Then not only that, finally, if they are putting some little efforts, definitely they will improve their communication and analytical skills, which are helping to the preparation of the quality project work. Not only that, they can stand into the queue and we can expose that with the undergraduate students also be preparing the qualitative research work to the outside the world industry. Once we can showcase to the industry, definitely there is a huge employment opportunities also available for to the BCom people. In this background, now I welcome to our chief guest. And this program is not confined to only BCom General. It is a welcoming to the BCom computer application people, BCom honors, BCom foreign trade, BCom business analytics, almost all people. This is a project is compulsory. Once this project is compulsory, definitely the duration of the seven sessions, definitely we are going to give the lot of tips to how to prepare a qualitative research work, and at least a minimum good work when they come out to definitely the Department of Commerce may feel very happy, and for organizing this conference we may feel that our purpose will be solved. And this inaugural remark, I welcome our resource persons. The resource person is also Professor Naresh Reddy, Professor Patrick, Professor Krishna Chaitanya, Professor Gajenrda, Dr. Ramavath Ravi, Dr. K. Srinivas Rao, and now coordinating Sandhya Rani, many like 7 sessions. At the end of the session, we are not going to have the valedictory functions, but we are going to have the question and answer sessions. We all sit together, whatever the questions are raised through the YouTube or through the WhatsApp or through the Twitter, we are going to be answering all the questions which are raised by the students at the 5 o'clock. So in this background, I welcome one and all and make use of this platform. And I hope that they can learn some tips how to prepare a quality project report work. Thank you. Over to Sandhya Rani.
Thank you so much, sir, for emphasizing the need of project-based learning for the students, which will definitely improve the abilities of the students and their analytical thinking skills. Further information of the participants, let me tell you all that Chennappa sir is the head Department of Commerce at Osmania University. Before taking charge as the head at Department of Commerce, he was the principal at University College of Commerce and Business Management and also was the former principal of PG's College of Hyderabad. Sir is also the recipient of Best Teacher Award conferred by the government of Telangana. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Now, Professor Limbadri, sir.
Limbadri, sir. I think Appara sir is there. Can we hear a word or two from Appara sir? Otherwise, we can go ahead with Limbadri sir's talk.
Can I speak? No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible now?
Chairman Board of Studies, Senior Professor V. Apparao sir, who is also the Director of the International Affairs, Office of the International Affairs, EC member of Osmania University, and also is the former principal of University College of Commerce and Business Management to give his message. Over to Apparao sir.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible, Sandhya Rani?
You are audible and visible also, sir.
Yeah, very good. So, good morning, everyone. Professor R. Limbadri, the Chairman, State Council of Higher Education. Then my colleagues from the Department of Commerce, Professor D. Chennappa, Head Department of Commerce, and other colleagues from the Department of Commerce, and also the teachers joined from different colleges and students. So, good morning, everyone. Actually, I am in the traveling now. At the outset, now I congratulate and appreciate Professor Chennappa for taking initiation to conduct this online training for the BCom students. And really, it is useful to all the BCom students who are studying in different colleges. Now, for the information of the members joined in the group, just I would like to share some information about the project work. Actually, earlier project work was confined to only BCom honors course, because we have been offering BCom honors course for the last 40 years. But for the last 40 years, we had project work in the BCom honors course. Now, it is extended to all the streams in the BCom course. So we have been offering offering as per state.
So there is a audio problem at your end, Sapara, sir. I think we lost the clarity of audio. Apara, sir, we are not able to hear you.
Sir can mute the video and unmute only audio. I think sir, okay, disconnected his connection is disconnected.
Okay. So we will move on to the next speaker. Now it is the time to hear from the chief guest. So chief guest?
Yes.
Chief guest of the program, Professor R. Limbadri. May I now invite Senior Professor, Professor R. Limbadri, Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education, to give his message. A few words about Limbadri, sir. Sir actually needs no introduction at all. He's a well-known, renowned personality. Sir.
Amma, shall I start now?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Over to Limbadri, sir.
Thank you, Amma. Thank you, Professor Sanjay Rani, Professor Chennappa, Head Department of Commerce, and Professor Apparao Garu, Chairperson, and Gajenrda, Babu, and Mallikarjuna, all the resource persons.
Sir.
Hello.
Sir, you please continue, sir, please.
All the resource persons and dear students. First, I congratulate the Head Department of Commerce, Professor Chennappa, and all his colleagues taking initiative in organizing a wonderful program to inculcating a good knowledge for our undergraduate students who are pursuing final year in commerce. Every time the Commerce Department will take a new initiative to provide a knowledge for the students to make them employable, to make them knowledgeable, to make them face the challenges of the society in the contemporary situation. Really, it is a wonderful initiative. Definitely, the commerce students is high in number getting admission into the undergraduate courses, particularly in Telangana. So the project work training with the 7 resource persons will enhance their confidence and provide awareness about how to prepare the project work, how to write a project work, and how it definitely will help them pursue for their job market, and also it helps for their future higher studies, that may be PG level or the research level. And this type of project works also can help them in getting employability. And when the students go for the interview, definitely they have a confidence in a particular area where they did a project. It helps them for the getting employment sometimes. So I hope this training program for the students of thousands of students in this program, the others that making use of technology in training and training the students to prepare write the project work in this context. And this is the first the level participation of the students in preparing the project workers. Project works have so many challenges. How to write the project and which topic they have to choose. The selection of the project is also a big challenge, and writing the project and meeting the entrepreneurs or industries or any institution is also a problem. In spite of so many limitations, the department made a part of curriculum of is a project work, and project work definitely it is the order of the day. Nowadays, everybody want a project work in their curriculum, and it will definitely provide a deep knowledge in a specific area where students are more interested and where students want to pursue their employability. With these few words, I wish you all the best for the day-long workshop, and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my sum of thoughts with my young students and dear colleagues. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your encouragement. Really, we delighted. Definitely, coming 7 sessions will make you alive, and definitely we are going to give you a lot of inputs how to identify the problem, topics, and the methodology, collection of the data, and finally how to prepare a project report. Not like the like a dissertation of PhD, it is a small like 40 pages, but we would like to see some of the qualitative and originality out of these outcomes. So really, we are delighted and humble, and thank you very much for inaugurating and gracing this platform. Thank you on behalf of all the.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Limbadri sir, for your continuous support to the Department of Commerce. Your extended guidance and support is encouraging us to take up many more activities at the department level. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to grace the occasion in spite of your busy schedule. You've joined even while traveling. Thank you so much for that message, sir. And I'm sure that our resource persons will be able to meet the expectations of our participants. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Chennappa, sir?
Yes, continue. Now, Aparo is again trying.
Okay. May I now invite Aparo to continue?
Okay.
Sir, are you available?
Earlier, nothing was audible earlier.
Yes.
You're audible, sir.
Okay, now it is audible. Okay.
Mute the video, sir. Turn on only audio. You can off the video so that bandwidth will be sufficient for the audio.
Now how it is?
Now it's
Is
good.
it okay?
It's good. It's good, sir.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. Professor R. Limbadri, Chairman, State Council of Higher Education, and my dear colleagues, Professor D. Chennappa and others who are joined online. I just congratulate Professor D. Chennappa, Head Department of Commerce, for taking initiative to conduct this mega event for the benefit of all the BCom students who are studying in different colleges. And in this regard, just I would like to share some information about the project report. Actually, the purpose of project report is to expose the candidates with the practical knowledge and also to improve analytical skills. Now, whatever we are studying in the classroom, theoretically, then they can learn practically by completing project work. That is the main purpose. So with this intention, the department has taken initiation to include project work as part of course curriculum almost 40 years ago in BCom honors course. So for the first time, if you compare with the BCom, BSc, ours is the first department to introduce project work as part of course curriculum. Am I audible, Sanjay Reddy?
Sir, you are audible, visible. Also. Excellent. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Excellent. You are audible and visible also.
So, yes.
Smart also.
Oh, very good. Okay. Now, earlier it was only confined to BCom honors. Now, it is extended to all other streams which are offered by BCom, which are offered by Department of Commerce. Now, presently, we are offering 7 streams under BCom course. Now, BCom General, BCom Computer Application, BCom Foreign Trade, BCom Honors, BCom Sales and Advertisement. Likewise, we have 7 BCom Business Analytics. In all the streams, now we have no project work. No project work extended to other courses in 2016 onwards. Because for the first time, we have introduced the semester system in 2016 and 17 batch. Now, first batch is already came out with project work. Now, again, we have revised the syllabus in 2019. So, in the first batch, we found certain problems in the preparation of the project work. And even though students have completed project work and completed degrees also, but to improve and refine the preparation of the project work, the department is undertaking training programs for the teachers as well as students. Now, earlier we have conducted training for the teachers also, those who are working in different colleges. Now, this benefit again to also we have been conducting. Now, Chennappa is known for conducting programs. Now, he is very dynamic and initiating so many programs for the benefit of BCom and MCom students. So that's why. So now he has identified resource persons, and definitely the students will get and how to now identify the topic and how to now prepare the project report and what are the implications and what are the now problems in the preparation of the project work. So all these things may be now enlightened by the resource persons in the day-long program. So definitely it will be useful to the students. The only thing is there may be certain technical problems if it is online. But because of large number, he has taken initiation to conduct a program online by creating different groups with the support of city college the teachers, particularly the Mr. Gajenrda Babu and others who are supporting, and also teachers from department, Dr. Sanjay Rani, Dr. Patrick, Professor Patrick, Naresh, Reddy, Shekhar, and others. So now this is no department activity. So now we have to appreciate the entire department, and definitely it will be useful to the students. So only thing is if students are there, Professor Chennappa online.
Yes, sir. There are more than 15,000. 15,000 students.
Okay.
Already there in YouTube streaming.
Okay. Now,
this is
I
only
suggest
resource
all the students now the quality of project work depends on your efforts. So that's why the students are requested to pay attention and prepare a original project work, not no duplicate, because there is a notion that majority of students are copying from earlier project works, which is not correct. So that's why. So whatever may be the topic, whether it is a small or big topic, you can take minor issue then and prepare a good project work which is in original nature. So like for example, you can take simply financial statement analysis. You can take some companies financial statements and use some ratios or cash flow statement and analyze, and you just calculate some ratios and present analytically. Otherwise, if it is primary data, you take some topic relating to consumer behavior or consumer attitude or sales. So like that, if you develop the questionnaire, collect original data from the respondents, from the customers, so definitely now it will improve the quality. That's why. So we are trying to improve the quality, but so the only thing is now students are requested to now pay attention and also take seriously and complete the project work. So in this regard, they need to take teachers' help who are working in different colleges. So definitely, if you are keep in touch with the teachers and supervisors, then you can produce a good quality of the project work. So that is my suggestion to all the students. And the teachers also requested to cooperate with the students. So we also motivate and cooperate. This is important because sometimes there will be negligence on the part of the research work. So that should be that should not be there in the preparation of the project work or PhD work. So with these minor observations, I so also welcome all the participants on behalf of department. I'm also part of department, though I am traveling. No, so thank you very much. I will come back again. Okay, thank you, Professor Chennappa.
Thank you, sir. Kindly come back, and there may be question and answer session around
Yes,
3:30, 5 o'clock. Kindly, we'll sit together.
Okay.
We can answer. And really, thank you, sir. Despite traveling, also you have taken initiative to address the issues.
Oh, yeah, even bogi.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Near to Likapalli.
Yeah, I welcome the principal of this city college, Dr. P. Balabhaskar, sir, for this inaugural program.
Sir, namaste.
Sir, namaste.
Sir, namaste, sir.
Sir.
So, good morning
sir.
To all.
Yes.
Honorable Telangana State Council Higher Education Chairman Professor Limbadri garu, Head Department of Commerce, Osmania University Professor Chennappa garu, Executive Council Member of Osmania City and Member of the Commerce Department Professor Apparao garu, and all other members of the Commerce Department of Osmania University and faculty members of the City College, and my dear students. First of all, I must thank Professor Chennappa garu, Head Department of Commerce, for giving a wonderful opportunity to the City College to join with the Department of Commerce, Osmania University, to hold this particular program. And in this regard, I also appreciate our faculty members of Commerce Department, Head Department, Ratna Prabhakar garu, and Gajenrda Babu, Mallikarjuna garu, Professor Jhansi garu, for taking an initiation to have this program based on the project report preparation. It's a wonderful idea. Most of the students are facing difficulty in preparing their project reports in the final years. This as a report, but not taking it as a very serious academic activity that has to be taken. So if at all a student seriously work on the project, if he prepares a good report, definitely that will help him to improve his analytical powers as well. The research aptitude of the student also automatically will improve. Once he enters into the PG or if he enters into the PhD program, this project report preparation will help him a lot in the future. So taking the theme of project report preparation for all these students, it is a very good move taken by the Department of Commerce, Osmania University, for giving a training or for giving an information or a knowledge on the project report preparation. So I hope this workshop to get of this particular workshop. I thank even the resource persons who are taking their lectures today. On behalf of City College, I thank each and everyone for giving this a very wonderful opportunity to the students of City College, especially. I thank even the Professor Chennappa garu, HOD of the Department of Commerce, for giving me this opportunity to participate and to share some of my views on this particular seminar. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Really wonderful, encouraging us. And Department of Commerce looking towards to City College. Many programs we are under the pipeline. And very dynamic faculty you have, sir. Really very good faculty. A lot of infrastructure. Then definitely coming program. Also, we are thinking to organize at City College. With your support and cooperation, definitely we will move towards it to give some benefit to the students.
Welcome.
For the sake of the students. we are doing it, sir. Thank you for your support and providing a platform and providing our faculty members. Here we are looking forward to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Personal and my personal behalf and at the behalf of the Department of Commerce, sir. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Babu sir, for collaborating with the Department of Commerce, Osmania University in organizing this program, and also for deputing Mallikarjuna sir and Gajenrda Babu sir as coordinators of this program, and they're doing a wonderful job by coordinating with all of us. May I now invite the program coordinator, Dr. Gajenrda Babu, Assistant Professor from Government City College, to propose formal vote of thanks. Gajenrda Babu sir, over to Gajenrda Babu sir.
Yes, good morning, madam. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning to distinguished guests, dear students. Good morning to one and all. And good morning to Professor R. Limbadri, Chairman, State Council for Higher Education, and also Convener for DOST. Good morning to Senior Professor Dr. D.Ravinder, Vice Chancellor, Osmania University. Good morning to Professor Chennappa sir, Aparo sir, each and everybody. Good morning to all. Good morning to all. I am Gajenrda Babu, Assistant Professor of Commerce, Government City College, Autonomous, Hyderabad, and also coordinator of today's Students Development Program. I was asked to give vote of thanks. Thanks for giving me opportunity. It's my honor and privilege now to give a vote of thanks to all those who helped me make this free online student development program on project report preparation for BCom third year students affiliated to Usman City happen better. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for being here in this inaugural session. I thank each and everyone of making this inaugural session successful. And the SDP would not have been there without the constant support of Senior Professor R. Limbadri, Chairman, Higher Education Council, and encouragement of Senior Professor D. Chennappa sir, Professor Appar sir, and also Professor Dr. P. Balvaskar sir, Principal Government City College. Limbadri sir is constant supporter and his generosity. And I also thank Sandhya Rani madam, and I also thank all the resource persons who joined this program. And I also thank our head Department of Commerce, Government City College, Dr. Ratna Prabhakar Garu, Jansi madam, Mallikarjuna sir, each and everyone. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Gajenrda. Now, then move towards to the presentations.
Yes.
So totally we have, thank you Gajenrda Babu sir for that vote of thanks. And totally we have 7 topics to be covered today. The first topic would be on definition of research process and selection of topic for project report, which will be delivered by Professor Naresh Reddy from the Department of Commerce. Then the second session will begin at 11:50. It will go on until 12:40 by Professor A. Patrick sir, who will talk on scaling techniques, qualitative and quantitative analysis, and hypothesis testing. Then at from 12:40 to 1:30, we will break for the lunch. And 1:30 to 2:20, we have a talk by Dr. Ramavath Ravi sir on research design. Then at 2:20 to 3:10, we have a talk by Professor Krishna Chaitanya on sampling method and measures of central tendency. Then 3:10 to 4 o'clock, we will have a talk by Dr. K. Mallikarjuna on parametric and non-parametric analysis, and also on interpretation of the data tests. After a tea break of 10 minutes, we will continue with the report writing and report presentation. Then finally, we will end with the question and answer, which will be taken by Chennappa sir, Aparo sir, and Gajenrda Babu sir, and Mallikarjuna Reddy sir. So this is the program schedule for the day. I think Gajenrda Babu sir can carry on with the first session by inviting the first session speaker, Naresh Reddy sir. Over to Gajenrda Babu sir.
Yes. Yes.
Gajenrda Babu? Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Yes, I'll just.
Unmute yourself, Gajenrda Babu.
So my great pleasure to invite Professor G. Naresh Reddy, sir, Department of Commerce, Osmania University. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
You are audible, very much audible.
Thank you, sir. Sir, please welcome, sir. It's your session, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, good morning, all of you. Good morning, sir. Head Department of Commerce, Professor D. Chennappa. So it is an excellent program, sir, and very, very great initiative, and even opportunity also to all the resource persons to interact with the young minds today from the commerce. So the Chairman Board of Studies, Professor V. Apparao, my friend Dr. Professor A. Patrick, Dr. B. Sandhyarani Madam, Gajenrda Babu, Mallikarjuna, and the Principal of City College, all the teachers, those who are being the part of this program, I welcome and thank you for giving me an opportunity to interact with the students. Yeah, about the Department of Commerce, you know very well. Today now the Department of Commerce is very much vibrant. So series of programs our head is initiating. So we are all part of the program. Thank you, sir, for making us to participate in each and every program. And even series of programs also, you can also even list out later. So what type of programs the department is going to organize in the future also. So come to the research related to graduate students. So previously we have the project reports for MCOM students, MBA students, and we will also have the project reports for the BCom honors students. So now the university, even at the state level, now the research is also important equally to the all the graduate students, in addition to whatever the subject or the curriculum which is there. So the students will learn the curriculum as per the changes or the developments which are taking place over a period of time. And not only that, that is only in the form of teacher will teach and the student will participate in the discussions and debates. But the other important skills also important. For example, if they are going to face the interview, so the investigative type of skills are how the data will be collected and how a particular problem is going to be solved. Like these types of skills also very much important. Now, for the purpose of that, the project report is introduced in the curriculum, and based on this, our intention is very simple. So how we have to make the students to participate in the form of ethical research. Now, there are so many arguments which are there related to the projects. So anyhow, our intention or the intention of the department or the intention of the state council is that, so anyhow, at least 50 to 60% of students may be benefited out of doing best research. And so many things which are taking place in and around in the business, as well as in our day-to-day life also, so many changes which we are already observed. For example, whatever you want, you will get through online. There is no need to move here and there. and you can get whatever the food you want, or whatever the food you want from which hotel also you can order. These are the days. Now the people also selling tastes, not only products, they are selling tastes. So you maybe like a particular product. So this product may be available at what place or which place, that based on that we have to order it like. So anyhow, whenever we want to go for the project report of 75 pages or 100 pages, now your original contribution is makes difference. And based on that, what type of topic which you have to select as a student. Now this is a big question. Now somebody even at the post graduation or maybe PhD level also, our students will come to us and they will ask, sir, which topic I have to select, or which topic that I have to choose for the research like. No, this is a very pathetic situation. No, the topic must be you have to select on your own. Don't depend on the others, because you must try to know your own interest. According to your own interest, only you have to do research. And the time and the cost is important. The time is very much limited. For example, if you go to a PhD research scholars, their time is 3 years. Now, more than that also they will extend. But in the case of post-graduation or the undergraduation, your time is very much limited to some 2 to 3 months or 6 months, not more than that. Generally, the students will take up in the last semester. It may be a PG or maybe UG level. That's why your time is very much limited. Within this limited time, so how, which type of topic which we have to select, that is important. So based on the availability of the time, so you have to select a particular topic which must be, you have to complete within this period of specified period of 6 months or 4 months like. Now, when it is becomes the part of the course now, so now the under graduation also it is part of the course. Now it is a formal thing. Now formal thing means there are certain guidelines. So the formats are there. So these formats are the guidelines which you have to try to consider. And based on that, how best you have to achieve your target, or how best you have to complete your project within the given time is important now. Now, based on this, the formality which is there and which is included in the curriculum. Now, when it is included in the curriculum, now why this is included in the curriculum? Even in inaugural also, the resource persons, they shared their thoughts on the implementation of the project report at a graduation level, because this is very much important for the purpose of to get some of the inherent abilities of the students, and the problem which how they are going to address also we must try to identify. So the issue is there, but the issue may be resolved in different ways. So how best they selected that particular way and how best they address that particular issue will comes into an account. Now, the project work is very much required in the form of your learning, in the form of doing something. Doing something is when you are studying. Now, at the time of your studying also, you are doing your research, right? Now, there are so many forms which they require, even research scholars also. For example, you can take the asset management companies or the marketing research companies. They require the students, those who are having the knowledge of how to conduct a research on a particular issue. Now, so gradually the research requirements in the industry is also increasing. Now, people are into forecasting today. So is this business maybe there after 1 year or after 5 years or 10 years, like everything went on predictions. So you can also predict your sales, you can also predict your technology may be there or not in the future, or this product may be there or not in the future, like that. And what is the expected demand in the market after 5 years about your product? Now, how much of money which is required by a company after 5 years, and they want to go with different projects like. Now, these are all the type of knowledge or the information which is very much required by the companies. That's why the students, those who are having the knowledge about the research, is also very much required to the companies now. Now your skills also enhanced, your management skills also, enhanced based on by doing the research, and you are also going to find out a particular specific problem, and you can also address that particular problem. Now, anyhow, I don't want to take much of your time on the why this is important, because this is important. That's why only it is included in the syllabus and it is formalized. Now, everybody has to do research, those who are into graduation as well as in the post graduation. Now, these are the important certain steps or the stages which I have identified. So how you have to go with your research. So initially you must try to identify a research problem. Now, how we have to identify a research problem, that is important. The research problem which we have to identify based on various observations, based on reading newspapers, based on reading journals, or based on listening certain speeches or the lectures, participating in seminars, workshops, discussions, debates. These are all the ways which, or it may be your personal experience also. Now with this, your personal experience, you can also try to identify a particular problem and you want to do research on it. So that is about the first important thing. And this lecture of 50 minutes is also targeted to identify the research problem. How we have to identify the research problem, that we will discuss. Now, reviewing literature. So through the literature also, you will try to come to a conclusion. So to what extent the problem which is solved by the previous studies, and what is the gap which is there, and that gap you have to pick up. And according to that also, you can identify the research topic. So anyhow, these are all the various other steps which are covered by the other resource persons throughout the day. So that is selecting research questions, objectives, hypotheses. So this is not my business. And collecting data, so primary, secondary, like even deciding on the sample selection, even choosing the study design, the processing and analyzing of the data, the statistical tools which you are going to use, like, and finally, report writing session is also there. So my business is very simple. How to identify the research topic? It must be researchable. Okay. Now, another important point also you must try to remember. We are not into investigative type of research. So it is not an investigative journalism or investigative type of research. So the problem which is faced by the society, or the problem which is faced by the business people or the business houses, now you must try to identify it. Now that topic must comes under the purview of our commerce, right? So it may not be related to science, or it may be related to some other, but the topics which are related to the other disciplines also, but you must try to integrate with our commerce. That is very much required. For example, I want to share with you. Now everybody is talking about today the greenhouse gas emissions. Now the greenhouse gas emissions, you know very well, which is related to a science, right? Engineering like. So what is the business to a commerce graduate or a commerce researcher? Now we are also having a business here. What is that? It may be related to the finances. So we want, the governments wants to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, right? Now how these greenhouse gas emissions are to be reduced? So because of different technologies, because of modifying the processes, now based on a new method which they are going to use, like, for example, we are experiencing EVs today, electronic vehicles, right? Now this is an important measure which the government is initiated. Not only that, the businesses or the automobile companies which they are producing, and their main focus is on electronic vehicles production. So the problem is here what? There is a sound pollution, there is a air pollution, Now, different types of greenhouse gases which are coming when you are operating your two-wheeler, three-wheeler, or four-wheeler, whatever it is. So why we have to move on to like this? So we have to move on the problem which is identified, that with the help of these greenhouse gas emissions. So here we are losing the health. Now health hazards are there. Now these health hazards which we have to try to reduce. How best we have to reduce? That's why at the international level also we have targets. The targets which we have to reach. So even India is also having targets. Now India is going to organize G20 summit in the month of November, right? So the agenda is also there. How this G20 agenda is also very much suitable to our commerce researchers. So what type of research which we have to take up with the help of this particular area. So you may not be having knowledge about this, but when you read the newspaper, when you observe the television channels and what is going on in and around the world, if you observe, you will get so many number of topics out of it. Okay, now people are talking about circular economy. People are talking about the green agriculture, right? Green products, green services. Now everything they are expecting green. So the important problem which we have identified, that there are greenhouse gas emissions, and these greenhouse gas emissions which we have to try to reduce. How best we have to reduce? And ultimate aim is that 2070 is the target to go for net zero emissions in the world. How we are going to reach that net zero emissions? So many initiatives will be required, right? Now, simply a problem which is identified, and when the problem is identified by somebody, or a problem which is faced by the society, a problem which is faced by the business houses, or a problem which may be faced by an individual also, right? You please try to identify that problem. And this problem is not resolved so far. How best we are going to resolve that particular problem? So the problem is what? It may be a situation, it may be a condition, it may be the unresolved issue which is there, and this unresolved issue which we have to try to consider. So the topic which you are going to get, how? Based on, you have to question. You have to question yourself. So why you want to do, or what is required, how you have to do it, where, when, who, like. These are all the questions when you put. Now you will get a lot of answers for it. And so many questions you will get, or so many unresolved issues you will get. Now I'm also going to focus on mostly in my presentation, the topics which you have to identify, the innovations which are taking place in accounting, the innovations in finance, the innovations in marketing, now the innovations in transportation, or the innovations in the operations. So many innovations which are taking place. So in the form of these innovations, you can also identify out of that particular innovation, is this is useful or not. For example, very recently, the Reserve Bank of India introduced e-rupee, right? That is central bank digital currency. Now, the central bank digital currency is one important facility which is created by the government of India through Reserve Bank of India. Now, when a particular new thing may be introduced, what are the issues and challenges? For example, this is there now in the wholesale as well as the retail segment. Slowly they are introduced, they are expanding. They are introduced in the month of December 2022, and they are expanding to use in different states. Now we are going to do research on this also. How many are aware? What type of problems the customers are going to face in use of the digital currency like. Now, what are the advantages of these digital currencies, or what are the challenges of these digital currencies, which you try to even do research. So nothing, everything, whatever which is there at present, or whatever the new things which are introduced by the governments or the companies, every new thing which is having its own consequences, right? So on those consequences also, you must try to do research and try to get some important suggestions out of it. So those suggestions are going to very much useful to the public or those who are facing the problem. And generally, the mindset of the people is also very much important. For example, a problem is faced by somebody. It is not my problem. That's why this fellow is not going to react on it. So what is that? That is called ignore them. So you want to ignore it, or you want to talk with them. So the various people you want to talk or you want to share, and you want to try to resolve it, right? So these are the different mindsets we have. If you ignore, you can't get anything new. And somebody will talk with their colleagues, or somebody they will talk with their friends or relatives on a particular issue, and later they will simply ignore it. But the other people like you, the students, those who are into the different issues or the problems or the unresolved issues which you have identified, now you can also do some research on it. And that's why they try to resolve the things or try to solve a particular problem. Is it requires some sort of research. It may not be months and years you can do research, but within 1 month or within 6 months or 3 months also you can work out on a particular problem, and you can come to excellent the recommendations on a particular issue. Like now, here we are moving on to the researchable problem. So all problems are not possible to go for research. Now, for example, I want to do research on the impact of internal control and internal audit on organizational effectiveness of a particular company. So topic is excellent, right? The problem is that how the internal control and internal audit is going to influence or affect the organizational effectiveness of the company. But who will give the data? So where you will find data? Now that becomes a big issue now. So please try to discuss. For example, you maybe get some idea, right? You maybe find a particular issue or the problem which a particular group of people or the companies are facing. You please try to discuss with your supervisors, or you maybe discuss initially with your friends. Now, according to that, you will come to a conclusion. Is it researchable or not? If we have any doubt relating to this, the viability, feasibility, etc., that is possible with the help of the discussions, right? Our sharing is also very much important. So research problem, you know that it is an issue, right? Or it may be a concern. Now you will become an investigator or the researcher. Now these are the researchers or the investigators will present, and they will also justify the research studies. Now here the problems which we have to identify and you have to resolve according to the capacity you have, according to the time you have. Like, so search for the problem is, so how you have to search for the problem, which I've already explained. The problem which you have to identify on your own experience, or which you have to identify the experiences of the others, or extensive reading, right? Review of literature and discussions and debates. Okay, these are all the various sources to identify or come to a particular research problem. So read more about your problem. So problem is identified. You must try to get the theoretical background of it first. Theoretically, you must be very much sound about it. If you have a lot of knowledge about that particular small topic or the issue, later, now you can go and try to continue with this second step. Like, so what type of research which you can go with? It may be a primary database, or maybe secondary database, or primary secondary database. Like, so who are your prospective respondents if it is a primary data? Like, so how much sample size which you are going to select? Like, these are all the things which will come based on the topic which you are going to select. Like, so initially you have to take notes and keep you can also read the beautiful research journals are there. Even so you are very much lucky enough. This generation is very, very lucky enough, because there is no need to move here and there. So previously you used to move the different libraries at the different places. Now you have more and more number of journals, reputed journals also there online. So you can also browse the journals online. Now even online journals also, subject specific journals are there. So finance related, accounting related, marketing related like. So you can also go through even with the specific topic journals also there. Now those journals also you please try to browse and read out. So what type of articles or what type of topics which the article writers which they are publishing at present. Now you must try to know the current research which is going on in finance or in accounting or whatever the interested area like capital markets. So you may be very much interested in capital market. So what type of discussions and debates which are going on? What are the changes which are taking place in the capital market? And what type of problems which the investors are facing at present? Now, how the market which is crashed, right? How the market which is increasing or decreasing tremendously? What are the reasons for it? So like that, you can go on. Now, not only capital markets, you can also try to consider money market. You can also consider the derivative market, commodity market, forex market. Now, not only that, you can also do research related to other innovative topics like. So the innovative topics like, for example, most of you know very well about intellectual property rights, patents, copyright, trademark like. Now, you can also do research related to these. So as a accounting student or accounting teacher, now we will see the IPRs as an intangible asset. Now, as a finance guy, we will very much focus about how best we will get money by using these IPRs. And as a law student or a law teacher, now their purpose, their way of doing research and identifying the problem which is there in IPRs, their research may be in some other direction. Our research may be in other direction. For example, very recently I shared one topic in a particular national seminar. The topic related to IPRs like. Now, how the IPRs that we must try to make money with these IPRs. Now that is the financing IPRs financing in India. IPRs financing is nothing but how best we have to mobilize the amount of money with the help of intellectual property rights. So there are so many ways. Now you can borrow by mortgaging your intellectual properties. Now, not only that, you can also convert into security. That is called securitization of IPRs. So when you convert into securitization, now you can also get the money out of it. This money you can use for the purpose of investment. Now, not only that, you can also trade securitized IPRs. Now, exchange also there. This is underdeveloped in India, very much developed in the foreign markets, right? In the developed markets, these IPRs securities trading is now the important platform which we have. Now, with this platform also we can trade. We can trade our patent, we can trade our copyrights through securitization of these intellectual properties. So we will look into in this way. So you're into accounting, or you may be interested in accounting, you may be interested in finance, you may be interested in marketing, you may be interested in whatever the other important topics or the disciplines which you want to take up. But the way which we look is important. So how best we can do research on a particular issue is going to take an important role. So you can also seek the professional advice, which I already shared with you. Take the help of your teachers, take the help of you, the seniors, maybe there are your friends or your relatives may be educated or maybe having the knowledge in a particular issue you can take. And your topic must be keep on interesting. So your topic must be very much discussed or debatable. So your topic must be alive forever. So that type of topic you must try to select. So For example, the topics which are related to capital market, the topics which are related to money markets, like. So, for example, you can take the sovereign green bonds. Now, this is the new product which is introduced in our market, right? So, the Reserve Bank of India issued sovereign green bonds. So, these are the bonds which are issued to the public and financial institutions. The Reserve Bank of India is mobilizing the amount of money in the name of sovereign green bonds. This money will be utilized for the purpose of investment in the infrastructure development. So in the form of green energy projects, in the form of green agriculture and green products, like the companies which requires money in the form of these investments. So this is a special purpose instrument which is introduced by the Reserve Bank of India. Now they already mobilized the amount of some 16,000 crores of money, and this is also into pipeline. They are also going to issue another second term, the sovereign green bonds, and the amount of money which they want to mobilize from the market. So there are different instruments, innovative instruments are there. Not only that, new institutions or new regulations. Now, not only that, the new different products also you can identify. So products, not only physical products, products may be tangible, products may be intangible. So based on the contracts, you can also create products. For example, we have masala bonds. So you know what is the purpose of the creation of a masala bond? The masala bond is a unique bond which is not having any forex risk. So the companies issue masala bonds in the global market. They will mobilize the money in the form of selling these masala bonds in the international market. So the money which we mobilize, we means the companies are mobilizing. The companies are not having any foreign exchange risk. Why? The important point is that these bonds are rupee denominated bonds. So companies are issuing masala bonds with rupee denomination. At the time of repayment also or redemption also, they will pay in rupee. So the risk which is simply transferred to the investors. The company is not having any risk. Which type of risk? Forex risk. Company wants to avoid the forex risk, and the company wants to transfer the forex risk to the investors. So how best they are going to do like this are the innovative products which are also there in the market. You can also do research on it. So how companies which are mobilizing these type of products, and are these companies are successful in mobilization of the funds by using these innovative instruments into the market or not. So you please try to identify your research topic now, which I already shared with you, based on your curiosity. So when you are reading, when you are discussing, so you may be attracted to that particular area. For example, I am reading at present on the climate finance. So how this climate finance is going to mitigate the greenhouse gas emissions risk. So this is the way which now I am updating my knowledge on it. So with the help of this climate finance, so climate finance and sustainability development. So even in the form of this, the climate finance and green energy investments, now climate finance and green agriculture, now climate finance and the circular economy, climate finance and sustainable cities. Now, wherever you go, whatever the topic which you try to select, now we are all moving with the green, right? So that green is attracting. So when you are reading continuously, now we are attracted to read on this. So what we are going to do on this? So what type of research as a commerce faculty which I have to do? So what I am going to contribute in this particular area? Like this is the curiosity. Now nothing is there in the syllabus, but based on our interest, Now we are reading on it, right? You can also read based on your interest. So every teacher or every student having their own area of interest, right? So somebody likes accounting, somebody likes finance, somebody likes marketing, somebody likes some other subjects. Even in finance also, somebody likes marketing, capital market related, somebody likes money market related, somebody are very much interested in the forex market, or maybe the derivative trading like. So these are all the different topics which are there. So many topics which you may be already studied in your graduation. So even at your intermediate level. So you can also go with the basic research. So basic research in the form of the subject, for example, accounting. A lot of scope is there in accounting. Many accounting standards which are introduced in your syllabus. So at India level, now we will call it as Indian accounting standards. Impact of each and every standard. You can also take different standards. Take one standard as a BCom student. Take one standard. You please do research on it. What are the implications of this particular standard on the financial statements of a particular company? So like that you can select. So Indies, or you can go with international financial reporting standards. So Indies are the converged standards, the converged standards of the international reporting standards. Like, so in standards, you can take any standard and try to do research on it. For example, fair value. For example, valuation of intangibles. So measurement of intangibles. What are the methods which are there? Which methods the corporates they are adopting in valuation of the intangibles like? So you can also try to get the data from the annual reports, whatever the knowledge which you may be learned through the subjects which are introduced in your curriculum, that also you can consider, right? So when there is an information gap, for example, you want to study more on it, on a particular issue. Now, no study is there. But now, no study is there to fill that particular gap. So you please take up your own study and you please try to fill that particular gap or whatever these controversies which are there. So generally in the case of social science research, so if you tell the topic, I will also tell you the findings of your research. Generally, the findings we know in advance based on the extensive reading throughout our career like. But your findings may be controversial to the general understanding. Now, based on that also you can take up. So is whatever the general understanding is there, that is not correct. Now you can also try to prove it with your study. So according to that, you can take up and the replication of it or literature reviews and other people you can discuss with other people, those who are expertise in a particular topic like. So what to do and problem identification and definition. You please try to identify the problem and define the problem. So this we have a general procedure is there, and the first point is identification, and you can also make a study on it. Is any data which is there or any publications which are there related to a particular issue like. So you please try to write a problem statement after the identification and definition of the problem. Now this is in the form of, so you are reading extensively on a particular issue. With that, you will get some gap that is called research gap. Now this research gap you can find out with the help of the review of literature. So what is the literature which is there on this topic up to today? Now, according to that, who are the major contributors in this particular area? And those studies, you please try to read. Now, at the time of reading the already published articles or the published work, you will get a lot of information or a lot of insights out of it. So how they are framing objectives, how the title is framed, and what is the methodology which they have used, what are the statistical tools they used, how the problem is tested, and how the problem is identified, formulated, and converted into hypothesis. So the statistical tools, and are there any more new tools which are there at present, like you can also try to identify by reading the existing literature. That will help you a lot. So first is try to spend much of your time on the reviews. If you know the problem clearly, 50% of your research is over. If the problem is not clearly identified, it is very difficult to complete your project within the given time. So there is a time overrun. So don't go with time overrun. So the dates which they specify, within that date you have to submit. So that's why you please try to identify, and this is must be in a researchable mode, and this must be you have to complete within the given time frame. Now ultimately you can read your final statement, whatever the gap which you have identified, and based on that you please come to certain questions. So is your research is feasible? Is your research is interesting? Is your topic is novel in nature? And is your research in ethical? And is your research is relevant to the society, or relevant to the public, or relevant to a particular strata? So the feasible in this sense, the subjects, the resources, now the manageability of your project, and the availability of the data, which I already shared with you. Availability of the data is important. So don't enter into the offices of the corporates and don't dig the confidential data of the company. No, we are not into that. So we are not going to dig the confidential data. So whatever the data which is accessible to the public, for example, you can take financial statements. So financial statements are the public documents you can get from the company, or you can get their websites, and you can also write a letter and get the annual report of the company, right? So which is public, which is confidential, you must try to differentiate. Okay, so according to the, based on the public data, that public data you have to try to make use of it and try to do research on it. So it may be in the form of secondary, which is already published. Primary is the questions which you are going to ask related to a particular issue or the problem. Even you are not permitted to ask the confidential or undisclosed information from a particular respondent. That is also not ethical, right? So these are all the things which will come in the form of framing a questionnaire, what type of data which you have to collect from the respondents or the customers, or from the investors, or from the students, or from the teachers. Your respondents may be any strata or any group, right? Now according to that, you have to frame your questionnaire also with relation to the collection of the data. No, I am not into that now. My business is very simple. How to identify a researchable, ethical, feasible, not only that, even relevant and interesting topic. So novel in this sense, innovative in nature, and very few studies are there, and so many are, even it is very easy to identify is this topic is novel or innovative like. Now, when you read the news, business newspapers, you will get many new topics in it. So we have so many columns which are there in the newspapers. You can read out those columns. And not only that, in the form of the press news also, you can update your knowledge. So what the public which they are discussing at present, or what the companies which they are focusing at present like. So it must be ethical. So don't copy from anywhere. Now, it must be very much relevant to the present knowledge base. So this is about the other important aspect which we have to try to consider here is types of research questions which we have to raise here. So descriptive, relationship, difference, right? So descriptive questions are the questions which we have to raise, like what is the performance of the market today? So the performance of a particular company, or the behavior of the consumers, or behavior of the investors, like this. These are all the things comes which are under the descriptive type of questions. or you want to do research on this, you can also try to do the research by using the type of questions like this. So relationship type of questions also there. Now you want to try to find out the dependability and the independent variables, how the independent variables which are going to influence the dependent variables, right? So for example, the stock prices, what are the factors which are influencing the stock prices in the market, or how the index which is influenced, right? So like this, so the index number which is depending on the so many number of factors. So what factors? So is it because of the Adani group companies crash in the market, or is it because of inflation rate, or is it because of interest rate? Now, is it because of the sentiments of the investors? Like this, you try to identify the macro and macro variables, and according to that, how these variables are going to influence this particular index. Like you can also try to make a study on it. For example, a company sales. Now, how the why the company sales which are increasing, or why the company sales which are decreasing, like. So what are the factors which are influencing a particular company's profits, or a particular company's sales or revenues, like. Now, with this, you can try to identify the independent as well as dependent variables. According to that, which factor or which variable is more influencing on the other. Now you have to try to come to a conclusion after getting data and evaluation based on this data which you have already collected. Now, the difference questions is, now you can go with particular groups and all. So how these groups which you can compare in. So these are all the types of questions which you can raise, relationship questions, and after the questions, you have to go with certain criteria for selecting a particular problem. The criteria is, it must be interesting. Now it must be important. So theoretical value, practical value, or timeline, external reviews, like. And it must be also a manageability. You must try to manage your time, try to manage your resources, and it must be also free from the biases, like. So these are all the important criteria which we have to try to consider. Now, after considering all these, now we must try to go for the statement of the problem here. Now, a very, very, very specific statement which you must try to write now. Now you are into. So what is happened so far? So you have identified the problem. That problem is very much clear. You can do research. So the timing availability is also very much sufficient. Your all resources are sufficient. It is ethical. Now it is feasible. It is manageable. And later, now you must try to come to the problem statements. So the problem of this particular study is 2. You must try to discuss a particular problem. Now the study is concerned with, these are the sentences which you have to use. This study is designed to, or this study is focused to, this study is having the purpose, like. Okay. So based on the problem which is identified, and after the finding out the gap, now we must try to formulate the simple problem statements. So these are the problem statements which we have to try to frame according to the gap which is identified. So first thing is identify the research problem, and later for this you require review of literature. Later you must try to find out the gap, and out of this graph, now we have to frame the questions or the problem statements, and try to raise the questions. And later what you will do, these questions will be now converted into objectives, and objectives, some of the objectives you can test also. You can also frame the hypothesis from the objectives. So this is a sequence. This sequence which you have to try to follow. Now based on this sequence, now you have to go with this problem statements. So these problem statements must be very much clear. So now you can also go with the variables. So variables in the form of what type of variables which you are going to collect and you are going to make a study. And the population also you can identify, and the sample which you have to select out of that population, and is it testable or not, that also you must try to identify it. So this is about the variable is in the form of your attitude, your means the respondent's attitude, gender. So these are all the various variables which we have to identify. It depends on the based on the type of the research and the topic which you are going to select. The topic may be from HR, topic may be from marketing, or topic may be from finance. Like now, here these are the variables in the form of dependent and independent, which I have already shared with you. Now, this is about the way which we have to identify. The important 5 elements are there under this problem statement. So one is topic, which we already discussed. The topic which will comes from the subject area. The subject area may be a broad area of the subject, finance broad area, marketing broad area, HR broad area. Under that, the narrow area also you can identify. It may be from the capital market, it may be from the money market or forex market, like if it is related to finance, or not only that, you can also make use of another way. It may be related to financial institutions, it may be related to products, it may be related to services. Now, it may be related to different issues. For example, it may be related to services. The services which are related to fund-based financial services, fee-based financial services. Under fund-based, which service you want to select and you want to do research. Now, according to that, also you can try to identify the subject area. Now, even educational issues, the problem is concerning to a particular solution or the trend which is taking place, the knowledge which have on this, and evidence also you have to try to collect. So evidence from the literature, the review of literature is the evidence. So evidence from the practical experiences. Now the fourth step is the deficiencies which are there in the evidences, means the studies are not supporting. So there is a gap which is there in it, and that gap we have to identify. So whatever the studies which are already there, and after that you want to continue the research in that particular area, now we can do and try to need to identify the real research which is required by identifying the real or the extended problem of the same group or the society. So not only that, how these deficiencies we must try to address. So you must address in the form of research, right? In the form of policy making. The problem is identified, and if your recommendations are appropriate, you can also send your recommendations to the appropriate bodies. Now they will take the initiative to change or to modify, to update the rule or procedure or guidelines like. So ultimately, these are the 5 important elements which are very much involved in the problem statement. So the research topic which you have to choose is that. So certain tips which I'm sharing with you. Now these tips which I've already discussed, it must be interested. Now you may be selecting a topic which is suggested by your teacher or which is suggested by your friend. Now, in that case, that topic which is not near to your heart. So if it is not interested, it is very difficult to do research on it. So you can also try to narrow down your researchable topic. Why? because of the availability of the time, now you please try to narrow down. For example, somebody may go with the title in India. Now they want to study a particular issue. Now by selecting India, no, it is not possible. You are not going to get the data towards the India. Like you must specify the even area also with respect to a particular area. Now that area you can select and you can also draw the respondents from that area and try to conclude based on the perceptions which are collected and interpreted and presented. So according to that, you can come to a conclusion. If it is possible, you can generalize it also. So you can also think in the form of who, what, why, where, which I already shared with you. These are all comes under. And another important thing is you please try to take this particular checklist. Is this research topic is worthful or not? Or you are in a position to do research or not? Or you are going to do research and complete within the specified period or not? So like this, certain important checklist points which I have identified and presented here, we can also answer in the form of yes or no type. So the first statement which I have identified is, have I done enough research before selecting a research topic for my study? So even from the beginning also, I'm sharing with you. So you have already spent some amount of time in the form of reviews, in the form of readings. So you have done enough exercise and you are in a position to have the clarity about that particular topic. Is it yes or no? Now, is my research topic narrow and focused? Now, is your topic, research topic is a broader one or a narrower one? Now, you please try to answer it. So what is required? If it is a broader in nature, it takes much time to complete, right? Even for example, data collection requires 6 months. No, that is not permitted because your time is very much limited. Even questionnaire designing is also not that much easy task. It takes time also for testing of your questionnaire, right? So for the purpose of this, so how many days which is required to complete or finish each and every stage of your research? That is important. Now, do I know all requirements by university to be fulfilled before conducting a research study? So are you satisfying the guidelines which are framed by the university, which is already included in your curriculum about the project guidelines like? So you please try to read out those project guidelines and according to that only you have to do your research and complete. Is my research topic relevant to my field of study or not? So your field of study, here it is commerce, under commerce, which area you want to select, is it related to that area or not? You must try to know. According to this, you can also test it, is it yes or no? So is my research topic aim to solve the genuine contextual problem? So your research is going to solve a genuine contextual problem which is faced by somebody, right? Now, does the research topic fulfill the researchable topic criteria? So the researchable topic criteria is your research is going to satisfy or not. So do I know the page or word limit of research project? So how many pages which you have to write in the form of research report writing, or how many words? Is it any limitation which is there or not? If it is there, your writings must be limited to those number of pages or those number of words. Now, for example, if you even want to publish a research paper also, there is a limitation. These many words only must be there. These many pages must be there. Even the projects also, there is no need of even 100 pages or 150 pages. But how many pages which you are contributing on your own is very much important than the 100 or 70, 80 pages like. Now, So am I interested in researching the select topic or problem? So are you interested in this particular, whatever the topic which you have selected? Right? Does my supervisor have experience in the topic which I have selected? So you can also ask your supervisor. Your supervisor is comfortable with the topic. So if your supervisor is not comfortable, you can also take the help of the other teachers, those who are comfortable with your topic like. So there is no hard and fast rule to take the help from only one teacher or your supervisor. No, you can take the help of the other teachers also, those who are comfortable in that particular area. So are the data collection tools available to carry out the study on the selected research topic? Now the tools which are already there, now these tools you want to use it, or you want to go on your own and you have to select the tools like. So these are the certain points which I have included here in the form of checklist, and based on that you must try to come to a conclusion, and according to that, so the topic selection depends on so many number of factors. Now all these number of factors which we must try to consider, and based on this you please try to select a researchable, innovative, novel, ethical, researchable topic. So that is the order of this particular session, is that how best we have to select a particular very much vibrant or innovative or novel topic. Now even I want to share another 2 to 3 minutes the topics which you have to identify. You may be interested the list which I am going to read out. I don't want to take much of your time. So there are so many innovations which are taking place in the area of accounting. If you may be interested, you want to read out some literature on it, you can also listen here. Cloud-based accounting, which is very much novel or new or innovative in the accounting. So integration of technology is taking place in accounting, finance, marketing, etc. So how best we are going to do research by integrating all these innovative technologies into accounting. That is one among is the cloud-based accounting. Blockchain technologies, integration of blockchain with accounting. Now social media marketing or the social media and artificial intelligence, big data in accounting standards, which I already shared with you, environment, social and governance, ESG, which is very much researchable, and this is also a new topic or the area which is there in the research and which is developing, growing. Forensic accounting, you know very well about this, which is also there as a part of your syllabus. Tax accounting, carbon accounting, behavioral accounting, creative accounting. These are the certain important or the innovative topics which I have identified from the accounting. Now, not only that, you can also do research which is very much related to technologies. Now, fintech, regtech, so many techs which are there, climate techs, even legal tech. So we all are into technology enabled, right? So innovations in finance also, which I've already shared with you, new concepts and new approaches which are there, and even the behavioral finance, crowdfunding, climate finance. Now, not only that, the topics which are identified by G20 at present, the discussions which are going on in India every month, the technical sessions which are taking place. Now, this month we have the financial inclusion topic. So green finance, shell companies, financial inclusion, now in the form of new products, masala bonds, which I've already shared with you, green bonds or sovereign green bonds, 81 bonds, additional tier 1 bonds, the lot of discussions and debate which is going on related to 81 bonds, the story which is related to S Bank, right? The gold, sovereign gold bonds, electoral bonds, which is also there, the covered bonds, digital currency, which I also shared with you, CBDC. Now, ESG funds also taking much importance in the market. Now, in the form of institutions, BRICS banks, now asset reconstruction companies, bad banks, special purpose acquisition companies, SME exchanges, social exchanges. Now the small finance banks, payment banks, unicorn companies, now we are experiencing most of these startups which are converting into unicorns, and more than 100 unicorns are there in India. So their journey also, you can do research on it. So even the newborn neo banks also there with the help of the technology. The neo banks are helping the banking companies in the form of technologies. Now, new regulations also there. It may be related to debt restructuring. Now, the trading hours relating to the capital markets, IBC 2016, no RERA, no deposit insurance and guarantee corporation, and latest guidelines. So many topics which are there in my mind, but time is important. So real estate investment trust funds, infrastructure investment trust funds, and so many new innovative funds which are there in the area of the capital markets, money market instruments, even not only that, the international exchanges, national exchanges, now the power exchanges. Now you know very well the electricity also, which our government, they are buying in the exchanges, power exchanges. So power is also a product. Now oxygen is also a product today. Now not only everything will becomes a product, and these products, not only that, they are trading in the exchanges. So whatever we are discussing, like carbon deposits, now carbon deposit is a product today. Those carbon deposits also trading in exchanges. Now so much of the developments or the innovations which are taking place in and around the world, you please try to identify. So the best judge is identification and the observation. Not only that, the curiosity which you have is going to play an important role in identification of the topic. And finally, you please try to discuss with your supervisor. Now you will come to a conclusion, is it researchable or not? So thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity to interact with our students. And thank you very much.
Yeah, Naresh Reddy, wonderful. Yeah, very good. Now, definitely they will pick up the topic, and then they can consult the faculty member also. With the consultation of the faculty, definitely they will take up. Yeah, really, thank you, Naresh Reddy. Despite busy schedule, you have made it your grand presentation. Now, I'm pleased to welcome Professor Patrick.
Before going to next section, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Gajenrda. Yeah, Jansi madam. Tell me, madam.
Excuse me, sir. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible. You are audible. Naresh Reddy, PPT. Dani.
Yeah, I want to remove.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, fine.
Okay.
It's a small. Students have posted some questions in the YouTube live streaming, sir, to the Naresh sir.
Yeah.
So I request Dr. Jansi madam to read those questions, please.
Yes, sir. So first of all, before posing questions of students, I thank Naresh Reddy sir for a wonderful session, sir, because you have covered almost all the contemporary issues and on which a good researcher can do the research, not only the students, but also the faculty. So on behalf of students, sir, the students have posted few questions through which I could sum up that they are asking how to, for data collection, about the circular economy. As you have discussed about the circular economy, how data can be collected and how to frame the objectives related to the topics.
Yeah, circular economy. Yeah, may I answer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, circular economy is very simple, madam. Reusable, reduction. So whatever the waste is there, that waste will be converted into a product now. Now, how best we have to reduce the waste by investing amount of funds. Now, the municipal corporations, for example, municipal corporations are facing a lot of problems in the form of waste management, right? So what type of investments which are required in the form of this circular economy? So reduction is another important thing. Reuse, how we have to reuse it like. So many, even the governments are also thinking about. For example, we have the e-waste. How we have to manage this e-waste. Now, not only that, even the government introduced a policy. Whatever the automobiles which are there, these automobiles after the completion of its 15 years of age, now these automobiles are going to be scrapped. So how we have to convert this scrap into a product? So in the form of investments, we have to make use of that waste into a commercial product later. That is simply comes under the circular economy.
Thank you, sir. So there is another question. They are asking about time constraints, how to determine the time constraints.
Yeah, the university will specify the date, no? Within this date, they will submit their research report. Now, according to that, from today onwards, they must begin how many months are there to complete their project. So the time which is required, for example, identification of research problem, take 1 month or 15 days, not more than that. Within that, they must try to identify the topic and discuss with their respective supervisors, and they will come to a conclusion, this is researchable or not.
Thank you, sir. So out of all the questions, I could sum up these questions, sir. Thank you, sir. And also thank Gajenrda Babu, sir, for giving this opportunity for posing questions on behalf of students and summing up. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I welcome my friend to take up.
Thank you.
Over to Gajenrda Babu,
Thank
sir.
you, madam. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So actually, as a formal process, I could not introduce Naresh, sir, Professor Naresh, sir, morning as I was busy in certificate preparation, sir. Just bear with me 2 minutes, sir. Professor Naresh, sir, is also CMA certified, and his area of specialization includes accounting and finance. And sir has a lot of experience. And sir presently working in Department of Commerce, Osmania City, Hyderabad. And earlier he worked in Kakatiya University also before coming here, and he did his undergraduate in commerce and postgraduate in commerce from Kakatiya. Sir is PhD from Kakatiya University, and he has experience as UG and PG. And sir also is in distance education, and he has so many administrative posts like NSS program officer, assistant convener, coordinator for interactive English, hostel warden, youth. So many experiences. Sir also worked as vice principal in 2021, and he has so many membership in executive committee member in Indian Accounting Association, and life member in Indian Commerce Association, Indian Accounting Association, and he did even a UGC major project, research project in fraudulent financial practices and investor protection in the Indian capital market and role of SEBI. And he has so many awards, like he is a top ranker, 10th ranker, and he has gold medal in MCOM from Kakatiya University, and he is a IPA Best Commerce Faculty Award and Vice Chancellor Award for Research Excellence. And he has so many best papers, research papers submitted, and so he has even guideship for the. He has presently giving guideship to the postdoctoral fellowship of ICSSR. Profile of the Gajenrda, sir, and thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. In fact, the topic is very wonderful, sir, because to start with, we should know how to identify the research program and how to identify the problem and what are the different questions can be posed, criteria for selection of problem, and even you host even finally and ultimate one is your checklist is wonderful, sir. The checklist shows that the session. It's my immense pleasure to introduce. I can say my best friend, my brother Patrick sir. Thank you, sir. Patrick sir, good morning for accepting. Thank you, sir, for accepting this SDP program as a resource person. And Patrick sir, Professor Patrick sir has done his MCom, MBA, PhD, and am I audible, sir?
Yeah, very much. I'm audible too, right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, you are audible. You are audible, sir. Okay. And sir did his PG in MCom, MBA, and PhD, and sir also qualified NET in Commerce and Business Management. He completed his Bachelor of Christian Studies from Serampore University, West Bengal, and he is working presently as a professor at Department of Commerce, Osmania University, College of Commerce and Business Management since 2007. And during his tenure, he worked as additional controller of examinations for BCom course during 2009 to 11, and he also acted as a joint director, administration director of admissions University during 2018 and 22. Now he is serving as a public relation officer at PRO Usman University, and is also coordinator for Human Capital Development Center at Central Facility Research Development. He has more than 25 years of experience in postgraduate level corporate training, and Sara has provided content for the 8 modules of MOOCs, okay, massive open online courses in critical thinking, analytical skills, learning for National Resource Centers, Satsan Baba, Amravati University from Ahmedabad, Maharashtra. He is also regular resource person for Dr. B.R. Ambedkar live teleconference programs. And before joining in the university services, he worked as an associate professor at Badruka College, Postgraduate Center, Kachiguda, and he worked even foreign also in Ethiopia, and he is also embedded member of NSIC, National Small Scale Industries Corporation, and he also guest faculty as NIFT, NIFT, and even he worked, he gave so many guest lectures, different locations, area. So with this introduction, I welcome you, sir. It's really pleasure to have you on this session. All the students are eagerly waiting for even your session also. Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting. Thank you, sir. Welcome, please.
Thank you so much, Gajenrda Babu, sir. I know it is a tough task what you're doing of providing the logistics for this entire program. And at the end of the day, let me tell you, the count of bricks are more than the bouquet.
Yes, sir. In fact, 6,500 students are on YouTube live streaming, sir.
I know. I've seen it. I've been there.
Okay,
and let me tell you, I mean, it's with a very good intention that City College is tied up with the Department of Commerce at Osmania University and doing the humongous task, I'll tell you. It's a very gigantic one there, getting all the BCom students on one platform. But I mean, it's always that way. There are some crazy students asking what is the color of your Bugatti and giving some odd comments in the YouTube.
Yes.
You can't stop the crazy one. And I thank you that I think you didn't include the students in this group. If not, you'll have some graffiti coming on the screen as well. That didn't happen. But basically, let me tell you, the program is all about adding value to the student. If you look at the other subjects that are there, it's quite easy for you to go about for looking at, you have 5 units, you have reference material, you get guides, model papers, and all that stuff. But when it comes to a paper like project work, many people are still confused. And I thank my friend Naresh. I've been through his entire thing where he was trying to start with why project, how do you choose the topic, what are the checklists for topic there, the different stages that he has taken you through. My job is on a different note, wherein I would like to share with you a little on what is exactly this qualitative, quantitative research. People talk a lot about what is this hypothesis. For BCom students, it sounds very new. You word hypo and thesis together there. And if I want to go about with measuring something, if I can express things in numbers, I know where do I stand. Recently, I went about with giving a lecture in Mumbai in one of the colleges. And they circulated a feedback form to all the participants as to how Patrick spoke. They had around 20 questions. And the questions were all on a rating scale of 1 to 5. I mean, too good, too bad, worse, very boring. I mean, there were a lot of other questions like that. And they gave me the kind of a feedback what the audience thought about me. And probably next month I'm going again to another place in Kerala, University of Calicut, to speak on another issue there. So when I take that feedback, what I got in Mumbai, that will help me out to figure out where am I lacking, what am I doing wrong, and what are the areas that I need to improve upon. So the thing is, if I know the numbers, if they have rated me poor on a few things, if they have rated me good on a few things, what should I do to go about with getting it better the next time? It's a learning experience for me on a daily basis. And this is what I'm trying to work on. And very similarly, if somebody says they like something, they dislike something, I mean, there is an opinion. But there is something said in benchmarking, like you can't improve unless you measure it. Measuring means you're trying to express in terms of numbers. And we believe all numbers are one and the same. Not all numbers are one and the same. Numbers vary. So what are the numbers which we can analyze? What are the numbers to which we can apply statistical tools? Probably in the post-lunch session, we have Mallikarjuna from City College. He will take you through the journey of what is parametric and what is non-parametric tests all about. So that part of it, we would go about with looking at, like, you know, it's all about trying to understand whatever basic statistics that you have learned. How do you go about with working it for analyzing the data? Probably I just had Ramavath coming here, and he's going to talk about what is research design. It's more about a blueprint. You're trying to embark on a journey of research. So the thing is, how do you start and how do you finish? What are the different phases? What do you require? I mean, how do you do it? There's something to talk to you about what is report writing. And there is also a paper that you go about with taking for the exam before you take your project work there. And what Naresh has done, what I am doing, and what Ramavath will do, and somebody else will do in the later part today, is all about trying to give you the insights of how you prepare for the theory and how do you go about with focusing on doing the quality project work that is there. So this is something what we have in our mind there. So I'm going to talk about something where Naresh had left out and continue from there. And let me just check. The first thing is research, you know. I'm not trying to dwell in where it is, but just continue from where you start. I mean, we have this thing where you talk about observation. It's not just what you do with your eyes, you do it with your 5 sense organs. You receive stimuli. Whatever is happening around you, there are eyes, there are ears, there are sense, I mean, my skin with senses things around. When I just went out of my room to the restroom a little while ago, and I could sense that heat around, you know, it's hot summer around. I mean, I could smell a few things. You know, I received stimuli, I process it in my mind, and I attach meaning to it. The meaning I attach to it may be right or wrong. The meaning I attach is not final, it is temporary, it is tentative. It could be a guess in my mind. Like, you know, there are so many things in the field of law. We say that a person is innocent as long as he or she is proved guilty. I put it this way again. I said, let's say this thing there, there's a lot of this talk going on, wherein you have this great industrialist Adani there. I mean, before even people have collated information about them, they found them guilty for something. I think there is something called as trial by media. There is what is called as character assassination. You have already proved that he's guilty before even you have gone about with going through the process of justice. The thing is, he's accused. He's innocent still. You and I don't have a right to call him guilty. You and I don't have a right to call him criminal. It is the court of justice which has to give a decision to call him either innocent or criminal. If you put it this way, we start with the premise, you know, this is what hypothesis is, that we have 2 types of statements we make about what is there in our mind. One is called as the null hypothesis, where we say the person is innocent. The other is called as the alternate hypothesis, where we say the person is criminal. Now, with whatever evidence you collect, or whatever Hindenburg had said, or what Indian investigation authorities want to say, I mean, all those things that are there will be collected, and you come out with a conclusion. Let us say in some court a lower court, he's declared guilty for some reason. Not this person, but somebody. And he goes about applying to another court. There even he's guilty. He applies to a high court. There all he proves guilty. And what do you find is he go to Supreme Court. And Supreme Court studies this thing, in detail and says it's lack of evidence that this person can't be called guilty. So I think it's a kind of a cycle. Now the thing is, when we have this person from Tesla, Elon Musk. Now he says the earth is being exhausted. What my friend Naresh had just took that example of circular economy. Let me tell you, they say that the earth has gone for overshooting. Maybe the population is 1, but the resources we have extracted out of earth is 1.5. You get it there? 1.5 times of what is available in the earth, we have taken it out. So at some point of time, there is going to be there are no more resources. So how do you go about that? Going about with that. So every business today got to practice what is called as sustainability. I mean, I use a plastic pen, use it, throw it. But the thing is, it's not that way. You got to use it, reuse it, recycle it. These are the things that we talk about when it comes to the circular economy part of it. Here even I have what is called as a cycle. So what Elon Musk example I took is, he says probably there are 9 planets that are there which are revolving around the sun. Each of them draw their energy from the sun. Now, why is it that we believe that only Earth has got human beings and Earth has got resources, and if the resources here get exhausted, can we go about it depending on what is there on Mars and other planets? And he's creating spaceships to take people to Mars. Now, the question is, you always look at the planet Mars, we say there is no life on Mars. The alternate hypothesis, there is life on Mars, right? So somebody bought a piece of rock. When they broke it, they found a leaf-like structure in that. And then if leaf is there, tree must be there. Tree is there, life must be there. The cycle is going on and on there. And later someone got some very shapely pebbles. And they said the shape is given by wind, by water. Probably there must be life on Mars. The question is still continuing. It is hypothetical. I mean, I usually take this example in my classroom. When I tell that, first time there was a person by the name J.J. Thompson. If all of you all have qualified 10th class in the school days, you remember that he said the smallest thing that you find is an atom. Now you want to figure out, an atom has got positive elements, negative elements, neutral elements. I mean, how does the atom look like? In his imagination, when somebody cut open a watermelon, they found that it has got some red pulp, it has got some black colored seeds that are scattered around. Then he had a kind of a feel, like maybe in an atom too, just the way the seeds are scattered in a watermelon, electrons are scattered in an atom. Now that is his hunch. That is his hypothesis, right? Now that is what in the later stages came to be known as the watermelon model of an atom. But later on, when you go about with looking at people like Rutherford, people like Niels Bohr, they said, no, that's wrong. And they said there is something called as not the watermelon model, but the electrons revolve around the nucleus in their own orbit, which is called SPDF. And this is because of experimentation. Maybe at the time J.J. Thompson made the statement, there was no electron microscope, or there wouldn't have been advanced things which you can study what happens at a very minute level there. So the things started to change. Today you talk about God particles, nanoparticles, whatnot. Right? So the cycle is something which goes on. I mean, research, let me tell you, I have taken examples from astronomy, examples from nuclear physics. I mean, we are focused more on commerce and business management. Let me draw your attention. The word research is domain general. You do it in any field, the word research is the same thing. I mean, the basis, the foundation of quest for knowledge. I mean, you got to be inquisitive. And I would only go about by telling you, why project part of it, they said, in any century, you require 4 C's. You require to be a very good communicator with your oral and written communication. You got to work in teams, that is your collaboration part. You got to be having this quality of being creative and being a critical thinker. And let me tell you, project has got a thing wherein it goes about it testing all the 4 elements. One of the very basic things. It's not easy to go about with understanding the problem. It's not easy to define what the problem is. If you can do that, nothing like it. Now, I said there are these 4 phases that are there: observation, hypothesis, experimentation, conclusion. Don't worry about the PPT. I'll share it with Gajenrda Babu sir, and I believe knowledge grows by sharing. I'll give you some e-books. For me, a book like Kumar Sekaran, it's a very beautiful book on business research methodology. Then Naresh Malhotra, his book on marketing research, and Ravi Kotari's book on research methodology. If I can share the e-book with you all, that can take a long way, wherein you will get connected to your theory exam and gives you an approach in trying to do well as well. Now, how do you do the experimentation? You know, this part that is there of experimentation, you have what is called as deductive and inductive analysis. 2 phases of that. Now, what exactly is this deductive and inductive analysis? Now, we are trying to look into that. Deductive is when you go from general to particular. You do the entire population study. Now, inductive, maybe Chaitanya sir is there to talk more about what is sampling. That is what you do in inductive analysis. What you do in inductive analysis is you study a part of the population, and what holds good for that part, you say holds good for the entire population. See, I get symptoms of fever, sweating, lot of symptoms of something not going well with my body. And I believe, in myself, last time I had this same thing, doctor said it was malaria. So I said, so doctor, give me malaria drug. I mean, it's not just that way. Fever is an indication that there has been an attack on your body. You need to prepare a fever profile these days, especially after COVID. I tell you what kind of fever. Is it viral? Is it because of flu? Or is it to do with dengue? Or is it because of COVID? Why exactly fever is there in your body? You got to go over doing that analysis. That is what we do in that inductive thing. Inductive is going from particular to general. Simple thing. I mean, the basic thing, if I have to figure out if the meat is cooked or if the rice is cooked, it is only one grain in my hand will tell the quality of the entire pot. Now that is where you talk about the inductive and deductive part. Deductive, let me repeat, people must be there and become preparing for CAT exams, MAT, JAT, ATMA, whatever exam that you're preparing for. There's something called a syllogism. There's something called a reasoning. So deductive is you study the entire population and describe about one person. Inductive is you study a few people and you tell what holds good for this few holds good for the entire population. That is where you talk about the generalization part. Now there are a lot of research types that are there. I mean, there is basic research, there's applied, there's descriptive, there's analytical. But maybe what is warranted for us is actually to understand, I mean, even from your project work, what is quantitative and what is qualitative. And I'll focus on 4 more words that are there in the research. Anything that you associate with numbers, which can be identified, measured, and expressed in terms of numbers, you say it is quantitative kind of research. Things which you can't measure, things which you can't express in terms of numbers, you call that as qualitative. Okay. Let me put it this way. As a student of commerce, we use this word when we say there's something called as tangible and intangible. Tangible is things that you can measure, you can express, you can feel, you can sense it, you can count it. But qualitative is something which is intangible. You can touch, feel, and sense it. And something of that kind. And social sciences, let me tell you, most often the research is conducted through qualitative. Let's say arts, it's to do with psychology, sociology, anthropology, political science, public ad. They use mostly qualitative research. But let's say it's to do with management, or it's to do with engineering, it's to do with commerce. They tend to use what is called as quantitative. There are things which can be measured. That is what accounting definition is. Where we say, we go over the reporting and communicating things which are related with things which can be measured and expressed in terms of money, and which can't be expressed, you can't report it. So that's one of the drawbacks that you have of accounting as well. So the thing is, quantitative is to do with numbers. And let me draw your attention to another thing. Maybe there is an author by name Cresswell, Cresswell. He says that there are advantages with qualitative, there are advantages with quantitative, there are disadvantages with both. Now, why not we work upon taking the pluses or the pros or advantages of qualitative and quantitative, and we come up with another method which is called as a mixed method. I mean, that is where people are trying to work out, and at this level, at a BCom level, I think you can stick to one of them and do it there. Nothing very particular, but at an advanced level, you may think about attempting at a mixed level. Right. So I would just tell that why do we do research? There could be four things in terms of research. If you are trying to understand the problem, this is what we tell, like a problem well understood is half solved. If you're trying to throw light on understanding the problem itself, that is called exploratory. And exploratory research does not give you answers, does not give you solutions, but it goes about it making an attempt to understand the problem better. Okay, you try to get a feel of knowing what the problem is. So that is what is exploratory. Now somebody asked Rudyard Kipling, sir, where do you get all the knowledge in the world? He said, I have 6 wise men who have taught me all the knowledge in the world. It's to do with the 6 W's, who, where, why, what, when. The Japanese call it 5 W's and 2 H's. Now what happens in this descriptive kind of a research is, except the WHY, that is the why part of it, you talk about everything else. Where did it happen? When did it happen? I mean, who was involved in it and all the stuff, but you don't give what is called as the cause and effect relation. So that is descriptive kind of research. Now the next thing is about causal. If you're trying to talk about the cause and effect relationship, I mean, today morning I was trying to brush my teeth and trying to talk. I found some kind of a soreness in my throat. My voice was not very clear. And I was just trying to figure out, where did I catch cold? What did I do yesterday? Then I figured out I got tempted, probably I consumed some sweets and ice cream that had swelling on my throat. So the thing is, I'm talking about what is the cause and what is the effect. There are other members in my family where even they consumed ice cream with me, but it didn't impact them. The thing is, their internal body constitution is something different from mine. So what is causal? Causal is you're trying to establish cause and effect relation. Now, a little while ago, I've seen Naresh talking about what is independent variable and what is dependent variable. So if you're trying to go about with find a relationship between what you want to study, I mean, let's say a very simple regression model, like y is equal to dx. So you say y is the dependent variable, x is the independent variable, a is y's intercept, and b is the slope of the curve. So you know when you're studying, especially in quantitative research, you come across a lot of variables around, right? Now, how do you identify, like, which are the ones which are the cause and which are the ones which are not the cause? Which are the ones you're playing a neutral role, positive role, negative role? That is what you try to figure out with the exploratory research. And most often, let me tell you, at a BCom level, you can do an exploratory and descriptive, you can do a causal research. Nothing wrong with that, right? And let me tell you why I had to tell you about this particular thing is, this will lead to what kind of tools you will use for your analysis. If it is descriptive, I don't think you're going to use parametric, non-parametric and big things that are there. Simple things like descriptive, you may do a univariate kind of an analysis like mean, median, mode, or maybe standard deviation, variance, those kind of things. But if it is causal, probably you have to do a regression analysis or correlational analysis. Those kind of things will be needed. And one thing that I would like to tell to the students here is, please be careful. The what word, how do you set the objective? When you set your objective, make sure that you don't use words like to study, to understand, to explain, to suggest. These are not the objective words. I mean, words like to examine, to explore, to investigate. I mean, those are the words that you tend to use. Then we get to the next thing. What are the steps in research? Continue with from the earlier thing. Now, first is you'll have to formulate a research problem. Identifying the problem. The problem well understood is half solved. You are not here to reinvent the wheel. The greatest invention ever known to mankind is called as wheel. And in research, you're not supposed to reinvent the wheel. So in the area, like what my friend spoke about, circular economy. You know what is done in that area. Figure out how do people understand circular economy. Okay. Somebody has done it in automobile sector. Can you do it in electronics? Can you do it in computer hardware? So figure out what is already done and what is to be done. So the reason why you do literature review is very important thing that is there, and not many students give importance to it. I asked, like, how did you understand what the problem is without even doing or attempting what a literature review? So what literature review does is, maybe you take your topic, search it out. Maybe these days we may talk about ChatGPT or whatever kind of a thing there. But if you can put it for a Google Scholar or search it out in relevant journals or magazines, or newspapers, or you heard somebody speak on YouTube, try to figure out what are they trying to talk about the topic you want to probe, or you want to research, or you want to get in depth into. If you can do that, they tell this is an area. If you read any good research article, at the end they tell you that this is not being done, or probably the focus in future could be on this. If you read any serious project, they talk about limitations, they talk about scope for further research. That is what goes about giving you an impetus in helping you to identify gaps that are there in the previous research. So that is what will be a kind of a motivation. This is not done, and this is where I need to do. So tomorrow, if you tell it to your teacher, your guide, your supervisor, or somebody comes to conduct a Viva Voce, you must be in a position to defend yourself as to why did you choose the topic. The choice of your topic is because of the gaps you have identified. Those gaps, you need to convert that into objectives. Okay, you need to convert that into objectives. That is to examine, to probe, to identify, you start putting those kind of things in. And if you want to empirically test those objectives, you want to use statistical tools, whether you want to accept, reject those objectives kind of a thing, you require hypothesis testing. Now, very quickly, what Ramavath Naik is going to speak to you when it comes with research design is what is going to be your sources of data, primary, secondary, then what is going to be a sampling method, random, non-random, what should be your sample size, what should be your tools of analysis, and how do you go about with getting it done, and all the stuff as to what is your scope of research and all comes in that design. Now you collect the data, maybe primary, secondary, using questionnaire or available data. You analyze the data by using different tools. What holds good for a sample holds good for the entire population. You make a general way. Or let us say you do a correlation test and you come out with a value of 0.7 or minus 0.7 or 0. You know that correlation varies anywhere between plus or minus 1. So it is a negative correlation, it is a positive correlation, or it is no correlation, or it is spurious correlation or nonsense correlation. All that stuff you will be interpreting. The final thing is about report writing. From Chennappa sir, someone will go about with talking to you about that very quickly about what is this qualitative and quantitative part of it. Now, the aim of qualitative is to complete what is called as a detailed descriptive, as a descriptive research, right? The aim of quantitative, we classify, is to construct statistical models and attempt of what is being observed. What are the factors which are influencing? What are the results that are there? I mean, these days people use what is called as AMOS, people use eViews, people use Python, R-Tool, all of that sophisticated tools that are available there to go about with model building. A picture speaks 1,000 words, right? That is more so with quantitative research. In quantitative, what happens is the design emerges as the study unfolds. Here we have a model, but this will come only towards the end. And in quantitative, all aspects of the study are very carefully designed before the data is actually collected. That's the basic difference between both of them. And in qualitative, the researcher is the data gathering instrument, but in quantitative, the researcher uses tools. Now, that is what I'm trying to equip you with by telling you, before even you learn how to design a questionnaire, you need to be acquainted with what is measurement, what is scaling. Once you know that, you'll start asking questions, right? Now, data is here in qualitative is, it may be an interview. People, I ask something and you tell words. And I try analyzing those words. There is a tool called content analysis. I see a picture. I still remember when I was attending a training program at MDI Gurgaon. A professor put up a picture on the board and he said he'll write an essay. And he said, if anybody is volunteering to show me that essay, I can tell you the kind of a person you are. He's a psychologist. And let me tell you, the words that he has used to tell who I am is still ringing in my ear. So perfect. The way he had gone about with telling who I am. You know what I'm talking? That is called semantic appreciation test. CAT. Or you watch a video. What goes on in your mind? Or these days you look at advertisements. When you look at the advertisements, you're all being wired. And people can figure out what kind of triggers, what kind of hormones that are there. You're not measuring. There are a lot of other things that are there. Right? So your data is in the form of numbers and statistics input quantitative, you don't have those expressed in the form of numbers. And qualitative, what happens is the data is more rich, more time consuming, and you're not able to make a big generalization. But when you talk about quantitative, there what happens, you're able to go about with judging, the hypothesis testing, and sometimes you mix what is called as contextual data. So I don't want to dwell much on it, but I want you all surely to figure out as to what is qualitative, what is quantitative. Both have got their positives and negatives, and the emerging area of research is about mixed method of research. So this is something which I looked at a little while ago, where I said deductive is going from general to particular. So you do a census or a population study. In inductive, it is more about going from particular to general, and that is what sampling is. So what is an hypothesis? I try telling about null, alternate, person being innocent, person being criminal. So you'll have to know a little about this hypothesis. And the next part I'll focus on what is this measurement and scaling, and that's it from me. Now, what is this hypothesis? It's a kind of a tentative. It's not final. I mean, it is to be tested. It is still at the beginning stage. It's elementary. And it is a hunch. It is someone's imaginative idea. And that can become a basis for action or imagination or investigation, I beg your pardon. It is a proposition which needs to be put to test to determine the validity. It must be tested. Use statistical tools on it. And there are two more people who said it is a question put in such a way that an answer of some kind can be forthcoming. You're trying to probe that question by using tools and various statistical aspects. Now, the process of hypothesis testing, you'll have to frame a statement which is called null hypothesis. You assume that to be true. Okay, you assume that to be true, which talks about status quo, no life on Mars. You get it there? Now, if you start mining for lithium in Jammu and Kashmir, it is not going to create what happened in Jyotima, where you find cracks coming in the land, buildings are collapsing, and that kind of a thing. I mean, I say that nothing would have happened. We always talk about no change, no effect, no impact. Those kind of words we talk about in null hypothesis. Or let me say this way. You take a vaccine, you don't take a vaccine, doesn't have an impact on you. I want to check whether a vaccine is really going about with helping a person to overcome issues related with getting or coming in contact with COVID. Or for that matter, any disease. You create a vaccine, that is how you test it. You say this vaccine doesn't work. Vaccine works. So you assume that it to be true, and you go about with creating another hypothesis, which is called alternate hypothesis, which is you reject that assumption which was there of being null. So let me put it again here. I say person is innocent. A person is criminal. I mean, a lot of discussion goes on in the court of law between the plaintiff and the defendant, and ultimately, based on whatever evidence and other things are collected, the judge will say that the person is guilty. It means you're rejecting the null hypothesis. If you get enough evidence, you say the person is guilty. If you don't get evidence, you say no, continue with him being innocent or her being innocent. That is where you look for the evidence part of it. We look at what is the type 1, type 2 error a little later. How do we make mistakes with that judgment? Now, the reasoning we will go about is looking into one by one. As to what is this rejection region, what is this acceptance region, let me just put it. There's something called as type 1 error and type 2 error. And type 1 is represented by the symbol called alpha, the Greek letter, if somebody can see it here. What is this type 1 is? The hypothesis or our tentative conclusion, our guess statement, or what is to be proved. If it is true and we reject it, if it is true and we reject it, we call it type 1. If it is false and we accept it, then we call it as the type 2 error. I repeat again, a statement being true and you reject it, you call it a type 1 error. Statement being false and you accept it, you call it the type 2 error. Normally what we do is, while taking a decision, we go about with measuring by using this value which are called as 1% level 5% level, 10% level. I mean, what do I mean by alpha being 1%? I told you what is alpha. Alpha is chance of committing a type 1 error. What is type 1 error? The hypothesis being right and you reject it. Right? So if I say it is type 1 error and with 1%, which is called level of significance, based on it, I take table value, rejection region, and all that. What do I mean by that? Is the thing is 99% time my answer of not committing a type 1 error and 1% chances are I commit a type 1 error. When I say my alpha is 5%, I say that 5% times my answer is devoid of type 1 error and 95% times my answer is without a type 1. Right? Now, you have to be careful in talking about hypothesis testing with direction and without direction. Now, the thing is, if I use positive connoting words, let us say I take a medicine that goes about reducing my weight. Reducing. It's good for me, right? Now, the reduction, I mean, what kind of a word is it? If I get a vehicle overhauled, does it increase the pickup? Does it increase the mileage? Okay, it's going very smoothly without any glitches. So there I'm talking about positive connoting words. Now you'll have to check for how you would wish to check your statement. Whether you have positive connoting words, whether you have negative connoting words, whether you have neutral words. If it's a neutral word, we say it is a two-tailed test. If it is positive connoting word, we say it is a right-tailed test. If it is a negative connoting word, we say it is a left-tailed test. You got to be a little careful on what kind of test that you go about with seeking. So here I basically have a two-tailed test where that alpha value, which is type 1 error, that is where I say that it is the hypothesis being right and I reject. That is type 1 error. Hypothesis being wrong and I accept, that is beta. So I'm just looking for alpha. So if it is a two-tailed test, I put it on that 1% or 5% were divided into two ends there. But if it is a positive connoting word, I use that alpha entire 5% or 1% with positive connoting on the right side. If it is negative connoting, I use it on the left side. Now this is basically your statistics that is there. Maybe with the concept of kurtosis and other things there. If you study a data and express it in the form of a graph, it will take the shape of a normal curve. That is what we tell. It is called as the central limit theorem as well. Right. So this is a kind of a way wherein if the value what we calculated by using a statistical tool falls within this range, the white portion, then we say the null hypothesis is rejected. But for some reason, whatever answer we get based on using the parametric, non-parametric that Mallikarjuna will teach in the afternoon, if it crosses this limit, we call it the critical value. It crosses this limit there, then we say the null gets rejected and alternate gets accepted. Now, sometimes, we don't have to use the table values. Maybe we use what is called as the SPSS or Excel and other things there. Then we come across what is called as a p-value, on which basis we go about telling whether we accept, reject the hypothesis or not. Right? So what is type 1 error? I told you a little while ago. The size of alpha, that is the rejection region, affects the risk of making different types of incorrect decisions. What is type 1 error? Rejecting a true null hypothesis when it should not be rejected. Look at it again. It is rejecting a true null hypothesis. What is null? A statement. No change, no effect, no impact, kind of a thing there. So it is rejecting a true null hypothesis when it should not be rejected. And this is considered to be serious type of error. So type 1 is alpha, and it is also called level of significance. And that is the basis for hypothesis. What is type 2 error? You fail to reject a false null hypothesis. If you fail to reject, this is English again. You fail to reject in the sense it is accepting a null hypothesis. This is false. And this should be rejected actually, and it is represented with the symbol beta. Let's look at this. Let's say the legal system and how hypothesis works. Hypothesis is true, echo is the symbol we use. Do not reject it, no error with it. Hypothesis is false and you accept it. Do not reject is accept, right? So you call it beta. Now, hypothesis is true, but you reject, you call it type 1 error. And here you say no error is 1 minus beta, and here you say 1 minus alpha. Let's look at how it works in the error, I mean the legal system. Now you say a person is innocent, okay? There's nothing wrong with it. He's fully that way. But not innocent, but you don't want to reject it, which means you are accepting someone who is guilty as innocent. So that is type 2 error. What is type 1 error? A person is innocent, but you say he is guilty. You reject that. Right? That is type 1 error. Right? So you can focus a little more on that. You'll understand what it is. And let me just tell you that type 1 error can occur only when HO is true, and type 2 can occur only when HO is false. This is all measured in terms of probability. The value ranges between 0 to 1. So type 1 error is alpha, type 2 error is beta. Okay. Just p-value as well. I don't want to dwell much on that. Let me just get it. Into telling you the steps. Your null hypothesis, sometimes it's called H1 or H alpha. You got to identify the test statistics. You got to tell 1 tail, 2 tail. I mean, if the sample size is more than 30, we call it large sample. Sample size less than 30, we call it small sample. If it is large, we use Z test and we C test. Depending on the risk is about type 1 error, 5%, 1%, then we do the calculation. Then we either accept, reject the null hypothesis. That's what we do. In statistical testing, do not reject null or reject null. So we make a decision based on that. So when we do not reject, we say that null is true. When we reject null, we say that null is not true and alternative. It sounds a little odd for people who are listening for the very first time, but let me tell you, this is how decisions are made. I go to a doctor. I mean, first he goes about giving me medicines to treat my symptoms. Then he says, get a lab diagnostic test done. He writes a lot of tests and he goes about with looking at the result. And based on the result, he gives me a medicine to treat why I'm getting that disease. So he's rejecting, oh, no symptoms of malaria, so I should not give medicine for it. Oh, it is not related with dengue, so I should not treat him for that. It's not COVID, so I should not give medicines related with COVID. It is related with viral fever. So maybe give him a Dolo or maybe some other paracetamol or any other over, 2 or 3 days, take it, have adequate risk, it's done. So you're rejecting, not this kind of anything. That's what is done in medicine. Okay. I wouldn't dwell much, and you could go about looking more into it. Maybe this is not my slide. I like Mallikarjuna will take you in afternoon as to what these things are. Now let me just get into another topic as to what is measurement and scaling for some time, and we call it off with this topic. So said about what is research cycle. I spoke to you about things related with hypothesis testing, what is qualitative, quantitative, and one more part that is given to me is measurement and scaling. And in my intro, I went about sharing with you like how we, what were things that we see, things that we listen, our opinions that are there, how do we go about expressing it in terms of numbers? That is about measurement. So what do you mean by measurement is? It is assigning numbers. Or, I'll tell you in a very simple way, young ones that are there. I'm a part of various WhatsApp groups. I'm a part of my school group, which I left near about 30 years back. I'm a part of a little class group that I studied during 1992. I'm a part of a degree college, PG college, maybe my friends with whom I did PhD. Now somebody writes something. Yesterday there was something where, a man is actually bowing at a lady's feet. That normally doesn't happen in weddings, but some of them are laughing. Some of them said Ramakrishna Paramahamsa did it, or somebody else went about it venerating to his wife. We were laughing. People are putting emojis. There was talk going on. This is something, you've got to treat your partner equal. A lot of those things. It's very little elderly stuff for the kids here. But the thing is, an husband touching the wife's leg, bowing at a leg. That's a little tough. Okay. So that part of it, when it is there, people were putting different emojis. Some were getting angry, some were putting red face, some were laughing, some were couldn't control their tears, and out of laughter the tears are coming. What are you trying to do? One second. One second. Okay, I think there's no phone around. So the thing is, these are symbols, I just asked somebody who has visited a KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. When you are done with your billing, they give you a link. And they said, if you can give us a feedback, next time you come, there will be a discount on your bill of 100 rupees. And let me tell you, the feedback form is nothing but emojis in there. I mean, how was the service? How was the timing? The queue management, the cleanliness, the ambience. I mean, these are issues. So you got to identify. Now, I have given some clues. You want to check out customer satisfaction. On what parameters do you do that? So one has to go about the corresponding them with numbers. How do you assign numbers? Okay. There are some rules which are there. And how do you go about it? Putting it on a scale. That is where we talk about scaling. So why is it that you have to measure? You have to put it in, I mean, things can be improved only when you can put it into a number. Let's say I'm going to a gym. Who knows, instead of losing weight, I may be gaining weight. Unless I have a weighing machine or I have a tape with which I can figure out what is my waist size, I can't tell out if I'm reducing or I'm adding weight. There should be a tool with which to measure if you want to improve. So that is where we look into. And there are some keys that are there. And I won't get into all that stuff. But just to tell you, there are primary scales of measurement. Not all numbers are the same. There is something called as nominal scale, there's something called as ordinal scale, there's something called as interval scale, there's something called as ratio scale. Now, Virat Kohli has got 18, Dhoni has got 7, Tendulkar has got 10, or any other Messi or any of this football players have got 10. Ronaldo has got some number. You have got a roll number, you have got a hall ticket number. You can't do any calculations. Those are meant for identification and classification. Suppose I say there are people who got first rank, second rank, third rank. It can only tell you position. When I say rank, it cannot tell by how many marks the third guy lost the first rank, or what is the difference between the second ranker and the third ranker. Rank will not indicate it. It will only give you position. That is what is ordinary. Now, when I open a Deccan Chronicle, I see the left corner portion. It talks about what is the temperature in Hyderabad yesterday, what is minimum and what is maximum. So numbers, right? Maximum temperature, minimum temperature. I can't do anything except finding rain. I can't do anything beyond it. Now, those kind of numbers where you can only compute rain is called interval. But those kind of numbers where you can do all kinds of mathematical operations, we call it ratio. Now, this is very important, serious stuff, because at times people end up making mistakes. I've come across a pieces wherein a person has measured gender. I don't know from what on earth he could do that way. He said if you're a male 1, if you're a female 0, he has taken the total and divided by the number of respondents and said this is the measure of gender in my respondent profile. That is absolutely crap. You're a male, you're a female, you're an LGBT. You don't have a scale to measure your maleness and your femaleness. Be careful what kind of numbers you can apply statistical tools. That's very important. Let this sink into your mind. Not all numbers. You know, I can't do anything with serial number. I can't do anything with the roll number. I can't do anything with hall ticket number except to identify, except to classify. Gender, boys, girls. That's all. I can't do anything beyond that. Income level, upper class, middle class, or lower class. Designation. You're a blue collar or a white collar. I can't get much into it. It's only for classification. Then, look at this, what I'm talking about. Ordinal and nominal are called qualitative data. Interval and ratio are called quantitative data. This has got categories. It's more about no ordering, no direction. Now, this is about ranking. You got some scaling here as well. And interval data, differences measurement, but there is no true zero in that, right? Ratio, there is a true zero. So you have to do a little more to understand that. So these are something which is to do with scaling core, basics before we get into what is scaling all about or measurement all about. And again, types of data, quantitative and qualitative. So things which are with decimal are called continuous. Things that are without a decimal are called discrete. And continuous, you have interval and ratio. Qualitative, you have nominal and ordinal. Few more things that I want to drive so that it's a platform for Mallikarjuna to see what is a parameter and what is a statistic. And when you describe the characteristics of a sample, you call it statistics. You describe the characteristics of a population, you call that as a parameter. What do you describe? What characteristics? Let me put it in my next slide. Now, if you talk about sample, if it is mean, we say X bar. If it is population, we use a symbol called mu. If it is standard deviation, for a sample, we never use a symbol called sigma. Instead, we say S, which is standard error. For population, we say sigma. If it is proportion, we say capital P for population, small p for sample. If it is size, we say capital N for population size and small n for sample. So whatever thing, except for chi-square, where you get O symbol for observed frequency, E symbol for expected frequency. At a BCom level, if you're doing projects, I think most of the hypothesis testing will be in and around these symbols alone. So it talks about types of scale. Maybe this is a slide which is more related to Malik sir in the afternoon from City College, Dr. Mallikarjuna will be speaking. Like if it is nominal, what kind of statistical tool? If it is ordinal, look at it, mode, or it is to do with median, or if it is interval, I'm using mean, range, standard deviation. If it is ratio, I'm using geometry. You know what I listed is only the descriptive statistics part of it. Maybe there are some more things that are there, which talks about what are the tools that can be used, or some more things wherein I get into inferential statistics. I mean, this is there in your syllabus, chi-square. I mean, let me put it this way there. If things can be expressed, put in numbers, we call it variable. If things can be expressed in numbers, we call it attribute. You're a sincere person, you're an honest person, you're a good person. I don't have a measuring tape. I can only tell you you're good or bad. I can tell you if you're functional or not. I can tell you if you're sincere or not. For that, I use what is called a chi-square, associate. If I want to express relationship between numbers, I call it correlation. Relationship between attributes, then I use associate. So that is where you use the chi-square and other things there. Now let me just get into telling you that scaling is of two types. One is called as comparative scaling, and another is called as non-comparative scaling. So the scaling technique under comparative, these are all what is there part of my talk and maybe the theory exam that you will take at the end of your BCom, or tomorrow if you have to apply in your project, be careful with what these stuff is. I do paired comparison. Okay, I have 3 children. How do I compare the first one with the second one? How do I compare the second with the third? I said the third is better than the first. Second is not as good as the third. I mean, how do I do the comparison? No, you're comparing automobiles, you're comparing mobile phone, compare a Samsung with a, let's say with the Reddy or with OnePlus, or let us say you would do it with an Apple phone, or whatever kind of a thing that you have. So what is this rank order? What is constant sum? What is Q sort? What is graphic rating scales which come in non-comparative, which is to do with continuous or itemized. And this is very commonly used scale, which is called Likert. This is the 5-point scale. Strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Or I may use semantic differences, an extreme word. Boring to interesting. Very engrossing to very dull. Semantic is to do with language. Spatial scale is to do with a 10-point scale. Let me just delve a little more into this comparative, non-comparative. Let's look at the comparative scales, which is to do with paired, rank order. Now look at it. You are trying to look at comparative scales, and here you say that please rate Domino's in comparison to Pizza Hut. And basis of your satisfaction, it's a 11-point scale from 1 to 11. Okay. 1 is extremely poor and 11 is extremely good. Domino versus Pizza Hut. Variety of menu, value for money, speed of service, promotional offers, food quality, brand name that you can remember or not, or you really love associating with it, or quality of service, convenience in terms of takeaway, friendliness of salesperson, quality of packaging, adaptation of Indian taste, they're all abroad, and the side orders or appetizers or the different kinds of dips you may take, all those things come in. So people will tell us that whatever score you get, whether Domino's is better off or Pizza Hut is better. This is one way. Another way is you have these different shampoo brands. I don't compare this with this, but when I say Dermat, I compare it with Tinashe, I get 0 to tell that this is better compared to this. Then I do the total. And what I get is, in this paired comparison, compare one brand with the other, I see that the shampoo brand of Head and Shoulders has got 4. So this is best among these 5 brands. This is called a paired comparison. Okay, rank order. I mean, I will ask you, among all these toothpaste, this is the best toothpaste that you would like. For what reason? If someone is a smoker, then I think if they go for, which one is that? A, which removes even the nicotine tan on your tooth. I mean, I look for Colgate, I look for Pepsodent or Close-Up, and how do you rank them? Rank order. And there are reasons, you may rank even these cool drinks that are there. I mean, you look to the highest. The different ways that you would talk about music among young ones. I mean, I belong to a very old generation. I love country music. But now I think you talk about hip hop and a lot of other things that are there, urban contemporary or the young ones. I think students who love heavy metal. I'd like to tell what you prefer. Now you talk about less innovative to more innovative between these 2 brands, Chevrolet and Ford. Constant sum, what I do is, I'll give each of you all 100 points. So which character or which feature you like in that brand, give some number to it. I remember CC&BM Institute students doing a project on why do people eat chocolate? And they found 31 different reasons. I said, if somebody can prepare a perfect chocolate, it should have this 31 ingredients. I mean, it changes mood. It is an appetizer, or it goes about with, I mean, making you feel happy. And koi to pass ho gaya, no? Pakku pass ho gaya, or you want to go about with moon meeta kar lo. There's some reason why you eat chocolate. But what is that you give more importance? A person like me who's elderly, chocolates are a no. But the thing is, they said dark chocolates are really good for health. So what do I go about it doing? What do I give importance to? So what I give importance to is not the same. A kid would like it to be sweet. An elderly person would like a dark chocolate which is bitter. So I give more importance to it and not to the other one. Right? If I give a bitter chocolate to a kid, he'll spit it out and say, this is not chocolate. It is medicine. Right? So I'm talking about that. What you would look for in a bathing soap or whatever thing that is there, constant sum. Let's say you'll have to give 100 points to these things that are there. I mean, you're talking about a bank, hours of service, friendliness, distance from home, I mean, investment vehicles, the parking facilities that they provide. What is that which gives more importance to? So what you do in Q sort is you have file, it's like a piano file. You arrange all the opinions you get from an extreme bad to an extreme good set of an opinion, and you have squats being created, and that is what you do in a Q sort. Right? Non-comparative, you have graphic rating scales and all this. Semantic differential, I guess probably works to probably like this, different aspects that you would work out. And I mean, where do you put it? This is a scale from 10 to 100. This is marketing resource score. And you like to figure out where did you put your scale on, or anything like this. You'd like to see from very easy to very hard that you put this semantic difference. Or you may use graphic rating is nothing but by using emojis. This is understood. And you can implement this in your project work as well, in your questionnaire. You ask the question, how do you rate Vijaya diagnostics among their so many Tapadia, so many other diagnostics? And get visual communication from people, whether they say the services are very poor to very good kind of a thing. Okay. And then let's say graphic ratings can be further. It can be non-comparative or it can be comparative. It can come anywhere along this. Semantics, semantics is to do with language. So you're trying to say, where do I put the tick mark on old-fashioned or modern, low price or high price? These are all semantic differentials, opposite words you find. Sophisticated, unsophisticated, narrow, wide, unfriendly, friendly, low price, high price, modern, old. Now you find that opposite words coming in. And maybe you will try drawing out a kind of a thing you like to compare. You see such kind of work in cricket matches, right? As the match progresses, how did the earlier team perform to the next team performing? Per over, number of wickets, number of runs to be scored, whether they're falling behind, and these kind of things you could study. Or brand profiling of car care. Wow. You have taken these parameters and tell there are 3 different car care centers. Sears is one, Firestone is one, Midas is another. And try to figure out who's doing well on which parameter. 3 different colors. And itemized rating scales could be that. Literature, this is what I was trying to say, that you get from a strongly agree, disagree, and strongly agree. So it is like they're converting the opinion to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Or it can be 0, 1, 2, -1, -2, whichever way you prefer. Okay, it's getting close to 1 o'clock or a little beyond that. And I wouldn't get much. I'll share the CPT with Gajenrda Babu sir, and probably can share it. And once you view your questionnaire, this is what is the precursor for questionnaire design. Questions are open-ended, closed-ended. In your exam, final exam, you get the same question paper, but people use different words to express. That is called open-ended. But suppose I restrict your answers to 4 options, MCQ, A, B, C, D. That is called closed-ended. Closed-ended can be dichotomous, yes or no, or trichotomous. Why should I force somebody to say yes or no? I include another option which is neutral, which we call don't know, can't say. Or yes, don't know, no. 3 options. Or more than 3, we call it multiple choice. So that is where spend a little time on questionnaire design. Whether to know your questionnaire is right or wrong, you'll have to look for, what Naresh spoke about, checklist. For questionnaire design too, there is a beautiful checklist provided in Naresh Malhotra book that is there. So if you can take it and work it out, you just got to get with your guide's help, I think that can take you miles there. So I stopped my presentation at this point. I find some questions in chat. Thanks for saying that it was a good presentation at 1 o'clock from Manoj Gedlakar and from Kanti ma'am, who was my student in the past. So any questions, if I could take, I would do it. I have my head of the department and my senior, Professor Chennappa sir, listening to me, coordinating this entire program from morning. Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity and accommodating me with the time that I have asked, because I had some other task that is there. Thanks for bringing the changes, Chennappa sir. Thank you once again, Gajenrda,
Patrick,
for the entire logistics.
Yeah, Professor Patrick, wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Very live show.
Thank you.
Yeah, great, Patrick. Yeah.
I'm done. Janki, any questions or?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. I could sum up few questions. That is that students are asking that, is it mandatory, means out of their unknown things, is it mandatory of framing hypothesis? Why not only go with the objectives for a student project?
Right.
Is it possible, sir?
It is a teacher who has asked, I believe, there. It all depends on the kind of objective that you choose. If it is descriptive, you don't require hypothesis. If it is exploratory, also you may not. But if it is causal, you would probably require a hypothesis. So it depends upon the nature of the objective that you have. You'll have to look for. So, at a BCom level, I don't say it is compulsory. It is must and should that you should have hypothesis that is there. Even at PG level, people take time to understand what is hypothesis. But let me tell you, there are smart enough students in BCom honors. I don't distinguish between students that way there. Even I'm a slow learner myself. But I would only tell the students that it's not a very difficult thing. But tomorrow, if you're getting into business analytics, decision making, and other things there, it is nice that if you can learn hypothesis testing and the tools that are there. Either way, you're learning the theory. So to make sure that you have understood and put it into practice, application of knowledge is a better test that is there. Nothing wrong if you can use small hypothesis to start with, nothing wrong. But again, to rephrase, it is not must and it is not compulsory. You can do your project even without a hypothesis.
Thank you, sir. And we have one more question, sir.
Yeah.
To do any qualitative research, what kind of education or training I need to conduct qualitative research? And also based on qualitative only, they asked one more question, sir. What would be the ideal sample size for conducting any qualitative project?
Right. Now, 2 things I would tell you. Qualitative, most probably they teach it more at arts level, maybe it's a case study, or it's to do with a survey kind of a thing, or it could be a panel discussion. Those are some of the techniques that you use in qualitative research. And yes, you could go about doing. And when it comes to the issue of time, I can only tell if people are listening to English, there is a website called Qualtrics.com. Qualtrics.com. Qualtrics. Now, what does it say is, it has got a sample size calculator. Now, anything which is about 10,000, let's say the population is about 10,000, you say it is infinite. Anything below 10,000, we say it is finite. And you can check it out whether it is Kotari or whether it is Naresh Malhotra or Uma Sekharan books that are there. What you will get is, it is not feasible to collect data from 10,000 odd. So what you would do, there is a size which is based on the tool you use. If you want better results with chi-square, you should have a minimum size of 50. If it is Z-test, 30 and above. With the p-test, anything between 1 to 29. But the thing is, if you want to make generalization, whatever you study about the sample, you say it should hold good for the entire population. So when you want to do such a kind of a study, then what is required is you should have a minimum sample size of 384 if it is an infinite population. So more so you can dwell upon looking it into Qualtrics. It gives you a lot about sample size determination, and it is again related with your thing which is called your tools of analysis, with your objectives. A lot of those things come in. Your type 1 error, type 2 error, everything is accommodated in that sample size calculator. Hope I answered those two questions.
Yes, sir. Sir, the last one, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, as you have discussed about 3 topics, that is scaling techniques, qualitative and quantitative analysis, and also the hypothesis.
Yeah.
And at last, you have discussed on open-ended and closed-ended questions,
Yeah.
and started with the Likert scale.
Yeah.
So, to have Likert scale, now which type of questionnaire? Is it open-ended or closed-ended? And how to decide, sir, at this juncture?
If it is to do with the Likert, it is a closed-ended, because you are asking people to choose anything among the 5 options. You get it there? If it is open-ended, you give whatever opinion you want. If it is closed-ended, under that only it comes, wherein I get 5 options. I make a statement and I ask you to select anything from strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. So anywhere between the 5 options I'm asking, so it is a closed-ended.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, because I'm asking my own teacher question now.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Gajenrda Babu, sir. The question and answer session has been ended for this particular session, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you, madam. Sir, really nice session, sir. Many of the students like to listen your voice and topics we have styling. And the topic selected is scaling techniques, quantitative, qualitatives, and hypothesis testing. Very nice, sir. It's more informative and even practical also, because the scaling is also most important for hypothesis testing. So the research cycle that you have taken, and types of research also nice, sir. And purpose, why you have to do the research purpose, and what are the different steps involved in the research process also nice, sir. And how to frame the research problem and all these things, and how to do the hypothesis testing, and what are the different types of errors. These are all nice, sir. Most informative. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, before
one thing I can tell you, you were a wonderful student taking all the notes.
Okay, sir. Before going ahead, I have small information. This is towards the students. Dear students, good afternoon. Today we have completed 2 sessions, morning 2 sessions. Next we will have another sessions will be there after lunch, post half an hour lunch break. And before breaking, going for break, here we have I'll just demonstrate how to download the certificate, online certificate. Okay, I'm sharing the screen. So I will be sharing the link to you, URL. So after entering the URL in the browser, you'll get like this. This is a certificate. There's a blank certificate is there, and down generate certificate is there. So if you want to generate certificates, you have to fill your name here. Suppose, for example, I'm giving my name, and here I'm giving some hall ticket number. Suppose, for example, 301 or 302, and here I'm typing my college name where I'm studying. So once you type like this, here you have to give your name, your degree hall ticket number. Please be cautious while giving hall ticket, because you may have 10, your college code. It's a very lengthy one, and maybe somewhere 20 others. 583-002 like that. Okay, this would be your hall ticket. So you have to give full hall ticket number, and here you give your college name and with including even the place where it is located. After giving these details, you click down here, generate certificate. Once I click on the generate certificate, Anas madam, please mute. Madam, please mute. So once you generate certificate, you will get your suggestion like this. Here you can save it or else you can open it. I'm just opening it. Once I open the certificate, so this is a certificate is going to be, okay. My name is printed, my hall ticket number and my college. So this is how you can download the certificate. The URL is simple, very simple. So this is a URL, dost.cgt.go.in/cert40c.do. We'll be sharing this event link also in the your to mail or your attended YouTube mail ID. This is how to download the certificate. Okay. Chennappa sir, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Break for lunch, and now even Ramavath Ravi is also ready. Then now around 1+ is there. What time again we are going to restart? Kindly announce it to them.
Yeah, it's already 1:15, sir.
Yes, yes.
I think we can start at 2 p.m. or else
Okay.
1:40.
Okay,
2 p.m.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock is better option.
Yes,
Okay.
2 o'clock, sir. Short.
Okay, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock
Please take
session will
care.
start. Dear students.
Yeah.
Sir, yeah.
I will join
Dear
around
students.
2 o'clock again.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
You can coordinate.
Dear students, the session is morning session is ended. The YouTube live streaming will be on. Turn off this one because again we cannot share the YouTube link. But you can take 45 minutes break for the lunch. We'll again rejoin at 2 p.m. Same link, YouTube link. Okay. Thank you, one and all.
Gajenrda, good work.
Sir.
Yeah, good work. Very good work. Excellent. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Is it audible, sir, my voice?
Yes, it's audible, sir. Voice is audible. Your video is also visible, sir. Nice, sir. Nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Ravi sir. How are you?
Madam, fine, madam. Fine, madam. మీరు ఎలా ఉన్నారు, madam?
Good, sir. Good, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon to dear participants and delegates. Now, let us start the afternoon session. The resource person for this afternoon session, first afternoon session, is Dr. Ramavath Ravi, Associate Professor of Commerce, Government Degree College, Chancellor, Hyderabad. The topic is research design. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce my senior in service, Dr. Ramavath Ravi. Sir did his MCom, BCom, and he did even PhD from the Osmania University. Sir is gold medalist in BCom, and he did MBA from Pondicherry University. And Sir worked as a assistant professor, vice principal, IKC coordinator in Chenchalguda. Is working Telangana presently. Before joining this present place, he worked as academic consultant in Osmania University, PG centers of Nalgonda, Gadwal, Medak for 3 academic years from 2005-6 to 2007-8. He has vast experience, 17 years of experience of teaching for undergraduate and postgraduates. He published 2 books, including edited book, and more than 33 research papers in national and international repute. In the last 1.5 decade, he has participated in more than 16 national and international seminars, workshops, conferences. And he also acted as an organizing secretary for national seminar, 1-week national level faculty development program, and also conducted campus placements drive. He was a lifetime member. He is a lifetime member, Indian Commerce Association, Indian Accounting Association, and Telangana Commerce Association. Sir was honored Stage Teacher Award in 2018 by the government of Telangana, and is also presently acting as a member Board of Studies in Commerce and Business Management, Kakatiya University, Warangal, and is also a member in Editor Board of Commissioner of College Education, Telangana Journal of Commerce and Business Management, and also member in Telangana Commerce Association. Before working present Government Degree College Chenchalguda, he worked as an assistant professor of commerce at Pingli Government Degree College for Women, Autonomous Vaddapalli, Hanmakunda, Telangana for 4 years from 2018 to 22. Sir held so many additional responsibilities as a vice principal, IPSC coordinator, MOOS coordinator, and he also worked in Government Degree College, Mahabubabad for 10 years from 2008 to 2018. Sir joined in government service in 2008. He has 15 years of experience, and he also acted as NSS program officer in this college during the period from 10th September 2009 to July 2015. And when he was a program officer of NSS at Government Degree College, Mahabubabad, he played a vital role in creating awareness, leadership qualities, and sense of discipline among the students, which in turn made a credible society. He had successfully conducted 6 NSS winter special camps and even conducted 1 district level camp. Sir was awarded Best NSS Program Officer Award in the year 2015, and he also has International Rotary Club Award award also. And with this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Ramavath Ravi, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you so much for brief introduction about me. Thank you. Thank you for. First of all, I thanks to given opportunity as a resource person in the workshop. So now I am not. Sorry. 1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Please take your time. Your screen is visible, sir. PPT.
The screen is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes, yes. First of all, I thanks to the City College Commerce Department, and also I extend my thanks to the Professor Chennappa sir Osmania University, Head Department of Commerce. So now my role is the research design. So anyhow, I want to discuss the brief introduction about the research introduction or meaning. Then I will start my research design topic. So you know very well about that one. Research is something people undertake in order to find the or increase their knowledge, is searching for the knowledge. So the knowledge is the process we are going to discuss here. What is the process mean here? We discussed it in the 7-8 steps is there. First is the selecting of research area and defining the research problem, review of literature, establishing the objectives and developing the working hypothesis, preparation of research design and analysis and interpretation of result, and finally preparation and presenting final research. So my part is the preparation of research design. I'm not covering all the steps, but these are the procedure for doing the research. Now, what is the research problem? Basically, research start with the identification of the problem. To identify the problem, a researcher's problem is the question that researcher wants to do the solution for the problem or find the question to the answer for the problem. So now the sources of resource. We can identify the different source for the problem, basically to identify the personal experience or practice of experience in clinical experience by nurse or medical department, and previous research resources are source of existing things and consumer feedback, and also social and political issues. So these are the different source available for the identify the research problem. Now coming to the next thing, this is the table I'm trying to explain for this thing for easily understand about the what is the research problem. For example, now our broad area of research is a example I am showing on the PPT. Example, banking is my area. Now I am going to do research in banking. For the banking is a broad area. So in the broad area, we cannot study whole area. So then we can classify the sub areas, or you can call specific area. In the banking, I am going to study a digital payment. In the subtopic, sub-theme is a digital. So my main area is the banking. Second specific topic is a specific area is a digital payment. So now I identify the question. So in digital payment, what I am going to do? So in digital payment, so digital payment is a common. In the digital payment, what I am going to do? I mean the researcher, what the researcher wants to do. So here I frame a question. That is the research problem. Whether the customers are satisfied with the digital payment system of SBI Bank. This is the question. So I am selecting first bank is the area, and the bank specific area is a digital payment. And similarly, whether the customers are satisfied with the digital payment of SBI is the question, the problem of the research. So the problem of the research. So the problem of the research is the main thing for the research. When I identify the problem, then the problem will converting into title. So here the research title will showing in the next column, the level of customer satisfaction towards the digital payment system of SBI, a special reference to the government college students in Hyderabad city. So these are the steps. Now I identify the title. Then when I am identifying the title, then so title is the one main concept. To achieve this title, main objective, I may be divide. The research may be divide sub-components, the sub-objectives, sub-themes. The main objective is to level up satisfaction towards the digital payment. In this regard, I may be dividing sub-components to understanding, to supporting this thing. So I am dividing two angle example. One is to understanding the banking system and digital payment mechanism in India. And similarly, to study the student perception with respect of digital payments of SBI Bank. So this is the example for the research area, sub-area, research problem identification, and research title and objectives of this title. Then these things already discussed our previous resource person, our professor already discussed. My part will start after identifying the research gap or research identification of problem or deciding well structured the objectives. Then the research design will goes to start. Then research design will goes to start. Now, once again, I am repeating same thing. In the area is next, you can think marketing. Marketing is the one area. So advertisement is sub area. And whether the advertisement influencing on the customers, increasing the customers' demand for washing powder, like that. These are the three examples I am putting in that screen. So these are the basic research steps. First, we are identifying this area or identifying the research problem. The research problem which you have identified, that research problem converting into title, already we converted title in the three example, and the title will reaching to reach the title goal. So we may be divide in sub goal. The sub goal we can call the objectives of the study. Now, after identifying this, now our research design process will goes to start. So what is the research design? Now, what is the research design? Basically, I will give one example. I maybe try to explain with one example. So before going to construct a building or building owner, the building owner to decide where I should construct my building, in how much area I am going to construct, and whether the land is which direction, which facing is there, and how many floor I am going to construct, and what are the design we are going to construct a building, and how many bedrooms and how many kitchens, or where is the puja gadi, like that. So the total structure before going to construct, the house owner should take the blueprint of the house. This is called blueprint, we can call construction of house. Similarly, after identifying the research problem, after identifying the research title, so the researcher wants to prepare a blueprint for the further completion of the research. This is called research design. So now we are going to try to explain in the what is the research design. Research design is a plan to answer the question. Answer the question mean problem to solution is a systematical arrangement. Is a systematical arrangement. Who made this arrangement? This arrangement made by the researcher or investigator. First, a framework or blueprint mean is the action plan. When the research will goes to start and when research will goes to end. Or what are the components we are going to cover. Or here, the master plan is specific method. Or master plan for a specific method. Which method we are going to adopt for collecting of primary data or secondary data. A study strategy for how the data will collect and how data will analyze. So this maybe explain the research design. Now coming to the functions of research design as a blueprint, direction of function, anticipatory function. So the direction of function blueprint is already we explained. Direction of function means detect the boundaries of research activities. Anticipatory function means the course of literature review. By studying the previous literature review and we get idea or we get solution or we get plan for our research design. Next, coming to the next one, need for the research design. It is the smooth functioning of various steps involved in the research design and more accuracy or certain way of following the research, and as well as the research help the advanced planning method which adapted by the collecting or relevant data. Now coming to the next thing. So these are the future or characteristics of the research. So we are not going to focus on this thing. So research design. And now here we are going to follow here. First one. First thing, the title already we decided. Statement of problem, review of literature. Review of literature means the previous studies. So the researcher, for example, we selected our topic is the banking, the electronic payment system or digital payment system. Then we can refer the previous research happened in that particular topic. Either journals, magazines, newspaper, anything, either published or unpublished, to read the previous research or you to find the research gap. Then objectives of the research. Now, the research methodology is source of data. The collection of data, the data may be collecting in the two sources. One is the primary source and secondary source. Now, what is the primary data or primary source? The primary data or primary source, the first-hand information collected by the researcher or investigator. So in the previous is not available. This time, initially, the researcher, the first time, the new is information, new data has collected by the now only the researcher. That is called primary data or secondary data. Now we are going to discuss brief about the what is the primary data and how we are going to collecting the primary data. There are different procedure for the collecting primary data. We can procedure, we can call, or you can call methodology or method for collecting primary data. Here basically three method for collecting primary data. Number one is the survey method. Number two is the experimental data. Number three is the observation. There are three methods for collecting primary data. Number one, survey method. Survey means respondent. Here, who is the respondent and who is the researcher? I'm trying to explain. Researcher, or you can call investigator. Researcher is the who has person doing research. The person we can call researcher or investigator. The person who has given response, that person we can call respondent. For example, when the researcher asks the question, then someone has given response, that someone we can call respondents. Means simply who has given response by the researchers, that person we can call respondent. Now your question relationship between respondents and investigator, or you can call researcher. So very clear. So survey means the investigator or agency need the respondent and get the required data. Need the respondent and interview through different mechanism and get the required data from the respondent. This is the one method for collecting primary data. Second, experimental data. They conduct the experiment by control the various variables. Mean here variable mean independent variable or dependent variables. This especially for the experiment in the laboratory work will goes to do this example. Or observation data. This is also one type primary data collection method. So we are not interviewing anyone, just we are observing. In medical clinical experiment or medical experiment or psychological experiment, only the doctors or psychologists only observing the patient condition. He is not interviewing anything or he want not asking anything. Just the psychologist observing the patient and finally he conclude the condition of the patient. So these are the three different methods for the collecting primary data. Now I am trying to explain. So the interview. For these are the different three methods for collecting this. This is the procedure for collecting. So by interviewing the respondent, so we are collecting the data. Here there are two types of interviews there. Direct interview methods or indirect interview methods. In direct interview method, face-to-face interview. Mean the respondent or investigator or researcher went to the personally respondent house or respondent place and personally interact face-to-face interview. or telephonic interview. The respondent doesn't went to the researcher doesn't went to the respondent place. Just he made a phone call by personally and asked the structured question or unstructured question. So it means researchers should decide, prepare either structured or unstructured, maybe both angle, or computer administered telephone. So computer administered or computer administrated, because in the nowadays we prepare the questionnaires in Google form. The Google form sent to concerned respondent. The Google form filled by the concerned field respondent and sent back mean automatically the answer will get to our concerned mail ID. Then that is also one of the method to collect the primary data. And indirect methods. By indirect method mean, so in that case, questionnaires or correspondence or enumeration. So questionnaires mean the respondent should prepare questionnaires in relevant study arranged in logical manner, and that questionnaires to ask the respondent either face-to-face, either telephonic, either computer. These are both previous direct method. And local correspondence. The local correspondent mean investigator. Researcher doesn't involve directly. Researcher collect the data between some mediator. For example, you take the Enadu newspaper. Enadu newspaper is the investigator or researcher. The Enadu newspaper or researcher collecting data through different channel, like through agent appointed by the Enadu newspaper, and the agent has collecting the data behalf of Enadu office, behalf of Enadu. Agent has collecting data from the respondent and prepared the structure, and same structure will send to the Enadu. So now Enadu has publishing the data. These are we can call local correspondent. So this is the different place. Local correspondent or local agent appointed by the researcher in different place. So different place, how the place will decided mean according to our research design, according to our research requirement. Now coming to the third step, enumeration. Enumeration is also one of the data collection method, but this is not a simple way. It is a large scale data requirement. So then this method we are going to adopt. For example, we are going to prepare a research project or watershed development or irrigation development, any of the area. For this purpose, we are going to collect the data throughout the Telangana. So in this connection, a researcher has appointed a person for collecting the data. That person we can call enumerator. And then researcher has give training to the enumerators. Then well training, how to collect, what to collect, when to collect. These are all the training provided by the research institute or researcher. And then that enumerator go to the field and collecting the data by interviewing the respondent and fill the data, whatever they collected data, fill immediately in schedule. Schedule they prepared by the investigator, and that schedule filled by the enumerator by interviewing the respondent. This is called enumeration, the process of enumeration. The enumerator fill that information, whatever the information asked by the respondent responding the answer, then filled by the in systematical arrangement, whatever the structured schedule. Now coming to the what is the difference between schedule and what is called questionnaire. Questionnaires also prepared by the investigator and schedule also prepared by the investigator. But different is that the collection is different. But schedule is filled by the investigator himself. The questionnaire filled by the respondent himself. That is the difference. Now coming to the next step. Okay, the secondary data. The secondary data mean this is the already existed data. Data is available in previous. Already someone has collected and stored in different methods. So basically, this secondary data is available: books, newspaper, magazines and reports, publication, research article, government data. For example, census data is already prepared, census department. So we can store, whenever you require. For example, we need Warangal district census data, just you download or you can take from the census department, you can apply it. Or PhD thesis. For example, now I am doing PhD in digital payment mechanism. In previously, anyone can happen or done by the PhD thesis. That is the reference for that my research supporting document or online sources. These are the secondary data. Now, for collection of the primary data, what is the primary data and sources of primary data and secondary data. Now, I'm coming to the explain here. So the variables, basically variables. What is the meaning of variables? And variables is the very important components. So when we are preparing the questionnaires, variable is one of the major components. What is the variable? I am going to try to explain. For example, in previous digital payment is title we are selected. In that we are asking some question. For example, gender, male, female. Male is one variable, female is one variable. Marital status, married, unmarried, or single, whatever may be that. So here married is one variable, unmarried is one. So this is the variable. For example, educational qualification. The demographical, I am explaining demographical situation. So educational, UG level or PG level or others, technical level. So these are the example. So these are the variables. So variable may be independent variable or dependent variable. So here I am going to give an example. So what is the independent and what is the dependent? So I try to explain one example. The medical expenditure is one parameter and age is the one parameter. So for example, age less than 20 years, 20 to 30 years, 30 to 40 years, above 40 years, like that. These are the scale I am using. So now there is no relationship between age and medical expenditures. Please listen carefully. There is no relationship between age factor and medical expenses or expenditures. In this case, I am going to compare these two angles. One angle is a age factor. Second angle is a medical expenditure. In medical expenditure, less than 50,000 per annual, less than 50,000, 50,000 to 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh. These are the three components. So when I am comparing, so age factor is a independent variable or medical expenditure is a dependent variable. Independent means, for example, age or expenditure. For example, when age will increasing, old age, the medical expenditure will also increase. If they less than 20 years, the teenager, the medical expenditure will decrease. Mean depending on age, the expenses will depend. So age is a independent variable and expenditure is a dependent variable. Mean in expenditure depends on age. Or these are the example. Or another. So gender, male or female, there is no significant difference between the gender and medical expenditures. So this also we can discuss the example. I am quoting this example. So male and female and medical expenditures. These are the one example I am quoting. So now coming to the next thing. So types of research, sorry. So now sample, example, sample is a very important component. So now I am trying to give an example. We are going to study digital payment. In previous example only I am explaining. Digital payment or satisfaction of the student satisfaction towards the digital payment of SBI Bank. In this regarding, students been in Hyderabad city. The Hyderabad city, thousands of student is there. Thousands of student we cannot interview it. So what parameter we are going to select? So in this regard, in total Hyderabad student, we can call the population of our study. Mean our targeted group is a higher education student. Higher education mean degree or PG student is our targeted. Mean this is called universal or this is called population. Now among the population, so example, this is a 10,000 student, higher education student is there. We cannot interview 10,000 student. It is not possible to interview 10,000 student. Then we go for alternative. That is the alternative mean out of 10,000, we are selecting either 1% of student or 5% of student or 10% of student. For example, we are selecting 1,000 student or we are selecting 100 student according to the probability sample or non-probability sample is there. We are not going to discuss elaborately that probability or non-probability, just sample. We are selecting few people among the population. Population mean not our general population. Population mean higher education students of the Hyderabad city is our population. Among that population, we are selecting 100 sample. 100 people, 100 student is called sample. Selecting one sample, selecting second sample like that. So is the process of selecting sample is called sampling. So for example, for this example, in this Hyderabad, 100 colleges is there. Example, in 100 college study, so we cannot study 100 college. So we decided 4 areas, north, east, south, west. North 5 colleges, east 5 colleges, like all the 4 direction, 5 into 2, 20. Or each college is 5 students, like that 100. We are making a structure. So this is called sampling. So in this structure, research design, once again I am repeating. So research design is a layout, how to do research, or what is the here. Research design has given the question. What is the question has raised by the research design? So number one by one. First thing, what is the research study and why is the research study is being made, or where will the study be carried out, and what type of data required, where can the required data for found, or what period of time will be study include, what will be sample design, and what techniques of data what are the techniques to use. So all the questions we are discussing. For example, study identified, already we discussed it. Types of data we discussed it, primary and secondary, and where we should collect, already we discussed it. Period mean, so in case we period mean, for example, we studied in depth study in summer, winter, like 3 period we can collect the data. And in case of primary data, in case of secondary data, we can take 10 years period, 15 years period, 5 years period. But primary period is the like a gap between the 3 months gap, 4 months gap, 5 months gap we are collecting and we concluding the data. So that like that. So now coming to the next parameter is that, so here types of research design. So here 3 types of, basically we classifying 3 types of research design is there. Exploratory research design, second one descriptive research design, and third one casual research design. Third one is a casual research design. So what is the casual research design, or what is the experiment? Now I am going to try to explain in a comparative model. In a comparative model, for example, so first example, you see the example, basic exploratory research design. descriptive research design, casual research design. In case of meaning, first basic is the meaning. What is the research design? What is the research design? Already we discussed it. But the research design in 3 angles now we are going to discuss with comparatively. Example, exploratory research design. This is the investigation is generally carried out when the problem is on preliminary stage. So generally, for example, I am trying to explain. So one of the best example, for example, we are planning to visit Kulu Manali as a field visit, or we are planning to visit Kashmir. That is a general. So before going to visit Kashmir, we know that we get some information about the Kashmir. What are the places we are going to visit and how many places is there, and adding according to the priority. And either we can collect the secondary source or either we can collect the primary. So primary mean, so already someone has visited Kashmir, then you take opinion of that particular person. So like this type of research, means generalized research, not a specific purpose, not specifically, generally. So for our understanding purpose and gaining knowledge purpose, to enhance our knowledge purpose, we are doing this type of research. That research design we can call exploratory research design. Exploratory research design. So here exploratory, that's thing. And next, in case of descriptive research design. Descriptive research design provides an in-depth description of the phenomena or population. Population mean already we discussed it. Population mean not the general population. Population is our study population. For example, our study population is a awareness about the health insurance policy. In case study of Hyderabad district, our population is only Hyderabad population is our study population, and it includes those policy holder of the health insurance. That is our population. So here, this type of population, a particular field or frequency of event we are going to study. Mean it is specifically either individual or group of problem. Next, casual research design. To identify any causal link between factor or variable. Already we discussed in factor variables. Variable mean age is one variable, age, gender, female, like that. So here variables mean comparing one variable to another variable. For example, our income will increase. Our income will increase. This is a one variable. So our grocery purchase expense will increase. That is the two components. For example, there is a relationship between, so our income is one class. So income is increasing. Our expenditures on particular grocery or luxury expenditure will increasing. There is a relationship between one cause to another cause. One variables to another variable. Now coming to the next thing. Next one. Sorry. So objectives. Discover ideas and thought or common knowledge enhancement in case of exploratory research. In case of descriptive research, describe the characteristics and function. And next, in case of casual, to determine the clauses or relationship. What are the clauses for happening the situation, or what are the relations between two correlations? Now, in case of the characteristics, in case of first one, there is a flexible. In case of descriptive, rigid, the formation or specific hypothesis framed by the investigator in a systematically. And similarly, in case of manipulation of independent, already we discussed independent. What is the independent or dependent variables? Sampling, non-probability sampling, and probability sampling, and probability sampling. So statistical design. No pre-planned design is the unstructured, roughly working. This is there is a particular plan, particular things is not happen. Unstructured thing, unstructured interview will happen. Here, pre-planned design will should require. Here also pre-planned design will should require. The process of research, structured, in case of exploratory, unstructured, and in the remaining things is the structured. Now coming to the next one. So methodology. So what are the methods using for collecting the data in different method wise? So now I'm trying to explain very clearly. The first one. So method mean here in case of exploratory, we can use primary data or secondary data. Primary data, export survey, focus group survey, case study, or literature study. Secondary data already we discussed. In case of descriptive research, either survey, observation, or case study. These are the three methods for collecting primary data collection only, or secondary data also. And similarly, in case of casual research, primary data, experiment, mean we using experiment methods, or focus group, or literature review. So these are the methods we are using for collecting of the primary data in different research design. In case of nature of analysis, qualitative analysis, first exploratory research is a qualitative analysis, descriptive, quantitative, and quantitative. When it was conducted in 3 stages, 3 research design. First one, it's conducted early stage of decision. Before going to date, for rough understanding purpose, gaining knowledge purpose, we are doing research. That is called early stage research. Second one, later stage research. Later stage research means first you identify the problem. Already we discussed it in banking example and discussed marketing example. First you decide your problem, identify your problem, the problem converting into title. Then we go for the research. Mean later stage of research. And next, research problem. Now I am going to try to explain in the research problem. First one. So what is the research problem in case of exploratory research design, in case of descriptive research design, in case of casual research design? So one by one, I can read one thing, then you can see on the screen everything. So first thing I am going to read, examine the, in case of exploratory research design, examine the increasing the variety of juice will increase the number of customers. This is the problem of the exploratory research design. But how we are making the research title? Next thing you see the example, a study they assess the impact of selection of juice variety on increasing customers demand. So first problem in exploratory research design, that problem will converting title is the exploratory research design. That is the in case of exploratory research design problem and title. Next thing, next one, descriptive research design problem. Okay, what is the problem? For example, how much time does on average higher education students spend on watching movies on OTT platform? This is the problem in case of descriptive research design. This is a problem in case of descriptive research design. This problem converting into title like that. For example, so example, okay, study the next thing here, the time spent by the students mean, for example, impact of that factor has study the, or you can call that assess the, to examine the, or to study the students spending time on watching OTT platform movies, a case study. Mean we can study in particular area. We decide area. Topic all decided. So area mean we cannot study throughout the India. Just we are going to confine our Nalgonda district is a study. We cannot study Nalgonda whole. So we decide higher education institution. So like that. So next thing is that in case of casual research, here the problem of casual research, examining the effect of advertisement on customers' demand for washing powder. So for example, cause and relation. So for example, advertisement influencing the customer's purchasing power. This is the cause and relationship. So now we are studying to determine the customers, to evaluate the assessment, to examine the advertisement influencing the customers' purchasing behavior like that. So these are the problems along with title. Now coming to the different research instrument, questionnaires is the one of the instrument, checklist is the one of the instrument, distribution, interview. These are the instruments used by the investigator. And now finally, I thanks to the all and organizer. Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity to share my view. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Jansi Madam if there are any questions posed by the students. Dr. Jansi Madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Ravi, sir. It was
You,
a detailed session, like how it did the students where they are at presently. It is up to them. But few questions were posed, sir.
Okay, madam.
They're asking that as in your first or second slide, you have mentioned or you have taken only 3 fields. They were banking, marketing, and human resource. So they have doubt that if they want to do any comparative analysis or any trend analysis of any organization,
yes,
it falls under which thing then? Is it banking, marketing, or human resource?
Yes, what I cannot get clear idea, madam.
Sir, they want to know that if they are doing a project on comparative analysis of 2 companies.
Yes, yes, you can do, madam.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, that is the
which head? Is it banking, marketing, or HR?
Madam, we can comparative study. We can do in banking also. We can comparative study of a financial comparative study of SBI with HDFC, private bank, comparative study of, for example, financial performance evaluation, a comparative study of private bank and public bank. You can do research in comparative in banking also. You can do research in finance also. For example, a financial performance of public limited companies and private limited company. Example I am saying. You can select the comparative study of Spencer retail shopping mall or big buy or DMart shopping mall. Then you can compare in any angles, not only finance, you can do comparative study, finance also, marketing also, HR also. In any area, you can do the research as a comparative study, madam.
Yes, sir. Sir, there is another question. They are asking that, as you mentioned, we have 2 sources of data to collect the information. So they are asking how to decide which source has to be followed on what basis. How
yes,
to
madam.
decide it?
Yes, madam. Okay. Once again, I am repeating my first slide. I am going to first slide. If you choose this one, for example, this is a slide. So here banking is there. Banking is a topic. So I am deciding banking related information is the secondary data. Already is existed data. I maybe collect banking data from the secondary source. Mean in this study, I can use secondary store. In second objective, the perception of the student. So perception of the student, for this purpose, I am using primary data. So in this study, I am using primary and secondary. Secondary mean, so the topic is already existed topic, already data is available. For example, banking ke So for example, we doesn't know the banking. Already data is available in the website and different books. So just your duty is collecting secondary data, and wherever you require, you arrange a systematic structure. Then in case of second objective is there to study the customer perception. For this purpose, we are collecting data in case of primary data. So prepare a questionnaires by using face-to-face or telephonic, whatever may be that. This is the example, madam.
Okay, sir. Sir, one more thing. As we know that sample is collected from the population.
Okay.
They are asking that if there is an unknown population, then how to find out how much sample should be taken?
Madam, for example, unknown sample is we are not collecting. First, you decide known sample. You decide your area of the research. Already we decided. Banking is we decided our area. Digital payment is already we decided. Or you decide area also. Our area is only Malakpet customers only. So we confine our area. Then in Malakpet, so 10 colleges is there. In 10 colleges, each colleges we are collecting 5 into 10. Then 500 respondents we are collecting. That is very clear, madam.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Only these
Thank
were the questions asked by few students.
Thank you.
Sir, over
Thank
to
you, madam.
Gajenrda, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Ravi, sir, thank you very much, sir. Very nice, wonderful
Thank you,
session.
thank you.
You have vast knowledge and even experience in the research design, sir. And you explained how to identify the problems, okay, and how to design it, and what is the frame, especially framework blueprint, also very nice for the students, beginners, because they are fresh. You don't know what is about research, how to do. Your PPTs are also wonderful. There are very extensive knowledge in the PPTs also, especially the comparison is very good, sir, which they can select, okay. And even what are the components of research design, like the title, what should be the title, statement, and a review. And this is a basic structure, of course, but still many students don't know what is it. And comparison also very nice, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Wonderful, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Now it's a time to move to the next session, and we have a wonderful resource person, professor from New University, Telangana Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, which is recently established. Earlier it was Koti Women's College, University Women's College for women Koti. SAR is also playing a vital role in establishing the department in the new university. He is playing a vital role. He has a lot of experience. Now I request Professor Krishna Chaitanya, sir, please take the session. Now the presentation is on sampling methods and measures of central tendency. So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please, session is handed over to you, sir. Krishna Chaitanya, sir. Sir, we are not able to listen your voice, sir. Please unmute, sir. Sir, please unmute. Yeah, Sar is joining. Yeah. Students, I will again explain you how to download the certificate. So we are not going to share any link. Okay, this is a page for downloading the certificate of this SDP. So the moment you open this URL in the browser, you will get like this blank certificate with no name. Here you have to type your name. This is name of the student. After that, here you will enter your.
Sir, share your screen, sir.
You have to be careful.
Sir, share your screen, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. 1 minute. I'm sorry. Yeah. So this is a blank certificate. Okay. This is a blank certificate where you can download your certificate. And here generate certificate is there. Before generating certificate, we have to enter the student details. Okay, you have to be careful while entering your details because you enter as per the certificate. You are going to attach this certificate as per your roll number. Okay, don't deviate roll number. And it comes to the next one is college name. As per your college name, and click on the generate certificate.
కనీసం దాంట్లో అదన్నా ఓపెన్
I downloaded. I'll go to the downloads here. I will open my certificate. So certificate will my certificate.
వచ్చిందా ఇప్పుడు చూసినా
మీరు తీసిందా మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి తీసి ఇట్లా కింద
ఇప్పుడు నువ్వు ట్రై చేయి నేను నాదైతే వచ్చింది కదా గజేంద్ర బాబు గారు హలో హాయ్ గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ వస్తుందా
Sir, you are visible and audible both, sir.
Yeah, I'm visible and audible, ma. 1 second.
Yes, sir, your voice is.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, sir, your voice
1
is.
second, I'm cutting.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, 1 second, please. 1 second, Gajenrda Babu.
Yes, sir. Please carry on, sir. Carry on, sir. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just explaining the certificate downloading.
Okay,
Sir.
you carry on. Meanwhile, I'll set up all this. Please.
Yes, 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 yes.
ఇప్పుడు ఇది డౌన్లోడ్ లో ఉందా సార్ మీ సర్టిఫికేట్
Download లో ఏం లేదు
So this is the URL for the certificate downloading. https://dost.cgg.gov.in/cert-partici.do CERTPARTICI.gov. Once you click on that, you'll be redirected to the you can download the certificate. Okay. Now, sir, Krishna Chaitanya, sir.
Yeah. Okay, let's start. No problem. PPTs are not. It's not coming. I think so. Yeah, I'll go with my own. Of course, if I'm not sharing the PPTs also, I'll go ahead. Okay.
Okay, sir. Please.
Ravi. Where is Century? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma. Is it audible? My voice is audible, ma?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Voice is audible, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Of course, now we'll start. We'll go with the sampling first. Of course, I had a little class of Ravi. Of course, he was talking regarding sampling also. Right. Of course, I'll also go with sampling. Yeah. Sample. How the sample? What is the sample? First of all, see, for every research. 1 second. నువ్వు బయట ట్రై చేయలేదు ఎందుకంటే వస్తే నా దగ్గరకు వచ్చేది ఓకేనా ట్రై చేస్తా ఉండదు దీంట్లో దీంట్లో కూడా ఓపెన్ దీంట్లో కూడా ఎట్లున్నాయి రవి అంటే దీంట్లో ఉన్నాయి కదా దీంట్లో కూడా ఎట్లున్నాయంటే డ్రైవ్లు ఉన్నాయి రవి దీంట్లో okay. Yeah. So okay, I'll send later the sampling, that PPTs and all. Now I'll start. Okay. So it has become hard for me. It's not getting opened. Yeah. Okay, ma. I'll start. No problem. Yeah. Okay. See, you have seen the sampling, and of course, each is a design and all. See, my point of view is that see, for every research, you need a sample, right? See, what the sampling is that for out of the total population, you are taking some sample. Okay, some data is decided, some sample is designed and decided, and that you are collecting for your purpose of research, right? See, what is the sample? Sampling is that you are trying to collect some designed or decided proportion of population. First of all, you should know the population. Of course, first before talking all these things, you need. Getting my voice, ma? You should know the data collection first. Of course, for every research, you must know the data. You must need the data. Collection of data is first first important point. See, data is two types, ma. Before going to sampling and all, two types of data you will have. That primary data and secondary data. Okay, primary data that you are only collecting. It's your own data. You are only preparing questionnaire. You are only deciding what to be collected, and the sample you are deciding, and you are only collecting data, which is called primary data. It's your own data. This is what your own contribution to a research. Whatever research you have done, of course, 3-4 sessions have completed, right? So primary data. and secondary data. With data is available with different organizations like journals, books, and different organizations like banks, bank report, RBI report, and all, right. So coming down to the primary data. Primary data for your research, for your project or research thesis, whatever you are doing, this is what your original contribution of research. This is your collecting data for the purpose of your research, right? So the thing is that take the population for a purpose of you have a purpose for the research. You have decided the topic, you decided your topics and objectives and all. Based on that, you are collecting data. You are selecting sample. The samples are, of course, it is a proportion sample. I said out of total population. For example, you want to study on education system or NEP 2020, for example. Okay, my NEP 2020 are going through because now some changes are there in NEP 2020, right? So it is going with 4 years of degree, or some syllabus is changed, or curriculum is changed, and at any stage of your education can be stopped. For example, after 1 year also you can stop it, 2 years, 3rd year, whatever it is. For every stage, every year you'll get a certificate, right? So you want to take up a study on this, whether students are happy or not with the NEP 2020, for example, right? So then how to take up a study is you are selecting some sample. You can, of course, the study related to Hyderabad, for example. You cannot go to all the colleges which are located in Hyderabad. What you do is you will select some colleges. Of course, from all the areas, you have to cover all the areas like east, west, north, south, and central. You have to cover, and you have to select some colleges. And from all the courses, you are collecting some data. So this is what sample you are selected. The sample of the sample and sample size was selected from different colleges. For example, there are 100 colleges, right? So you cannot go to 100 colleges. You are selecting 2 or 3 or 5 colleges from each sector, and each sector means east, west, north, south, whatever area you are selecting. 5 colleges you are selecting. Overall, 25 colleges selected, and this is what the sample for total population. Population is all the colleges. The population, total population is which includes of all the colleges, all the college students. For example, each college has 1,000 students. You have 400 colleges said, so lakhs of students are there, thousands of students are there. But you are selected only 5 colleges. For every college, your sample is 50 or 100. Okay, man. 500 or 1,000. This is what the sample. Your selection of sample is this. So you are including all the classes, all the courses, and because you are going to generalize the topic, the research, your analysis may be generalized after the research work is over, right? So this is what the sample. Now coming down to sample element. What is the sample element? Element may be a person, a unit, person, organization, different elements. So sample elements. Next is sampling unit. Sampling unit is nothing but single member, group of members, organizations, and all. Yeah. Now, after deciding the sample and sample members and all, you should go for sampling frame. Now you should start the framework. The frame is nothing but complete list of units. How many units you are selected? How many people you are selecting? For example, electoral roll. See, electoral roll, of course, government is collecting electoral, going on collection of data of electoral rolls and preparing electoral rolls, right? So we cannot go to every house. For example, electoral rolls are not done properly. The records are not correct, and they are not doing properly also, for example, right? So we'll select some sample, we'll go to some areas, and we'll say that whether the electoral recordings are properly or not, or else our electoral rolls is the list of the patients in the hospital. Whether hospital is working and properly or not, we cannot go to every patient. we'll select some sample selection and we'll select some patients. We'll go to some wards and we'll come to a conclusion saying that hospital is working very good. If patients are good in that, right? So this is what the sampling frame. After deciding the sample, you have to frame the sample frame, right? Now, target population. What is your population? What is the target? What is your target for the population, right? So the research would like to be generalize these results. See, the target population is that your topic is selected, your objectives are selected, you have done some work, some research, collection of data is over, analysis is over. Now you have to generalize your results to all the population. This is what the target population, where you are targeting. So the where you are going to use your targets, that's the point I'm telling, right? Yeah. Now sampling traits. See, when you are coming down to sampling traits is nothing but the distinguish of the quality. See, of course, when you are selecting sampling, right? So similar persons are to be selected. The simple from the total universe. Of course, population is so universe. The population is total population is the universe, maybe universe. Of course, according to your topic, according to your subject, the population comes down. For example, you're working on banks. Your banks is the population. Education is the population. College is in the population. So the thing is, sampling traits, distinguished qualities. Of course, you can go with the distinguished qualities of the samples and all, right? Sampling fraction. Fraction is nothing but proportion of the population. See, for example, 10,000 population is there for the banking system. You are collecting data of 500 only. 500 data you are selected and your results are generalized for 10,000 people, 10,000 general, right? So this is what the story. And then sample estimate. Sample, how to estimate the sample. How you are estimating the sample. Estimation of the sample is important. The selection of the sample is important. Or how much of sample is to be estimated, select, decided and all. So see, sample is not clear. Sample is to be estimated. You should define clear definition should be given to sample. There should not be any bias. Bias sample, we should not go for bias and bias sample, right? So what is the use of sample? First point, why use a sample? See, why you are going to sample only? Why selection of sample? For example, you can work on entire population and all that, of course, right? But you're going for a sample means by the cost, any subject to any research work, you cannot collect data from all the population. It is very costly, right? So that you can collect some data, you can select some sample, you can select some sample size and collect the data and generalize, right? So cutting of the cost, of course, you can say cost also another point, and speed. So you can complete your work speedily also, because you are selected some area, and of course which includes of all the areas, all the points, all the elements for that particular study. Speedy, accuracy also, you can get accurate results also, because you are going with all the data and you are taking up all the things, all the related things to your research consultations and dissection of test units. See, distraction should not be there when you are testing. Distraction means damage and all should not be there. These are the sample, why you use the sample. Coming down to principles of sampling. What are the principles while you are selecting sample? What principles you are using, right? Okay. Yeah. Hello. Audible, ma?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah. See, principles of sampling. What principles are you are using? See, simple units must be chosen in a systematic and objective manner. See, simple units. While you are selecting the sample, it should be simple, clearly defined. Okay. Clear definition must be given, and simple units must be clearly defined and easily identified. The sample principle, whenever you're going to select the sample, clear definition must be there. must be independent. Every sample must be independent, and the process should not be biased. Of course, I already mentioned that should not be biased. One second. Yeah. So independent, simple, defined properly, and there should not be biased. These are the points I want to tell you. And the steps. See, define target population first. What are the steps are to be taken while you are going for the sampling? Number one, first definition of the target population is important. First, you define the population for whom you are taking up the research. For example, as I said, the students, of course, the BCom students in Hyderabad, whether they're happy or not with NAP 2020, I said, right? So that should be defined first. What definition? Definition of the target population. What you are targeting, that is important. Selection of sampling frame list also. Selection of sample. For that, your selection sample. For example, your selected sample from east side of the colleges, for example. Okay, east side, west side, different culture is there in Hyderabad. Of course, you can find every culture. I think it's metropolitan city. Everybody knows, right? So if you are going to old city or some other cities, or some city covered some rural areas also, right? Different cultures are there. You are selecting from only one area, which cannot be generalized to entire Hyderabad, for example. Right? That's what I said. You select a sample from all the areas which covers entire city, right? East to north, west to south, and central. Okay. Yeah. So thing is that sample framework and probability or non-probability sampling. Probability sampling of the random sampling. I said random sometimes probability sampling and non-probability sampling. Samplings are two types now. Probability and non-probability. Probability, random sampling, non-probability. The sample may be selected by the person. According to his own judgment, he can select the sample. That's the non-probability. And the sampling unit. The unit also is to be defined while you are going to sampling, right? These are the sampling steps. And the target population step one, who has the information data? Of course, while you are going with the target population, the step by step you should go, and step by step you should decide your work, okay? Because it's a research work. The design is over, and your objectives are over. Now you are trying to collect the data, and the part of data you are selecting your sample, right? So target population. So the selection should be one by one. I said target population. This step one. See who has the information data. See from where you collect the data. For example, the party for the sample element, the person who you are selected, right? He should be aware of that which you are prepared the questionnaire. For example, you are preparing the questionnaire regarding BCom student. You are going to MSc students, for example. You may not have idea of that the course details and all, right? So who's the person, the party also important, who has the information data you need. That is important. Then how do you define your target population? Then how do you define how you are defining your target population? But based on what you are defining, right? Maybe geographical area, you can say. Of course, I said only Hyderabad. You can take entire Osmania city, or you can take entire that state of Telangana with NAP 2020, whether students are happy or not, whether student whether students are happy with the NAP 2020 or not, and so what are the problems and the pros and cons? Of course, you can see. So geographical area also is to be covered. All areas are to be covered, right? Maybe Hyderabad, Warangal, and some Karimnagar and some other areas, right? So all sides of the city, the towns, right? Next is demographics. See, demographics, of course, person, men, women, the education, the education community, and their economic standards and all their lifestyle also, right? Demographical areas is covered, and that should be useful for population. Awareness must be there. See, the persons who are collecting data, they should be aware of questions, whatever you are putting questions, right? Next is operational definition. See, a definition that gives meaning to a concept of specifying the activities. Activities are necessary to measure. See, you should define properly that definition that gives meaning, what original meaning to a concept of specifying the activities. See, it should be, the concept is important. That should be specified your activities, what activities are going to be taken up, right? That is important. Now, sampling frame step 2, list of elements first. The sampling frame, of course, we are under sampling frame. Step 1 is over, coming to step 2. Now, the step 2 is that list of elements. What are the elements? Means persons, maybe persons, I said, maybe groups, organization, according to your study, according to your subject, whatever subject you are defined or decided, and according to your objectives, your design of study, right? Now, the list of elements means persons. For example, I said 500 members. Out of 1 lakh people, you are taking up 500 members. Out of 1 lakh become students of the Telangana state, you are taken as a sample of 500. But with the 500 students inputs data, you are trying to generalize to entire state of Telangana, right? So list of elements is important. Sample frame, now you go for framework and all, right? Yeah, now coming to probability or non-probability, I already mentioned that samples are 2 types, probable sample and non-probable sample. Probable sample means random probability, random sampling. Non-probability is you are selecting data on your own. Of course, according to his own judgment, he is selecting data. And probability sampling may be, of course, sample size by population size. This is what probability sampling analysis. For example, sample size probability is the probability of selection is that sample size is 500. Your population is 10,000. This is what the probability. The thing is that probability, non-probability sampling is important. Probability is random probability, non-probability is the selecting by his own, right? Yeah. Now here will come down the systematic different type of samples will take up after probability. Systematic sampling, while you are selecting samples, if you are coming to systematic sample, every person, okay, the sample is to be selected systematically. Of course, it is there in my PPTs, but PPTs I am not able to send the PPTs. Systematically, sample is to be selected. For example, 10 members are there, 20 members are there. That line of 20 members you are finding, for example, they are the respondents, right? They are the elements, right? For every second person you are selecting as a sample. Systematically, you are not leaving us, you are not taking advantage of that second person, fifth person, ninth person, 10th, like that. For every second person you are selecting. So the sample is going to systematically that you are trying to decide systematic sample for every nth number means for every second number, for every second person after 20 members you are selecting as a sample. So I think you will get full information from all these first. After 20 members you are selected, for every second member means 10 members are selected. Send 10 members opinion, maybe you can generalize for 20 members, because I think almost all they'll have the same opinions, right? See now the advantages. Yeah. See, so the point is that systematic sampling is that the sampling is decided systematically. Selection of sample is systematically they are going. As I said, for every second person, for example, 10 members are there, 20 members are there. For every second person you are selecting as a sample. After 20, you are selected 10. That is the sample selection. Now coming down to advantages. What is the advantage? Moderate use. See, this is moderate cost. Of course, after this, I think it is a little costly for selection of sample size increases, cost also increases. So it's moderate use. See, so you will have clear information. This is what the point I want to tell you. Then external validity is high. So if the sample size is high, the validity also high, cost also high, and disadvantages, periodic ordering. Disadvantages are that periodic ordering is a problem. Requires sampling frame. Here also you have to frame this. What's in that? ఎందుకు వస్తలేదు? ఇది సెట్ చేసి పంపించాను. కూడా చూసినట్టుంటది కదా సార్. అవును. జాన్సన్ ఏ కాలేజ్? సిటీ కాలేజ్. సిటీ కాలేజేనా? వాళ్ళే చేస్తున్నారు కదా ఇది? వాళ్ళే చేస్తున్నారు కదా ఇది? రైట్. ఓకే, వస్తుంది. మరి ఇంకోటి ఇది రెండు మెర్జ్ చేసి మెర్జ్ అయినాయా? ఓకే ఓకే. మరి ఇది వదలేదు రామవత్ రవి స్క్రీన్ పక్కన పెట్టేసారు కదా, ఏం కాదు. పక్క పోతుంది ఇక్కడ తీసుకురా. ఇది కనబడదు మళ్ళా. మాట్లాడండి. ఓకే ఓకే రైట్. రైట్ చేస్తానండి. ఉన్నాయా? Okay, shall we start from here? They are visible, ma?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. PPT also visible. Both.
I'm starting from bias sample, of course, because we have completed this systematic. See, when the sample is so chosen that, of course, because elements are likely represented than other elements, right? See, sometimes the sample may be biased. Biased means yeah, sample sometimes, of course, systematical sampling I said, and now coming down to biased sample. Biased sample sometimes is represented than other elements, right? So sample is not to be biased, ma. Clear definition is to be there for the sample. Biased sample should not be there. That is the point I'm telling. This is what biased sample, and this is over. Of course, 1 second. I'll come to your points where I stopped. Targeted population is over. Yeah. Yeah. At least step 2 is over. It's coming to step 3. It'll take little fast because time is very less. Probability or see probability or non-probability I was telling, right? Probability sample. See, a sampling techniques in which every member of the population will have a known, or every member is known. Is the sampling probability where you are selecting random, you are selecting. So every member is known member, and they are aware of that type of sample you are selecting. This is what the probability selection. And non-probability units, that sample are chosen to the basis of personal judgment. I already mentioned that you are on your personal judgment, on your knowledge, on your experience only. You are going to non-probability sample. Of course, it may be correct sometimes, may not be correct also. There's a problem. Now coming to classification of sampling methods. What are the sampling methods? The classification is right. See, classical may be probability, as I said, non-probability, probability I already mentioned, systematic, stratified, and cluster, simple, and non-probability. convenience, snowball, judgment, quote and all. These are the different classifications. Will come by one. See, sampling method, simple random sampling, the purest probability sampling, the pure, clear, simple, easy, I think so. This is what simple and assures each element in the population has an equal chance. Each element, every element has given equal chance to express their opinion and all while you are collecting data. And the random number generators, of course, you will generate the random number. This is what the simple random sampling. And the simple random sampling selection may be calculated like simple sample size by population size. Okay, this is what the random sampling. And advantages, see, minimum knowledge of population and they need minimal knowledge of population. Of course, I already mentioned that they should aware of all, otherwise they cannot be an element. First of all, external validity high. I already mentioned external validity high, internal validity also high. This is covered. And disadvantages of that, high cost. Of course, if you are going through high collection of data, sample size is high, and the collecting data, more data you are collecting from samples. Of course, it may be costly, and the low frequency of use. Of course, cost is high, but frequency is low and requires sampling frame. You should know the framework. Framework should be done properly before this, and does not use researcher expertise. Of course, sometimes it may not be used under larger risk. For this, you'll have larger risk. And coming down to systematic sampling, I already mentioned that the initial starting point is selected, and for every second person is selected as a sample, which is systematic sampling. And n is equal sampling interval. Of course, interval means I said 1, 2, 3, 4. You are selecting second, and interval is another one, and the third is left, and fourth you are going, fifth and sixth, and 2, 4, 6, like that you are selecting. The run 2 number is the interval, n is the interval here. Of course, you can go through it, and PPTs are available, and error periodically the original list as a systematic pattern. Of course, the errors should not be done. Error, if any errors are there, that should be overcome. These are the, of course, coming down to advantages. Covered, no? Yeah. The stratified sampling. I'm coming to next sampling, stratified sampling, which is the sample is a stable layer. Of course, stable people, you are collecting data, sub-sample are randomly drawn from samples with different strata. So, stable random you are selecting with it's a sub-sample, sample from sample. Of course, from then you are going for some sub-sample which are less equal, and some characteristics are collecting data. So less only it is. And why you are going for this? Of course, sample is decided, and you should go through sampling system. Can reduce random error. Of course, if any errors are there, the errors are to be reduced when you are going to start stratified sampling, because it is sub-sample data, and stable data only are collecting more accurately reflects. See, if you're collecting data and sub-sample data, classification data, of course, you can get some more accurate information. And advantages, minimal knowledge, I already mentioned, easy to analyze data. And disadvantages, high cost and frequency of use. And I already mentioned all this. Coming down to double change. 1 second, ma. Doubling is there. One second, ma, I'll come. Yeah, types of stratified samples. Proportional stratified sample, the number of sample units draw. Of course, proportional. Every sample is a proportional sample. These stratified sample also proportional sample you should take, and disproportional stratified sample. So proportional only you should take up. The number of sampling units drawn. First, you should decide the number of sampling units and collect the data. This is what. types of stratified sample. Are mali double. Yeah. So now coming down to cluster sampling, the primary sampling unit is not the individual element. The cluster is that it's not individual element, but a large cluster elements. So either the cluster is randomly selected, the element within or the randomly selected, right? So cluster is the primary sample is not unit is not the individual. It's not individual element, right? It's a cluster element. You are selecting clusterly, and you are going through this. Frequently used when no list is population available or because of cost. See why when you are using frequently used when no list of population available. Population is not available. The data is not available. You are unable to collect data. You are going through this, right? Yeah. And some examples we'll go through. So you are asked to create a sample of all management students who are working in with laser bits during the summer term. So you are giving some work to all the students, right? There is no such list available. Okay, using stratified sample. Stratified means, as I said, stratified is some stable layer of selection. You're selecting some students, some intellectual students, and giving some data, right? So this is what cluster data. Individual workers within these clusters are selected. So individual students are selected. Individual students who are able and you can do on some research on this will be selected, right, ma? Okay. Better things are that the clusters, systematic cluster, and all these are all types of collection, ma. So so many slides are there. I don't want to waste the time. Classification of sampling. Yeah, determining sample will go through better because doubling is there some data. I think I don't know. See, why data do you need consider? Why data? Why data you are collecting? I mentioned already population, and you are selecting some data for the purpose of your research. You have some objectives. You have framed some design. You have framed some objectives and hypotheses and all that. Now you are collecting data for the purpose of your research. Variants of for that you have to do it. The degree of acceptable errors, of course, the determining sample size is important. The size of sample, what size is decided, the size, right? So how much of, say, for example, you are going, for example, some students are going through the projects. You are asking them to prepare the project, right? So while they are preparing project based on secondary data only, they're not going through primary data and all. So you should ask them to collect some data and prepare some questionnaire and go and collect some primary data. Okay, ma, which is helpful to all our projects, right? So students, that should not be copied from other projects and all. They should go on. They should only select the sample size. For example, they have 50 members or 100 members. 100 members. The design is framed, and the subject is decided, and topic is decided. Objectives are framed, and now prepare a questionnaire and go for collection of data. Okay, the sample is here. The sample 100 is the sample. So sample is to be determined first. Determining the sample. Okay, sample size also is important. Variant size also important. So different types are there. I said different types of sampling is there. For all samples, for all size of type of samples, the sample size is defined, and you should go through the sample collection, and which is useful to your research, because the primary data only helps every research every research, further research and further conclusions, whatever conclusion or drawing, whatever targets are there to draw the conclusions. Okay. So now after designing the sample selection is over, so different samples are over, different type of sample size, is over. Now we will go to central tendency because that is important. Time is very less. I'll change this because number of they are there. 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Done. Okay, ma. I am unable to get that PPTs for that central tendency. So I'll go through the central tendency. Okay. See, measures of central tendency. Of course, overall view I'll give. The sample is decided. You know the samples, a random sample, non-random sample means probability sampling and non-probability sampling. And okay, is sending no. Yes. Yes.
Sir, I will play PPT from my end, sir. You please keep on going on, and whenever you want me to change the screen, tell me next.
I'm getting disturbed. Of course, I'm time constant. I'm not able to explain all PPTs. Of course, we will come down to central tendency. Okay. You go to next slide. Yeah. Okay. Still I operate it. I'm not it's not coming for me.
No, you said next slide, sir. I will go to next slide, sir. Just you keep on giving lecture and tell me next slide.
Please. Okay. Okay, ma. Yeah. Now, sorry, for sampling, how many slides are there? I think it's a time constant. I cannot go with all the slides, right? So, thing is that you decide the sample size, different types of samples, and sample sizes, different kinds, right? You are selected. So that should be selected. It is for the primary data only. Primary data is the heart part of every research, right? So without primary data, you are doing your research, whatever research or project, whatever it is, I think there is no strength of that because already second data used by somebody else. You are collecting that data only, and you are doing some work on that data, right? I think it is not strengthened, and it's not your contribution to research, right? So if you want to strengthen your research, of course, this is for our become students. They have to go on collect some primary data to strengthen their project, because without strengthening project, the students are collecting data and based on second data only. For example, the data is already used by somebody else and the results the known results only. They cannot draw any new results by secondary data, right? So for the primary data, for the sake of primary data, you should go through sample, select the sample, decide the primary data, and make a questionnaire and go to collection of data, right? Which is called, depending on your size, depending on your different ways, different types of sampling is there, right? Yeah. Now here coming down to our central tendency, which is statistical science of statistics, or it is a descriptive analysis of the statistics, right? So you'll come to know your yeah. So you'll come to know the result. You can calculate the result here. Of course, sample sizes. We discuss the sample size, different type of samples and sample size, sample types and all. Now coming down to the central tendency, which are a descriptive analysis or science of statistics. So with the help of statistics, collection of the data and techniques, we will analyze the data, right? For example, you all knows the how even our students also knows the central tendency means the mean, median, mode, right? So mean, arithmetic mean, for example, mean, right? See, I think they have studied these chapters or this subject in BCom first year, I think so, or second year. When I was there in BCom, it was in first year. I think it is in second year or somewhere else they are reading, right? Yeah. Now coming down to these techniques are central techniques, which are descriptive techniques. Number one is the mean. Mean is arithmetic mean. Everybody knows arithmetic mean. This gives the averages. See, for example, you are collecting data. I already mentioned in sampling. You have collected data for 100 people, right? 100 people are telling different opinions, right? Now, for 100 people, you are segregating different opinions, right? So now you have to go for average calculation, average analysis, right? So now coming down to mean. Mean is the arithmetic average, average technique. Everybody knows the total. There is a formula of calculation of mean is that sigma x by n. See, the sigma x is equal to total of the x totals by n. For example, the number of respondents, x is equal to number of respondents, n is equal to the total numbers total, right? For example, you have, for example, the total number is 10. The total sigma x is equal to 100. The total number is 10. 100 by 10 is equal. 100 by 10 is equal to average. Your average calculation, right? The mean of a population is represented by the Greek letter U, of course. Second, I'll go to second. Another sample is. So, yeah. Now you can see here the calculation of mean, group data. The data also is here. The mean also is there. Where x bar is equal to, see, arithmetic mean always shown through x bar. So there is a symbol of arithmetic mean is x bar. So this is what x bar. X bar is equal. X bar means AM is equal to x bar, right? X bar is equal sigma fx by n. See, where fx is equal to a score multiplied by the frequency and the mean affected by the extreme values, right? Here you can see x bar is equal to, of course, it indicates a 5 number and 6 numbers, right? So that I'll explain next slide. So this is what your calculation. This is what your average calculations of mean 5 and mean 6, right? So for example, 10 by 2, maybe 5, maybe 12. Here you have 12 or 17, right? 12 also, 14 are there. So if you are taking till for 12 by 2 is equal to maybe 6. So thing is that sigma x and sigma x by n means number of respondents, right? Yeah. We'll go to second slide. Yeah. When to use this? So where you are using, how you are using this? You should use the mean. One second. Okay. So the data intervals are ratio scales. Many people will see the mean. Well, of course, for the calculation, the mean value, whatever arithmetic mean value is calculated, that it gives descriptive results and average results and average opinion. Okay. The mean is preferred because it is sensitive to every score. So every score, every respondent involved in this, right? All the respondents, see, For example, 100 members are there, 100 members are divided by 7 or somebody else, the whatever n is there. So everyone is included in this, responded in this. Right? So it gives accurate results for all the data, right? Yeah. Now calculate. See, I'll give the calculation. The calculation I'll show you. See how you are calculating arithmetic mean or mean. Of course, you can say mean or arithmetic mean, doesn't matter. You are given some values are given. For example, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2. It is there in PPT. You can go through the PPT. See how the mean is to be calculated here with the help of these numbers, right? For example, see, you should go for total of the values, total of the. So I mean sigma x. If the numbers are called as x, for example, that should be total, right? So total. So 1 plus 5 plus 4 plus 1 plus 5 plus 4 plus, and total you should take it up, right? Now you can go here. No. Yeah. So here the sum is given, right? The scores are, see, sigma x. The sum of the score is sigma x. Sigma x is nothing but total of the values, total of the x, right? So the total means you should add all these things. So 1 plus 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 is equal to 15, right? Divide the sum sigma x is equal to 15 by the number of scores. How many number of scores are there? The number of scores are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So number of scores are 5. The total number is 15. The 15 is to be divided by 5. Now we'll get it. Get the result as 3. The mean value is 3. The x bar is equal to 3 now. Okay. So this is a technique under the central tendency. Of course, I'll go to second one. I think everybody knows this, how to calculate arithmetic mean. So you can have it in class intervals and direct and indirect also are there. So I am coming to, I see calculating mean group. Here also you can calculate, right? So find the mean of the value data, the mean of the following data, right? Mean is equal. You are given you can go through the table. These are the values are given, right? Right. These values. You multiply these values. 3 into 10. 10 into 9. Okay, you are multiplying with the frequency and this x. So now go to another slide. Now you calculate by the frequency, right? This is what the mean. This is what arithmetic mean you are calculating and using for the purpose of your research. So it is a technique. Coming down to the median, I think you got the mean, arithmetic mean. How to calculate, how to use it, and how the use of arithmetic mean is that. Yeah. Now coming down to the median. The median is simply another technique in central tendency. Of course, it is mid. You can also call it as a mid value. Mid value. You can also call it as a mid value. That is the middle value or a 50% of 50th percentile of the value, right? So you can see here you can also see here 0 to started. One, I'm showing on this not affected by extreme values. So the median is 5, median is 5. So you are taking middle value only. You are taking middle. Median always represents the mid value or middle value or center value of the data, right? So this is what middle values, even though, okay. See, yeah, how to calculate this? See, simple. The median and median values. There are many minor problems. Of course, you are given. Sort the data from highest to lowest. First, whatever data is given, the data is to be arranged ascending order or a descending order is the important, right? So you will have even here you will have a profile, the principle of that n plus 1 by 2. So first total value by 2, middle value, median, that is also calculated by the total is equal to sigma x is equal to sigma x divided by 2 or middle or 50th percentile or mid value or center value, right? So you can also calculate by n plus 1 by 2. Always you'll get middle point. N plus 1 by 2. So with the help of this principle, always you'll get help of your middle point, right? Otherwise, you can sometimes you can get equal values also. You cannot get middle point, right? So this is what the principle for the for this. So the principle is middle principle is equal to n plus 1 by 2. Okay, we'll go to next slide. If n, yeah. So you can see here, calculate the median. Median is equal to L plus, it is another principle, L plus n by 2 of CF and by F into HC. Here, all the description is given. Frequency is just more than n by 2, and L is equal to lower limit of n. CF is equal to less than type cumulative frequency of pre-median class. CF is equal to frequency. H is equal to class width. I'll show in next slide. So this is what the formula. Another formula for this, and next slide. So see here you can use you can calculate the mid value, right? So some problem is given. What is the median of the following? So this data you start. You are given data like 10, 8, 14, 15, 7, 3, 3, 8, 12 like that. So you are sorting. As I mentioned, that should be sorted out according to descending order, either descending order or ascending order. You should go through sorting. Now here I am going down from 15, 14, 12, 10 like that. I am going descending order and determine the middle score. Now you should go to determine the middle score. How you are determining is middle score is equal to n plus 1 by 2. This is what the principle. Yeah, n is equal to you see calculating. You can count all these numbers. I think n is equal to 11 is equal to 11 plus 1 is equal to 12 by 2 is equal to 6. So sixth value is the mid value or median value. Sixth means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 is the median value. So this is the way to calculate the median and all. And I'll explain next slide. Yeah. See, what is the median of the following? Of course, run, 5 run. 5 run. Yeah. What's the lady? You are in session now? Yes, please. Please. Yeah. Okay. Okay, fine. So, okay, fine. So, for this, of course, you are given another problem. See, you can go through this slide also. What is the median of the following, right? So, you are given 24, 18, 19, 42, 16, like that. So, as I said, you should arrange it either in descending or ascending order, as I said. So, we are going through to 42, 24, 19, 18, 16, 12. This is what the order. You can also check it up and determine the middle score. How to determine the middle score? N plus 1 by 2 is the formula. N is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is the N plus 1, 7. 7 by 2 according to formula 3.5. 3.5 is the mid or median value, right? So 3.5, you can go through this way, you can find where the 3.5 is, right? Now you can see that and 18.5, this is what? 19 plus 3. Of course, 3.5 means 18.5. So 3.5 means there is no 3.5 value. So you should take it up 3 and 4th values. 3 is, this is 3, third one, this is 4th one. So better add 3 and 2, 3 and 4. So 19 plus 18 is by 2. So you'll get 18.5. So 18.5 is the mid value. Now you can see this third one is the 18.5, where you can find the value, right? Yeah. Now we'll go to next one. Next slide. We'll go to next slide. Now coming down to mode. After that, after mid value, of course, we have discussed arithmetic mean, median, and coming down to mode, another technique or another technique of statistics or central tendency. And the mode is, of course, always the mode is the score that occurs. The mode is the score that occurs most frequently in a set of data, right? Most frequently, for example, a number of times it comes. For example, I'll give the same example of a back example. If you are going through the 24, 23, 24, 25, 26, 24, like that. See, for example, 24, you found 24 3 times, for example. 24 only you found 3 times, right? I think whichever number comes more times, maybe mode is that may be mode you can decide, right? So of course, higher number or frequent many whichever number is coming is more times also can be decided as a mode, right? Here you can see the mode. The mode is that not affected by extreme values, so it cannot affect, and there may not be a mode. Of course, it is affecting. See, you can go through this graph, right? Graph. See, 9th number. It is there are 3 times. You can find 3 balls, for example. 3 zeros or 3 balls. So it is higher number, no, compared to all numbers. The third number is the 5th one is having only 2. 9th one is 3. So no number is having more than 3 and 2, right? So 3 is the higher number. So higher number maybe the mode always, I think, right? What is right? Whatever higher number comes, whatever number is repeating again and again, that may be the mode. So the mode is 9 here. According to the graph also can go through, right? So you can explain the students to calculate mode like this, right? Yeah. We'll go to next slide. Yeah. See, so there is the formula of calculating mode also. So sometimes if you have group data, right? This is the formula. Formula is L plus. Of course, formula is there. You can go through the formula. Here the values are L is equal to lower limit of model class, and the FM is equal to maximum frequency. Maximum frequency, how many times it comes, and F1 frequency of pre-model class, F2 frequency of post-model class, H is equal to class width, right? With the help of this formula, also we can calculate a mode, right? Yeah, we'll go to next slide. Yeah. So mode also is a very useful technique in central tendency, and there is a 2 data sets that are very, of course, setting data and collecting data, and the calculating data is easy also in this, and the mode is primarily used in normally scale data. Of course, according to you can use mode also, arithmetic mean, median, mode also for your calculation of data. I already mentioned that if your students are going for a project, they can be instructed to collect data and use the techniques of mean, median, mode also. Mode, I already explained that the mode higher value or bigger value or higher value or the number which is repeating more times is called a mode, right? Yeah, I'll go to next slide. Okay. Okay. So this is a problem from of course you can calculate mean, median, mode. All types of calculations are there in this. First, of course you are going through mean value. Everybody knows this is a class interval. See, 40 to 60, 60 to 80, 80 to 100, 100 to 120. So the interval, the value, the difference of the lower value, higher value, the difference of this is called class interval. And number of workers, this is the frequency, whatever the values are given here. Yes. Time అయిపోయింది. Time అయిపోయిందా? Yeah.
Sir, carry on, sir. Nadastaam, sir. Going on, it's going on.
Yeah, time ఉంది కదా నాది ఇంకా. Gajenrda గారు.
అయితే అయిపోయింది సార్ అది.
ఓకే
ఓకే, తొందరగా స్పీడప్ చేస్తే సార్ నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ విల్ స్టార్ట్ సార్. ప్లీజ్ క్యారీ ఆన్ సార్ ప్లీజ్.
ఇది వస్తలేదు కదా స్లైడ్స్.
Now it's done sir, it's okay.
ఓకే యా కానీ స్లైడ్ మూవ్ అయితే లేదు. సో ఓవరాల్ కంక్లూడ్ చేస్తాను నేను.
It's moving sir, variance.
Okay, it's moving, no? No, if time is not there, I'll conclude here, right?
Yes sir, yes sir, you can conclude it sir.
Yeah, okay, I'll close this PPTs because of course they have not helped me. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, coming to original point that of course we focused on sampling for every research. I'll let me conclude this session. For every research you need data, right? I mentioned data is two types of data you will have: primary data and secondary data. Primary data only gives the strength for your research, okay? And secondary data, which is already used, and the data is collected from different organizations, books, so articles, so and all, okay? Yeah, so why you are collecting data means, so see, for every research you need data, you need to collect the data because you have to draw some results based on your own contribution, your own data only you can expect some results. Of course you can also go through the secondary data, but which is already used data, which you cannot expect more results. Of course they are already used, so there is no your own contribution in that secondary data. For that you should go for the sample. Now for the collection of data, the sample is to be decided, sampling is to be decided, sample size is to be decided. So different kinds of samples are there. The PPTs are not cooperated with us, of course. Different story, of course. I said clustered or systematic sampling, random sampling, non-random sampling, right? The samplings are there. The samplings have done, collection of data is collected. Now you should go to calculation of your data. So when you are going to calculation of data, so you can take the help of these techniques, which are central tendency techniques or arithmetic mean, median, mode. This is what my intention to tell you. Of course, my mobile was not helping me, and also this was not favorable. Yeah, so I'll let me conclude with this. Okay.
Yes sir, yes sir. Now I request Jansi madam, Dr. Jansi Rani,
Yes,
please.
sir. Yes, sir.
Any questions from the student admin, please?
Yeah,
Sir.
yes, sir. Not
Let us
much
be in the line,
question.
sir, because students have some questions, sir, on the sampling and measures of central tendency. Madam will consolidate and she will ask the questions, sir, please.
Sir, not too many questions because it's a so vast topic. Learning all techniques in one session is not at all possible. So based on the student's question, I sum up with one question, that is, how to decide which sampling method is suitable for which type of topic they selected or project they selected. And if they select any particular sampling technique, what is the chance of risk of sampling errors can we come across?
Yes, ma'am. The
That's all.
risk of the sampling errors.
Yes, sir.
Sample is not clearly defined. For example, sample definition is not clear. You are collecting sample in different ways. Of course, you don't have any clarity on collection of sample. For example, definitely it's a problem. You will not draw any conclusion. Of course, the results may not be drawn with the this type of samples.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And in spite of your busy
Something more.
schedule,
Jansi madam, can I add something more?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes,
Surely,
sir. Yes,
sir.
sir.
Surely, sir. Welcome, sir.
Chennappa, sir, please, sir. Professor Chennappa, sir.
The thing is there, that's a very important question. The question is what kind of sample and what kind of study it should be mixed it. For example, explorative study is there. Explorative means it could be first of its kind, like studying about the black money, studying about the real estate fluctuations. For this, are definitely primary data, directly collecting sample from anybody else that may be most suitable to them. Then the another study, defined confined studies there. For example, customer satisfaction is there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. The sample is to be defined properly. Clarity and sample is important for your, the sample is suitable to your study or not. As Chennappa sir said, your sample definition must be clear. That's what I said. Right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Then,
sir. Thank
fine.
you for both the professors, sir, giving their own perception in those.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now I request Dr. Jansi Rani to introduce the next resource person.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. Now the session is on parametric and non-parametric analysis and interpretation of data. And this is taken up by Dr. K. Mallikarjuna. So before going to his session, I just brief about him. He is currently working as Assistant Professor of Commerce at Government City College. And earlier to that, he worked in two more colleges. One is at Government Degree College, Hyderabad, and another at Government Degree College, Sherlingam, Kukatpalli. Dr. Rao has completed his post-graduation from Sri Krishna University and also from the same university.
Okay.
He has qualified his NET in Commerce and as well as SET. He is the Best Teacher Awardee in the year 2022. And also, he has written various number of research papers, both in international and national journals and published books. So Dr. Rao is having 13 years of teaching experience in the field of commerce and business management. And his core area of interest are corporate finance, investment analysis, and portfolio management and financial derivatives. So this is a brief introduction about Dr. K. Mallikarjuna, sir. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Respected and beloved Senior Professor Dr. Chennappa, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity for taking the session. And it's a given allotment on the parametric and non-parametric test. So before start my session, okay. So before starting my session, so let's clear between these, what is the data, what is the variables? So see that we have a question as a student, right? Most of students say that, so for example, take our college, Government City College, say that how many people having this Apple iPhone? So there are 4,000 students in the college. Let's assume figure is how many students having this Apple iPhone? Can you say 10%? It is 4,000. That is a 20%, 800. Suppose we assume that only 10% students have this Apple iPhone. Again, the second question is, assume the first assumption is the 10% people, the student having this iPhones. How many are male students and female students having this? Out of these 400, how many students having this Apple iPhone? Again, third question. Which class people having the more iPhones? Either BCom student or BSc student or BA students. Again, question. So which year student having the more mobile Apple phones? Either first year student, second year student, third year students. Again, question. Is income of the parent are influencing to buy this Apple phone or not? See, I'm adding one more question is income of parent is adding to buy a phone or not? Again, is my result can compare with other government college? Other government college, suppose you'll take an example of a government Women College. So there is also 4,000 strength. So is it same result? The strength is same. Can you apply the same results to? No. So I have assumptions. Assumptions can be tested. Then only we will conclude it. So like simple question here, see the multiple questions are coming, right? Family size also influencing by a mobile phone. And if you see that Apple phone and smartphone, the satisfaction level of a student. So see, we can say that student has spending time to watch these videos or whatever the contents, smartphone versus Apple phone, right? So what is the satisfaction level of buying this Apple phone? So like taking one example, you see the multiple questions are there. So we can't apply same tool or same technique, same method for all the questions. Some are dependent, some are independent, some are related, some are not related, right? So what kind of tool or what kind of technique can apply based on the question? So this is my topic is parametric and non-parametric test, right? So see that suppose when you have a screen, so height of the students, the male is 170, two female 160, female 3 is 165, like the third year students, first year student, one kind of height, second year student, third year student, like. So we can't generalize all students have the same, right? Generalized statement. So rows and columns also we'll consider. And so data can be scaled and categorized. So already Professor Patrick sir explained what is measurements and numerics and count data and what are the boxes. So here, the variables. What are the variables? Variables can again be classified into scale and category. Then a continuous measurement can be taken away, taken a value, and distinct to see will one by one. So what is the nominal value, right? There is no meaning in order. Either it is a cat is first or dog is first or horse is first. There's no meaningful difference which one is first, which one is second. So if you take an example of ordinal data, ordinal, obviously order is required. So the match naturally see the topper and the second topper and third topper. See, category ordinal and ordinal nominal data will be differentiate based on this, whatever the data is available. And third one is the scaling. So how we can scale? The descriptive can you count and integrate? We can count the discrete between male and female, married, unmarried, and level of income, either low level income, middle level income, top level income, or you can say that level of education, right? We will segregating and see that. So measurement, we'll measure this tendency, whatever the data we collected, we'll measure. So like the data can be different types. Based on the type, we'll apply this suitable tool and technique and method for this, getting our whatever we assumption is true or false. So here, this is a simple questionnaire. Just I have a question. What is your favorite subject? If I ask the third year, 6th semester students, so what is your favorite subject? See that financial accounting, some student asking that, say that cost accounting. These students say that income tax and business stats and GST. Right? Again, asking is it whatever they're asking the question, she may be or he may be girl or boy or male or female is there. Right? So I considered myself a good commerce subject. I strongly agree, disagree, not sure, agree, strongly agree. So like that, there are Likert 5 scale is applicable here. The score in recent or recent 5th semester exam, either how much score you got. So here the 4 questions are, there are 4 parameters are there. See that the first question related to nominal data. The second question related to binal and nominal data. Third one is ordinal data. Fourth one is scaling data. So like the questions are different. I applied for different types of techniques. Okay. So here already previous resource person explained what is the population and what is the sample. So before going to apply any parameter test or non-parameter test, first we get little knowledge about this. What are the parameters? The parameter we will measure as a population mean. And whatever we draw on the sample about this population, the population is this, we can draw on this sample. So we will calculate sample mean. So here we get interface between these population mean as well as sample mean. So then the sample mean is tested for the total sample. So annam udikinda ledante em chestam manamu mottham annam chudam kada. So em chestam manamu oka koddi sample cheste automatic ga so annam yokka swabhavam telisipotundi. So like we will identify whatever the sample is population available, So what out of that we'll select as a random or whatever this convenient sampling, random sampling, certified sampling, whatever the sampling methods are, out of that you will pick few and we will calculate mean of this sample. And see that these are some 4 important estimation, the point of estimates. These we know that sample mean, we can say that X bar, and population mean is mu, and standard deviation of sample standard deviation is S, and this is population standard deviation. These 4 are very, very important to calculate either parametric test or non-parametric test, either chi-square test or nominal t-test, f-test, just test, whatever test we can use. These 4 are the basic things. So if you understand this, then easily to apply techniques, tools. Okay. Then, so this is very simple. There are 60 students are there, and out of the 60 students, so marks are 65. The few students are got top is see that first the student may get 1 mark, or student get 9 marks, or student get 54 marks, right? So like different students, 60 students are got different marks in a particular subject. So how we can draw this? So you can see that the summary mean, as earlier speaker said, that how to calculate the mean and how to calculate standard deviation. So standard deviation. So whatever you calculated the mean, based on the mean, the deviation may either upside or downside. Both sides will consider. Right? For this example, the calculated mean is 30.5 and standard deviation is 14.5. See what it means? The 30.5 is a mean, right? And 14.5 is either upside or downside. The variations are 14.56. So in financial terminology, in financial aspect, what we call as standard deviation is measured as a risk, is called as total risk. Okay. So after that, the data can be either interpretation of how the data can be interpretation in both standard deviation data. So here scaling data, the data can be scaled. If you have a data, so then it is the data either nominal data or not. So your distribution is nominal distribution or data. So whatever the population, if the population is available, the population data is normally distributed or not normally distributed. So it is very important, either you can select either parametric test or non-parametric test. The very important point is either your data is nominal distributed or non-nominal distributed. So if it is nominal distributed, you can select for parametric test. So if it is not normal distributed, either you say that it is a skew data, either positive skew or negative skew data, right? So see, this frequency of data is available. So see the data is like, I'll show you this. So data, see that here it is nominally distributed. Data is normally distributed, and see this is the bell-shaped curve. So this is the mean. The peak is called as a mean. So here it is mean. So 5% level interpret 5% level interpret. You can take that. So it is an equivalent measure. 95% level. So both it is 2.5% lowest of data, and it is 2.5 highest of data. So like that, it is will take as a the data is whatever your data collected, the data is nominally distributed or not. Okay. If it is normally distributed, we can go for this further process, further steps. Okay. Then normality is very required. So the assessing the normality is very most important in your whatever you collected the prime data. So it is normality, either it is the data is normal distributed or positive skewed or negative skewed. Okay. So if it is positive skewed, you can go for further analysis. If it is negative, you can go different kind of techniques. Then the choosing the scaling again, if it is normally distributed, you can use for mean and as well as standard deviation. If this data is not normally distributed, it is data is skewed data, either positive skewed or negative skewed, you can use median. Okay, you can use median. So if it is categorical data is also there, if it is ordinal data, you can use for median, and nominal data you can use for mode. So most of the cases in non-parametric test, we can use median of, and it is normally distributed, you can use mean variance, and median variance we can use for either parametric and non-parametric. This is basic of applying this either parametric and non-parametric test. See which graph can you say that after collecting data using these various tools, how we can interpretation of the data. So data can be either histogram or pie chart, bar chart, or box plots and the scatter plots. So different kind. For example, I have see any student can respond whether the daily temperature and ice cream sales were related or not. Right? Daily temperature and ice cream sales were related or not. You see that the ice cream is a seasonal product, right? Air conditioners, refrigerators, right? Umbrellas. Most of the consumer products either products are either seasonal based. So which graph or which chart can I use? See that I can use for scattered data, scattered table for scattered data plotting for this comparing between ice cream sales versus temperature, weather temperature. Now, one more is comparison between mean reaction for a group having alcohol and a group of drinking water. See the two group of people are there. Is the same group people having alcohol, having this water is same? No. So you can use plotted box plot or confidence and interval plot. So it depends upon what are the questions you're asking. Based on that, you can use these graphs. So after that, so my presentation next part is next right. Wait a minute.
Sir, your screen is not visible.
Wait a minute. Now it is, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after this understanding of this normality of data, it is a normality of data. Okay. Now we enter the area of parametric and non-parametric test. So what is a parametric test? The parametric test is the population completely mean of test. And the parametric test is restricted data is showing as a normally distributed. The data can be normally distributed. Okay. The data can be normally distributed like the bell shape. You can use this parametric test. And are independent one another. The data can be dependent and independent and another one. Are the same continuous scale of measurement. The measurement cannot be changed, right? So one we can measure in terms of grams and we can't change. Another one is liters. So your measurement can be same for, then we can apply this test is parametric test. Okay. And when we can use this non-parametric test, see that for example, the basic difference is see that level of income and male and female, and see that what we call age. Right? Whatever demographic profile, whatever the data, basic data we can use is parametric data. So non-parametric data we can use for testing of attributes. The very important one is attribute testing in non-parametric data. See that we'll see one movie, the heroine is so beautiful. Oh, she is beautiful, so beautiful. The flowers are so looking so great. So how we can measure this attitude? See that, we can see that we can watch a movie in OTT or we can watch a movie in theater. So which one is more attractive? Which one gives the more satisfaction? Right? Or else we can say that attribution, right? So the basic non-parametric test we can use for basically attribution is attribution level, testing the attribution. And see that the students are say watching a cricket match in a house alone, or watching a movie, watching a cricket match along with friends, and watching a cricket in a ground. So which one is more giving the satisfaction? Either watching a cricket match in the ground, or in along with friends, or in a house alone. So which one is more giving the more testing of attributes, right? Which one is giving the more satisfaction, right? See like that, we have some attribution. So here we can use, you can use this measurement as continuous and normal distribution. The basic purpose of using these non-parametric tests are attribution testing. Either you can use for Likert scale or any scale. Here we'll test. See that the movie ratings are given, right? See the any movie say that out of 4, 3, 2.5, right? If you buying any product in Amazon, what we can say is how many stars the product has. How many stars?
Sponsorship, no sponsorship, no?
Ma'am? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Sir, carry on, sir.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So if you see before buying any product, what we can see in Amazon, seeing the stars, how many stars are there? 5 star, 4 star, 3 star, right? So why it is attribution testing using for non-parametric test. So non-parametric said other than the normal distribution, the data is not normal distributed. If your data is not normal distributed, you can use for non-parametric test. Here it is independent. Here it is dependent variation, dependent. The data are dependent. It is conditional or one another. Okay. It is related one to another. In general, do not have a continuous scale measurement. Here the scale is continue. Here the scale is not continued, is not required. For example, height and weight of a weight for something is a parametric. Do you bacteria growing or not? It is called non-parametric test. Okay, so these are the basic understanding of parametric and non-parametric test. And right. So what basic differences between parametric test and non-parametric test? So here in my screen, there are 3 columns are there. One is properties, parametric and non-parametric. So what is the assumption? So the parametric test have some assumptions are there. Here non-parametric, there is no assumptions. There is no assumptions. Here the assumption is based on assumption only will calculate this parametrics. Right. So assumptions may say that the assumptions are they say that assumption may be say that income level of a employee. Right. Central tendency is you will calculate here. It's a mean is that a central tendency. We can use mean here. Mean value will take as a central of tendency. And here we will take as a mean as a central of tendency. Why? Because it is a testing as attributes will take a median. Here will take as a mean is a. So here when you calculate the correlation of parametric test, we can use for Pearson rank correlation. And here we can test the correlation non-parametric data. We can use the Spearman correlation, Spearman rank correlation we can use. When the distribution here, probability distribution is normally distributed, here arbitrary distribution is there. Here the population knowledge is required, here the population is not required when you're calculating this non-parametric data. The population is required, right? How much population, how much sample you drawn? Why? Because you say that population mean is required, population standard deviation is required, and the sample mean required, sample standard deviation required for calculating a parametric test. In non-parametric test, we'll go for directly the mean values. Based on that, we'll calculate. And here the data is interval data is there, right? See that the age is see the income of 1 lakh to 3 lakhs, 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs, 5 lakhs to 8 lakhs. The interval of data is using for this parametric test. Here nominal data we can't use. You can say nominal data we can use is so we can use that. What is your income level? Now is sufficient for income for your meeting all your monthly expenses. You agree, not agree, fully agree, moderate, like we'll use for nominal data here. So here you can see that we'll test only variables here. In parametric test, we can use only variables, whereas in non-parametric test, you can use both attributes as well as variables. Both we can measure in, we can calculate measured in non-parametric test. So what are the sample? What are the methods are they calculating? What are the tests we can use? T-test, jet test, okay, ANOVA test, and here we can use it. Cursor volley test and manual test we can use. So we'll go for further in detail of about step by step. And then we'll move to differences between already we discussed, and it is more powerful for it is more powerful and it's not that much powerful for compared to parametric test. Here it is distribution is distribution free test. So it is normal distributed is distribution free test. So all parameter tests are distribution free test. Non-parameter tests are distributed free tests. Okay. So here see these charts. We'll start with what kind of data it is. Starting with type of data. What kind of data you have for analysis in the data, right? So if it is a group data, or it's not a what we call paired data, unpaired data. So I will explain what is a paired data and what is unpaired data. So paired data nothing but the variables. See that most of the people will see that diabetic test before breakfast and after breakfast. The person is same, but the test is conducted 2 times, before breakfast and after breakfast. So that is pair. Okay. Unpaired data is nothing but, see that we will compare see that we'll compare this what we call city college students to see that what we call non-parametric data. We can see that 2 different people. The people are different here. The people are different. See that one people will give the 500 mg Dolo tablet, another team will give the 700 mg tablet. See their performance, how the medicine is work. Right? So the persons are different. The sample size is different for paired data, unpaired data. So here it is data is we can use a chi-square test. If it is data is categorical data, you can use for chi-square test. And if it is a group data and the numerical data, it is a single group, we can use student t-test. If the sample size is 1 to 29. Right? If the 1 to 29 sample size, we can use a test is, we can use this student t-test. And if it is number of groups, not one group, it is more than one group. If it is 2 groups, data is 2 groups, we can use 2 groups. Again, the question is, the data is a paired data, it is unpaired data. If it is unpaired data, we can use either t-test. If the data is a parametric, you can use t-test, or you can use for n-value c-test we can use. For example, whatever the data, there are 2 groups of data is there, but the data is paired data, it is yes, we can use difference or correlation. Right? If it is a correlation, we can use Pearson correlation or Spearman correlation if it is non-parametric test. And it is differences purpose you want to calculate in parametric test, we can calculate t-test, and Wilcoxon test will calculate for this analysis. Right? So here the first question is, what is your data type? It is a single group, it is a multi-group. If it is multi-group, see if the data is more than 2 groups, we can use the very important one is ANOVA. Okay, very important one is ANOVA test. If it is the data is more than 2 groups, and in the parametric test, we can use ANOVA, either one-way ANOVA or two-way ANOVA. And see that this is a non-parametric test. We can also use Cursor value test. Also, we can use for non-parametric data. If it is yes, multiple data, more than 2 groups are there. Again, data is paired data. So again, repeated measures of ANOVA we can use, and fragment test we can use for this paired data more than 2 groups. Okay, so tablet based on this data. So what kind of data you have? What kind of variables you have? Okay, what is any relation between one data to another data? Then only we can have a suitable method, suitable technique. After that, it's see one more similar here, sample of distribution. So this is depending upon this sample distribution. If sample is normally distributed, we can use normal distributed. Again, the distributed values can be paired data is unpaired data. If it is a paired data, it is 2 groups, you can use student t-test for paired sample. If it is more than 2, we can use ANOVA. If it is unpaired also, we can use 2 groups, you can student t-test, unpaired sample we can use here. You can also use ANOVA. We can either single ANOVA, either multiple ANOVA, you can use that. And here you can see this, the data is not nominal distributed, but there is a pair data, we can use Wilkinson single rank signed rank test, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and fitment test we can also use for more than 2 groups. It is data is unpaired, we can use the data is 2 groups, Wilkinson rank sum test and crystal valley test we can use for data. And now we move to elaborate one by one in our parametric test. The first and foremost parametric test is t-test. Okay, t-test. So it is in one of these parametric test of hypothesis testing based on this student t distribution. Student t distribution, and it is essential for testing of significance for this different mean values. The mean values are different when the sample size is very small, less than 30. If your sample size is less than 30, we can use this and t-test. And when the population standard deviation is not available, the second condition is the population standard deviation is not available and your sample size is less than 30, we can go for student t-test. And this a person would develop, this given person given this t-test. William W.S. Gossett has given 1908, he proposed, and he's a student teacher is a pen name. He's working in an employee. He's not writing his own name, he's using his pen name as student teacher. It is there. So what is the assumption for t-test? The population distributed is normally like our bell shape. Okay, the population is normally distributed our bell shape, and the samples are random as well as independent samples. The sample size is very small. Like already we told, the sample size is 30, and the population standard deviation is not known. Which population? In the population standard deviation, we don't know, but we know this sample standard deviation. So this manual U-test is non-parametric, is a counterpart of this t-test. Okay, one of the tests is also available in non-parametric test for counterparting this t-test. And see that t-test. So here there are so many populations that out of this population, we will get 5 students. This is the mean of one group against this set of mean. So this population means we select these 5 students and we can apply the test is one simple test as known as a t-test. So t-test, we can use the formula, simple formula. See there, this is this x bar, it is called as a mean of sample. So this is the mean of standard. So mean of the population, the total population. Here the measure, this is the standard deviation of sample. We don't know the standard deviation of population. Okay. So this is the square root of n. So number of sample you have. This formula we can apply for calculating this t-test if your sample size is less than 30 and you don't know this total population mean value, population standard deviation value. Okay. Then the t-test again, sometimes if it is a two kind of data is there. So this is one group and this is another group data. So 2 groups are there. Then we can also apply for t-test is also determine whether there is a significant difference between mean of 2 groups or conditions of 2 groups, right? So this group mean is 30, this group mean value is 35. Why it is different? Right? What are the reasons are different? See that both students are using. This is students of BCom. This is a student of BSc. Both are using this Apple phone, and the mean value is 30. The mean value is 35. We will test why it is a different like this. Okay. See this again. It's continuation. Determine whether there is a statistically significant difference between mean of 2 unrelated group. It is based on the unrelated group basis. Gender is different, right? Gender is male and female is gender different, and we can say that men and women getting the same salaries, same workforce. Okay, and so it is also known as independent test, and 2 sample tests we can use for one test for male and another test for female, and it is purely unpaired data. And this is this graph, 2 different groups, and If the data is two groups, we can use this formula for multiple groups. So what you can do is, this is this mean of male student, this is a student, this is the mean of female students. Two groups are there, male and female. So we need the data is less than 30. Suppose example is 15 students are male and 40 students are female, and we'll calculate the mean of 15 students and mean of 14 students. And standard deviation of these, standard deviation of the difference between mean divided by pooled standard deviation error of this mean. Then we'll calculate, see this example, t-values calculation, mean of mean x1 for male, we assume that this is the female, and standard deviation of male, standard deviation of female. So we can apply a t-test here. This is this mean value, 15.38 of male and 15.68 is female. So both here 15.38 minus 15.68, and the standard deviation is 0.97 standard deviation. The sample size is n is sample size 16, will get the value is 2.3 value. T value is 2.3 value. This value will compare with table values. Significance level, we can test the values. Is that it is any related or not? See that here significance level 5% will take, and see degree of freedom is calculated n1 and minus n1 plus n2 and minus 2. Why it is minus 2? That there are two groups are there. Minus 2 will there. If it's three groups, we'll say that minus 3. If it is one group, we'll say n minus 1. Okay, 30. So we'll say that 52 minus 2, 30 group, and we'll see the critical value is 2.042 for 30 of freedom. 30 freedom is 2.42. So T value is 2.3. So we rejected the null. We rejected the null hypothesis. We will accept the alternative hypothesis. So this is the method to calculating this t-test. Now we move to paired data test. Paired data, there are two groups are there. So this group will give this smartphone, and this group will give this Apple phone. We want to test their satisfaction level of two groups. Are they same or are they different? Okay, are they same or are they different? And these group people watching cricket match in the ground, these people watching in this cricket match in their respect or any respect to any see one any television. So the activity is same, but that is different group people are there. So the outcome of variable has continuous scale. The scale is continuous. The difference between the paid measures are normally distributed. In the difference is outcome measure between this outcome. So their outcome will measure this outcome. So these people are watching TV and watching cricket match in the ground, and these people are watching cricket in their houses. We'll test measure. Or these people say that using the smartphone and these people using this Apple phone, we want to test their satisfaction level. We say that, can you say that it is higher, it is lower, or we'll compare one to another. And see that the final conclusion of t-test. So if the value of tested statistics is greater than stable value, we will reject the null and will accept this alternative. So he say that here I will show you what is null and what is simple logic. See either. So this is null hypothesis. See that the people are using smartphone equivalent to Apple phone are the same kind of satisfaction. My null hypothesis is that smartphone users and Apple phone users doesn't have the same kind of satisfaction. So now I want to test this. Either I will test this, I will test null hypothesis, and I will draw these conclusions. So here, wait a minute. Right. So here what can I do is, I will conclude the value of test statistics is greater than the table value. We will reject null and will accept this alternative. So in this case, if your data is, so it is rejected null means we will accept this. This is your assumption. This is correct. So if we have the test statistics less than the stable value, Then we will not reject null, we will accept the null. Both smartphone users as well as Apple users have the same kind of outcome, same kind of satisfaction is there. So like we will test the hypothesis of this uh, uh, different kind of teams, groups are there, right? So then whatever the limitations are there in t-test, the basic limitation is the sample size is very limited, 30, less than 30, 1 to 29. And we don't know this, if we don't know the population standard deviation, we can't use t-test. To overcome this t-test, we will use the second test is z-test. So z-test to compare the sample mean with the total mean. So here it is also same. Okay, so it is parameter test for testing hypothesis. It can use for larger scale of more than 30. Your sample is more than 30. You can use for z-test, and the assumptions are same. As the population distribution is normally like a bell shape, the samples are random and independent are there. The sample size is very large, and the population standard deviation known here. Population standard deviation known here. Earlier t-test, we don't know the population standard deviation. The sample is limited, and we don't know this standard deviation of population standard deviation. We will use that sample, that t-test. Now we can move this z-test. Right. So here z-test with the two samples. See that again we can say that male and female, boys and girls. And boys are, we can say that mean x1 and mean x2, and standard deviation of mean x1 and standard deviation of mean x2, and n sample n1 and n2. The two compare the means of two different samples. So here you can see that first group sample mean, second group sample mean, first group standard deviation, second standard deviation, and n is sample size. Okay. So third one is f-test. So f-test is f-test if distribution is called. So why it is f-test is you can use. If we want to test null hypothesis, the two normal population have the same variation. The variation is same. For example, boys and girls, earlier we told you boys and girls. Here what we call 150 boys and 150 girls, or we say that totally 300. The mean is here 30 and the mean is 30. Now we can use normally same variants are there. Variants are same. Then you can use this f-test. So one more here is f-test can regarded as comparison of equality of sample variations. Equality of sample variation. At that purpose, you can give f-test. So f-test simply a ratio of two variables. So these f-tests are very much useful for calculating this regression and expecting future predictions are used for this test. And this is the formula we can use for calculating this f-test. And the basic assumption of this f-test is population is also normal distributed. See the whatever we talked about this parameter test, the data ordered population is normally distributed, and the samples are drawn normally or independently. And third and very most one is most of these research scholars using this chi-square test, right? So chi-square test is basically non-parametric test, but some condition it act as parametric test. Okay, so it is non-parametric test, but some condition it is using for parametric also to test the goodness of fit and independence of two or more variables. It helps assessing the goodness fit in observed as well as expected. Observed figures and observed values are as well as expected figure. We will what we call assessing. We observe and we theoretically what we expected when we compare, we'll draw the conclusions. And it may compare expected frequency and observed frequency. If it is a difference is greater the difference, greater the value of the chi-square test. If there is no difference between the expected expected frequency and observed frequency, then the chi-square value is 0. So if expected, see, we expected and expected as well as observed, both are the same. The chi-square test is 0. It is known as goodness of fit. Okay. And so this is whatever the limitations in the t-test and f-test that will overcome with this chi-square test. So the chi-square test can be used for test of proportions, test of associations, and test of goodness, fitness. So this is the formula for calculating the chi-square test. Okay, so I will explain the concept for using this one problem. So this is one a problem. See the one case. A survey on cars and conducted in the year 2022 and determined that 60% of car owners having only one car and 28% people having the 2 cars. 12% people having this more than 2, more than 3 cars. Suppose that we have decided to conduct one survey and have collected the data below, determine whether you have a supported the result or not. The user significance level is 0.5 and given out 129 cars are presented for 60% and 73 are represented for 28, 38 represent to 12%. Okay, so let us null and we will frame this null and alternative hypothesis. My alternative null hypothesis are the proportions of car owners, So here we'll draw this hypothesis. So the proportion of car owners 1 or 2 or 3 0.60, 0.28, 0.12 means it is equal to 1. And proportion with 1 or 2 cars. The proportion of car owners 1 or 2 does not match the proposed model. So these 60%, 28% are correct or not. So we will test goodness of fit for this using that. This is a formula. And observed figures are these observed figures 73, 38, 18. And expected figures is whatever this total is there, we'll multiply with you get the figure. And finally, we draw this conclusion 0.73, 0.7533. So this is this chi-square value. And the chi-square value we will compare with the table value using this degree of freedom. So here 3 samples are there. Okay, 3 minus 1, it is 2. And see that here, we'll see the graph and chi-square value, it is more than that or less than that. So here the table value is 5.99 and it is the calculated value is 0.73. It is less than. We will accept the null and see that whatever we this is there, the proportion of car owners 1 or 2, this is this accepted, the alternative is rejected. Now this ANOVA test will move to ANOVA test, either one-way ANOVA or two-way ANOVA. So how we can decide which ANOVA we can select, either one-way ANOVA or two-way ANOVA. So it depends upon the data, whatever data is there. So here there are 3 means are there. The group 1 and the group 2 and group 3, that is variable 1, variable 2, variable 3. So I know this variable 1 you mean and variable 2 mean, variable 3 mean their height means, right? So and this is one more example. So to assess significance of possible variation performance in a certain between the college Hyderabad. So we conduct one test of 3 different colleges. These are the ranks are there 3, 4, 5, 6 and 3, 5, 6, 7. So we need to test. So here we need I can test for one-way ANOVA, 2 ANOVA. Here it is collected only one-way ANOVA. So what we can test is first A college equal to B college equal to C college. What it is called as a null hypothesis I created. Both all the colleges have same kind of results. So no, it's a alternative hypothesis is not equal. So what can I do? Second one is calculation of variance between the sample. Sample variation is required. I need to calculate. Then I need to go for how to calculate here. I need to calculate here calculation of mean. Okay, calculation of mean drawn that after that I conclude here calculation of calculation of SSE and calculation of SSE. Based on that, we need to calculate this value, SSE values. Finally, we'll see this SME, mean square between the sample, mean square within the sample, and we say compare this value, whatever this frequency 2, 6. Why it is 2? It is n minus 2, right? C minus 1, 2 minus it is 1, freedom is 2. So we'll check 2 and 6. So here I can calculate the 6. Here the 6, 3 into 6 is there. I will calculate here the value is 5.14. So I am accepting null hypothesis here. Okay. So like based on the data, either you can use single ANOVA or multiple ANOVA. Suppose here you can see the data. So question, the following data represent the study hours day by 4 different students on 3 different days: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Here data is presented columns as rows. Now in this situation, I can use for two-way ANOVA, right? So here the data is column as well as rows. So earlier the data is only rows are there is no columns are there. For example, I want to discuss this customer satisfaction. I want to test customer satisfaction in 4 districts. See, like for example, online, online customer perception towards online buying. So I will select here location, right? Hyderabad, Warangal, Nizamabad. And I will get this mean value. I will calculate this two-way ANOVA test. Why? Because the data is row as well as column wise. Okay. And test whether the study hours are different from are the same. Test whether the study hours of the different students are the same. No. And test whether the study hours on different days are the same. So like we need to test same way here, what we can do is, so first we need to calculate this. Variance can be calculated in 2 times. One is column base, second one is row base. So column base we calculate ABCD wise. So ABCD wise will calculate this and we'll calculate this also. Okay. And the calculation of grand value here. So here you can see that grand value calculation here, mean value -2. See the correct. We'll calculate these values and finally we will take a decision either we can accept the null or we can reject this null. So this is the overview of this parametric and non-parametric test. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for discussing on and enlightening students on parametric and non-parametric tests. And we have a small question, sir, from the student.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, as you said in detail about different techniques and tools that should be used, recent American Federal Bank has raised their interest rate. So based on this, the students can take up any research project. If so, how it can be go for that?
I mean, here the student cannot go and conduct a survey in America. So what we can do is we conduct the study based on this market-based interest rates. Is American interest rates are affected Indian stock market or not? Right. So we will. The student can do a project. So is what we call S&P. S&P is any influence of our Nifty or Sensex. So that they can do in Dow Jones. They will take. Okay. So what are these? They will definitely Fed interest rates are affected American stock markets. So whenever the interest rates are increased, naturally that will influence the bond value. At the same time, our market also. Why? Because FIIs will move to Indian to their country. Why? Because the interest rates are increased. So they can do one project for compared study between American and Indian, and FII flows between the increase these FIIs and after this, before increases interest rates and before increase interest rate, what is the impact of interest rate in FIIs in Indian stock? That they can do, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable inputs. Now over to Gajenrda Babu, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, Dr. K. Mallikarjuna, sir, for your wonderful session on parametric and non-parametric. So really very informative, and you have taken very suitable examples, and which is very easily understandable by the students. Thank you, sir. Now, let us go to the next session, that is a report writing and presentation. Before going to presentation, that session, one small information to the students. Students, after this session, you will have one Q&A, question and answer sessions will be there around 10 to 15 minutes. And WATS Kaijala group will be enabled for the participants to post questions related to project report preparations. If you have any doubts, you can pose your questions in the Kaijala group. Okay, this will be enabled only after the next resource person session is over. Okay, now it's a pleasure to me introduce our resource person and convener of this program, Senior Professor D. Chennappa, sir. He is a Senior Professor of Commerce at Osmania University, and sir is presently working as a principal in University College of Commerce and Business Management, which is a topmost college in one of the topmost colleges in India and Hyderabad. And additionally, he holds the responsibility of as a Dean Faculty of Commerce, Shatavahana University, Karimnagar, and also Telangana. Sir obtained his MCom, MPhil, and PhD from the Osmania University, Hyderabad, and sir also pursued did his MBA from IGNOU. Sir has a vast experience, around 31 years of teaching and research experience, and he qualified in NET National Eligibility Test in 1996, conducted by the UGC, New Delhi. And he has obtained teaching he has been teaching quantitative techniques for business decisions, research methodology, and e-commerce. So research methodology and quantitative techniques are favorite subjects for sir, and is also tech savvy. Sir is a very tech pro technology, and he has undertaken 4 major and 4 minor and 2 major, total 6 research projects sponsored by the ICSSR and UGC New Delhi. And sir also authored 6 books and edited 15 books. He has published, his published were widely acclaimed. He got published 6 papers in international journals and 38 papers in reputed reference national journals. Sir has 105 national seminars and 3 international conferences on contemporary issues. And he has participated in 3 international conferences at the United States of America and more than 50 national seminars at national level. And under his supervision, 2 students completed MPhil and 9 students completed PhD. And he's also research UGC Research Awardee 2012-14. And SAR was given Best State Teacher Award in 2019 by the government of Telangana. And is also regular columnist for the Inadu daily newspapers. Okay. And Chennappa sir is a resource person for various academic staff colleges in India, such as UGC, HRDC, Academic Staff College, Osmania University, Hyderabad, OU, CAP, OU, Hyderabad, Manu, Central University, Hyderabad, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, and Loyola College, Vijayawada, AP, Academic Staff College, Marathwada, and even SAR is a resource person in even Aurangabad, Bharatidasan University, Savitri Pune University. Okay, and SAR served as NCC officer, NSS coordinator, and is also warden, vice principal, chief warden of university, mess hostel.
Yeah.
Okay, and with this, anyway, one more thing, Sara even has one journal, is a founder come executive director for the Osmania Journal for International Business Studies. Okay, with this, I conclude my introduction. Sir, session to you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gajenrda. Thank you. Dr. Mallikarjuna, wonderful presentation. Excellent. You made it so simple to understand each and everybody. But your session could be in the morning hours, of course. In the sequence of the subject or syllabus, we put up at afternoon. But really, you made a great show then.
Thank you,
Gajenrda, thank you very much. At last, I can speak something to the students. Then almost all now 5:17. Probably I may close around 5:45. Then 15 minutes we may spare the time for the question and answer sessions. And then I hope that the number people are coming down at the YouTube. We may not wait and may not ask them to wait the people to go longer period. Since morning they have been with us. Okay, with this inaugural remarks, really wonderful. Then kindly allow me to upload my PPT also. Kindly able to me to upload my PPT also.
Okay, sir. 1 minute, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, dear participants, by that time, then you might have come and you might have listened.
Sir, now you can present, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Now the time has come up to the like you're in the 6th semester, like you have to submit your project. That could be your final stage, and it is the last session too also. Kindly, I can hope that you can put up a little bit more efforts to listen about how should be the project report. I thanks God that since morning Naresh, Reddy, Patrick, Krishna, Chaitanya, Ramavath, Ravi, including Mallikarjuna, in detail they have explained it, but in capsules, I would like to put forth to you that how your project report should be there. Keeping in view that neither you are a PhD scholar, nor you are a MCOM students, nor MBA students, nor you are become honors student, but it is the first time we are experimenting with you. With that limitations, I will give capsules how you can prepare better report. Okay, not going to any Xerox centers, not going to any libraries, and if you concentrate and just listen to us, at least you can venture to prepare your own project. Okay, then that's a look about it. What could be this project report? Why we have to do the project? In the morning also I told you that on any topic you can choose it. Since the morning many speakers spoke about the so many topics. Any topic you can choose, and you can would like to conduct the research on it. Definitely you will get the knowledge on fundamentals, solid fundamentals about this. For example, you would like to study about Bitcoins. Okay, fine. Now, once what the fundamentals of Bitcoin, how the Bitcoins are emerging, who are controlling the Bitcoins, how much business is taking places, is it to confined to only Telangana, Hyderabad, or India, or only America, where it is confined? Likewise, fundamentals, you know about it. Fundamentals means who have invented it. This is invented like Satoshi Nakamoto. Is a Japanist. He invented the Bitcoins. Now you can take up one like a Bitcoin is or cryptocurrency also there. How the cryptocurrency can be mining, how the cryptocurrency is transferred, what the value could be fixed by the buyer and sellers. Like fundamental knowledge you can gain it. To gain about the fundamental knowledge on whatever the topic, whatever the idea you have it, whatever the opinion you have it, that could be make it a solid, concrete. Confidently you can tell about it. Yes, Bitcoins means this is this. Who have invented? No, Satoshi Nakamoto. Likewise, confidently you can mention if you do the original project report. That could be the reason the Department of Commerce, Osmania University, forcing the students to have the project report. Not only that, if you are going to the outside world also, people are looking towards to the certain interpretation skills, additional skills, and definitely analytical skills they are observing about it. Those were the dishes there. Suppose just asking about the what are the bank passbook and cash book. But now not like that. They're asking that how to you consolidating. If it is likewise, they're asking in-depth knowledge. There is a possibility of getting about the in-depth knowledge and all the factor. Therefore, this project is very, very important. Now, how the project should be there. So whatever the title, like I mentioned that project report, like title you can put it. Project report on like study the impact of the Bitcoin or trends of the cryptocurrency, like impact of the tourism, impact of the any one of these schemes, impact of the Bhagiratha scheme in Telangana, impact of the Dalita Bandhu scheme in Telangana, like anything like what is the impact of the social media or what is the online marketing, like whatever the title you would like to choose it, just to put a title. Then you have to write it in the next paragraph, next line. It is a partially fulfillment of BCom degree, which are going to be submitting to the university. And which batch your hall ticket number you have to write it. Again, in the cover page, you have to write it submitted by your name, and definitely you are monitored, supervised by one of the faculty members. That faculty members name you have to write it. Then the college logo, suppose city college logo, suppose even a residential college is also there, they have separate logo, and then logo, use the logos, and at the bottom give about your identity of the college. This could be cover page of the project report. I hope that easily can understand it, how the project report covers to be there. Don't go to the any Xerox centers. and look it, and this all PPTs are saved and everything is recorded. Again, we are going to be give the links to this YouTube whenever, wherever, whatever the things you want it. Again, you can download it, you can watch it. Okay, this is the cover page. You can put it. Okay, once the cover page is there, then going to the next inside the pages. Of course, your principal certificate and your declaration should be there. Certificate means that certificate they will state that you are a bona fide student. Declaration means you declare that that is the original work being done. It okay. Then after that, cover page, next certification, next declaration. Then on what next it should be there? Next should be there abstract, introduction, background, methodology, results, and if it is a necessary, discussion, conclusions, and recommendations. These are the project report format, my dear students. It's a format. Abstract should be there, introduction should be there, background should be there, methodology is there, then some results should be there, some discussion if you want to any raise questions, and you have to conclude about it. Again, you are not a factor that you are a researcher. You have to raise a question, you have to answer it. Again, you have to recommend something. You are not a newspaper, you are not a TV channel anchor. Now the TV channel anchors also started question to questioning it. And they are encouraging to violate the situation. So they are himself encouraging the debate persons to cross talk. And that could not be a research at all. Your research project should be the certain conclusions should emerge. Certain recommendations you have to recommend it. As I told that Bitcoin. You can state that Bitcoin is not good for Indian. Bitcoin may be helping to the rich people. Bitcoin may be helping to the terrorist. Bitcoin may be encouraging about the black money. Likewise, you have to come with a certain conclusions. The conclusions also should come out with a certain substantiated supporting documents and results and data. The conclusions are very, very necessary. And the recommendation also. What is the recommendation? For example, if you have taken cryptocurrency or Bitcoin, okay, or impact of the social media. Suppose impact of the social media is there. And what your recommendation is there? The mobile phone should not be given to the children. Okay, up to at least 10th class students. You should not encourage the students to or children to use the mobile phone. Likewise, you have to recommend it. So these are the format for the project report. So cover page, next one certificate, next one declaration. This could be the format. Okay. Am I audible? Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Fine. Then just now I told you that abstract. Okay. If you look very carefully, the abstract should be how many pages? Again, I tell you that the entire your project not more than 50 pages by the BCom final year students. Not more than the 50 pages, not required more than 50 pages. Out of the 50 pages, I told you that one page is a cover page. It is a covering about the title, your name and your hall ticket number, your college logo and your supervisor name. Next one is a certificate. Next one is a declaration. Those three papers are over. If possible, you can prepare index. And after the index, then definitely have to come with the abstract. Abstract, you know, you are, of course, most of the students stopped buying the books and reading the books. But if you buy a book or if you see the book, at least going to the library, at the back side of any book, there are two prominent material is going to be available. What is that two prominent material is? One is about the author. Second one is about the book. That about the book, that may be book is containing about more than 300 or 400 pages. In a paragraph, they will write about the author will write about the book. That is nothing but abstract. Out of the 300 pages, what they have drawn it, what they would like to explain it, simply in captions, they will put up into the off paragraph. Similarly, your 50 pages of project report should be captioned and put up into the one paragraph. If not one paragraph, at least you can put up into the one page. It will put up into the one page. Then, as I told you that I have picked up the one or two titles. One is a cryptocurrency, another one is a Bitcoin, another one is a social media is there. How do you write this abstract regarding to the social media, Bitcoin, and the cryptocurrency is there? So as I told that off paragraph or one paragraph or one page, I told you that. How would you come out with means which year Bitcoin was introduced, who was introduced, why they introduced it? 3 lines. What is the circulation? Okay. Then what is your objective of the study? Your objective of the study is there to study the trends of the Bitcoin. Your objective of the study is there to impact of the Bitcoin on Indian stock market. That is your objective. There are so many sub-objectives might be there, but in the abstract, just you write only one line about your objectives. Again, another one line you can write about your research methodology. Since morning, you have been listening that within one sentences, you have to write the methodology. What could be the methodology? The Bitcoin trends. How would you study about it? Just now, when Mallikarjuna was mentioning that, that was one question also they asked about it. The repo rate being changed, it how you are going to be studied at American. Oh, that is possible to study too, that only based upon to the secondary data. So in the research methodology, you have to mention that the data will be collected through the secondary sources. That's the research methodology is over in one sentences. Then again, you have to write the one sentences in conclusion. How you write in one sentence about conclusion? Okay. How you can write about the conclusions or main finding of this your entire 50 pages project report? And you can mention that because of the Bitcoin stock volatilities are more and more, particularly so in India. That is your main finding and conclusion. That could be your main finding and conclusions. So this is about only taken small example of a Bitcoin. It has come up with the 3 or 4 lines. That is enough for us. The university examination branch will see that is only the abstract. Okay. Then again, in brief, it should be there. As I told you that it should be whatever the 4 lines or 5 lines or 1 page. It should be into the only past tense. Don't use about the future tenses in the abstract. You know, past tense means English language, my dear friend. Past tense means don't think something else is there. Past tense means was, had been. Okay, it was. Don't say that it will be, it would be no. So that should be abstract should be there. Okay. I hope that you are very clear about the abstract. Now you look about this. One abstract, it is given into the Israel Journal of Mathematics. What the title is there? A counter example in the partition calculus for uncountable ordinals. You might have known that what is the ordinal, what is the calculus, what is the partitions. Since morning, Patrick, Mallikarjuna, many people told that what is the ordinal, nominals, scalings, intervals. Like a simple topic, you have to put it, simple title. In the title, there are no confusion at all. Don't create confusion in the title itself. For example, you can mention that the title itself is a questioning mark. So question marks and the title is not permitted. Okay, simple title. Now you can see that on the screen, the abstract, how many pages, how many lines are there? Hardly 4 lines. Just now also I told you that the Bitcoin is also 4 lines. So abstract you have to prepare, lectures you have to prepare. Then the again second factor, the ingredients into the project report is introduction. Dear students, again listen to me that the project report under that also you can make it as a minimum 3 or 4 chapters. Okay, abstract is good. Abstract is okay, it is coming in the initial stages. The introduction is it could be make it as a first chapter for yourself. Okay, second chapter is you can make it as a profile of the company, profile, or if profile of the company is not available, you can make it as a theoretical, okay, background of particular concept. What is the theoretical framework of Bitcoin? You can explain it. That could be your second chapter. What is the theoretical background about social media? Social media means it includes WhatsApp, it includes Twitter, it includes Instagram, it includes so many things, so many things. That is a theoretical background also. You can write it as a in the second chapter. Third chapter, as I mentioned that in the research methodology, you are collecting the data through the secondary data. That secondary data you defect it and interpret it. Again, the fourth chapter, just make it as a summary and conclusions. So then back to this first chapter. First chapter, as I told you that it could be introduction. In the introduction, what it should contain. In the introduction, you should create the importance about your own topic. You have to create the importance about your own topic. Reading the first sentence itself, they should not get fed up and they should not come a conclusion. What is there in this project? Nothing new is there in the project. Everybody knows the answer. That should not be there in the first sentence itself. The first sentence itself, you can create certain vibrations. Okay, certain importance you have to create it. For example, Bitcoin is there. How you will write out the importance of your title or your problem? Bitcoin is no one is controlling. Bitcoin values are decided by the buyers and sellers. Neither the Reserve Bank of India, Federal Bank of India, governments or state governments are unable to control it. That is the biggest problem in terms. Another one terms is that is importance of your topic. Whenever the importance of your topic is there, immediately they will draw the attentions of the reader, draw the attentions of the viewers and the examiners. That's we have to write about it. How, what are the regulations? What are the manifesto of that Bitcoin is there? Even social media is also there. You can write it. And why? What are the problems of social media in the introductions? And any new theorems are there and experiments are there, you can write it. Okay. And then you can study what is your objectives, what is your goal, why you want to study data. Bitcoins, why you are studied about it. Bitcoins means it is a no one controlled it, and only through the mining and browsing they are creating the value, and buyers and sellers are deciding they are buying there and selling and transferring the currencies from one account to another account. So that could be the Bitcoin stories there. Now, what is your problem? How economy is going to be affected? How economy is going to, then you can make it as a your goal studies there. Impact of the Bitcoin volatilities on stock markets. That could be called as intended to your study. You that create importance to your study. Create importance to your study. That is necessary to attract the people. Otherwise, no, who will read about it? Then based upon to that, you can create the not only importance, you have to tell about the background also. What could be the background of the cryptocurrency? Bitcoin is there. Background if the cryptocurrency is permitted in India, who is buying, how much is buying, who is deciding price, how much is deciding price, and how to control. Now India is a very price sensitive, and then the credit creation is more and more. And once the credit creation is more and more, the inflation will go up. Once inflation will go up again, that is going to be creating huge chaos between to the demand and supply. Whenever you chaos between the demand and supply is there, and rich people, all they will buy, all they will store it, and poor people again they will onto the street. For example, petrol is there. All rich people they will buy about barrels of petrol and they will block it. Again, poor people they will take the 1 liter bottle, they will walk onto the roads. Because of that, you are not addressing the issues. You have not addressed the issues. That could be the background for not monitoring about the cryptocurrency. So likewise, you have to develop background. Likewise, you have to develop background. Another example also I mentioned that simply I mentioned that this is social media is also impact of social media. So many students are suiciding. So many children are killing their own mother by not giving mobile phone and the PUBG games. So these are the you create the importance for your title. Then only people will realize it, and that will fetch about you. Then in the introduction chapter, it is a review of literature. Of course, morning people might have spoken when you are reading about the previous and other things that you have to do that. Then the another area, important area in the research design, or particularly when we are writing about the project report, we have to clearly formulate the researchable objectives. Clearly, you have to formulate the research objectives. Loosely, you are formulating research objectives. Loosely, you are formulating your objectives. That is again, there is no interest about it. Nobody will get any interest about it. Therefore, what you have to do that while formulating the objectives, which is your broader area, which is your core area, which is a segment is going to affect. Just now I mentioned that the social media, students, children below 18 years age, people are most affected. Those is the psychological problem will come. So psychology is a broad field to me. Again, cryptocurrency I mentioned, Bitcoin I mentioned that. That could be the other problem for us. That could be the social problem. That problem is going to become a social problem. And that could be becoming as a biggest problem. Now, how you are going to be addressing that big problem? You make it as a dissects, make it a smaller pieces and make it as a sub areas. And what are the sub areas? Suppose Bitcoin is also there. Bitcoins, make it as a stock market, make it as a real estate, make it as a exchange rates. Likewise, make it and formulate the objectives. While formulating the objectives also, you should have some questioning methodology also, you should have it. Otherwise, nothing will be there. Okay. Then a lot of time will take. I will rush up. Then in the formulating objectives also, you can use it to find out the impact of the Bitcoin, to determine the volatilities of the Bitcoin, to ascertain the impact of the social media, to examine the circulation of the Bitcoin, to examine the impact of the cryptocurrency, or now study to examine the impact of the tourism. Worst affected because of the COVID is tourism, education sector, highly dangerously affected. Okay, therefore, to measure the impact of the COVID, to explore the opportunities after the COVID. Likewise, you have to formulate the objectives. Just to look at these are our objectives, to describe it, to find it, to ascertain, to compare, to again to demonstrate. Anything you would like to demonstrate it, also you can write it. Likewise, you have to formulate the objectives. Again, my dear students, there could be there is a paraphrasing research questions and research objectives. It may be phasing changes. The meaning may not change. The research questions and research objectives both are same. Both are phrasing in same manner. Answer is same and questioning is also same, but in different terminology we are using it. Look at those. Why have organization introduced early retirement? That is a question. How do you formulate the objectives, research object to identify the organization objectives for introducing to the retirement scheme? I hope that most of the students are watching YouTube, or you may be there into the other platform. Is there any difference? Is there any controversial meaning is there between the research questions and research objectives? But both are same. Only paraphrasing is different. Again, what are the consequences of the early retirement scheme? Suppose now in Telangana, 61 years of retirement is there. That could be enhanced to 65, or that may be reduced to the 58. What could be the impact? What are the consequences? There is a question. Again, objective is to describe the consequences of early retirements of the employees, to explore the effect of the early retirement of the organization. Likewise, paraphrasing is different, but likewise, you have to formulate the objectives. Okay, when you are formulating the objective, you have to double check. Okay, you have to be very careful about it. The objectives is a pillar. Okay, objective is a very pillar is there. And then to go for it, as I mentioned, that identify, dissect, and select. Consumer behavior is there. Consumer satisfaction. First, identify the consumer satisfaction. How you are dissected, what meaning of dissect means, make it as a small spots. And out of it, you make it as a profile of the satisfied customers, antecedent of the customers. What could be the meaning of antecedents? What are the previous usages? For example, everybody earlier used about the diesel motorcycle or petrol motorcycle. Now everybody started using about the electronic motorcycle or battery motorcycle. What could be the antecedents? Using the petrol vehicles. Now shifting to the electronic vehicles. What is the effect? Likewise, you have to make it dissect it and then make it as a measure it. Okay, then you can find out about the satisfaction level of the customers. And raise a research question, as I told you that based upon the questions, you have to formulate the objectives. Then another area is also the formulating hypothesis. Even the Mallikarjuna and even Patrick, sometimes Naresh Reddy clearly stated that hypothesis is a tentative statement. It may be valid or invalid. It may be tested. It may be proved or disproved. And those hypothesis is there. Again, I learned that some of the students raised questions under the undergraduation level. Hypothesis testing is must or not. Here, I would like to address you that hypothesis testing is not a must. For testing the hypothesis, don't put about the testing of hypothesis. If really so interested, really any controversial conclusions are there, take the help of the statistical tool. By testing of the hypothesis, you can conclude it. Okay. Likewise, you can formulate about the hypothesis also. Then the methodology, research methodology. Since morning, you have been listening it. Again, shall I repeat it? Then, as I told that this is a chapterization. And kindly note a point, my dear students, chapterization is very, very important. Just now I told you that 4, you can make it a 4 chapter, you can make it as a 5 chapter. Last, you can make it as a 6 chapters also. Introductions, 1 chapter, theoretical background, another chapter, data analysis, interpretation, another chapter, summary and finding or major findings is another chapter. If possible, scope for the further studies. Otherwise, you can, otherwise also you can close it. Okay, then what are the important observations? What are the important observations so far we have observed it? Students, most of the students, now, of course, by that time, now all the students might have seen your seniors projects also. In the seniors projects also, they will prepare a graph and a table and one line of interpretation is there. And that is not good at all. Don't use the table, don't use the for graph, don't use about all other things. If the graph is used, just go for interpretation. Table is used, go for interpretations. And for only small data, male and female, you are using graph. Again, you are using pie chart. Again, testing chi-square test or ANOVA, one-way, two-way, t-test, all tests what we have spoken, all you are conducting, only male and female, not necessary. What we are observing that people are visualizing that they are putting and they are making lot of errors is there, not necessary at undergraduation level, not necessary at undergraduation level. Okay, that is necessary there. Then visual designs also not necessary for it. Then look about the language and vocabulary also. Now you are preparing project report to get about to the Bachelor of Commerce. You are not going to get about the Bachelor of English. You are not a Shakespeare. Okay, you are not a Shakespeare. You don't want to use more synonyms, antonyms, like a lot of jargons, and you are not understanding what is there. All spelling mistakes are there, but again, you are confusing your supervisor and most confusing your examiner. You know that your mind is there, something you have put up on a paper, something, but your examiner is okay, concluding something. Again, your marks are different thing. So therefore, whenever report writing is there, please take care about language and vocabulary. Simple terms, straightforward, no jargons. Okay, short and sweet, 20 words is maximum enough. And don't use the common phrases. What are the common phrases in the ballpark? So many common phrases are there. Common phrases is there. So education is a weapon for the poor people. This is not necessary. Unnecessary you can make, don't make use of it. And be specific, not general, not loose, and but only close is required. And here is precise is required, not a descriptive is not required. Okay, you should not use like pretty, roughly, notly. These are the not you have to use it. Okay. And what are the features of a good report? It should be very clear thoughts. It should be self-explanatory. Anybody can read, layman can also read. Your project can read your BSc student also. Your project can read by to the any language people also, but they can understand it. It should be comprehensive, but sometimes it may be compact also. Comprehensive and sometimes compact also. There is a possibilities are there, and it should be very accurate in all aspects. What is the meaning of accurate means? I have started talking about the social media or multimedia. I am confined to only multimedia. I should not talk about the newspapers. Okay, I should not talk about any other issues. So suppose I am talking about bitcoins. Again, I should not talk about the imports and exports of the certain commodities. Okay, it should suitable to the all format to the all the readers. It should be suitable. Okay, again, when you are preparing to the project report, as I told you that use almost all sentences in past tense, but use about all passive voice. What the passive voice means? You was. It was observed that. It had been there. Like passive voice, you have to use it. Not it is, it will be, not like that. Again, don't use that in the project report. Most of the students commit mistakes. Even supervisors also not closely monitoring about it. In the supervisor, they will write it. I collected the information. I visited the certain places. Or you want to give some credit to your supervisor. Sometimes we went and collected the data. No, don't use the we, I, you. These are all the third persons format not to be used. what it should be used. Only it was only used, but not IEC. We don't use all these third persons. Then prepositions we do not use about it. Only you can use it. It was observed that. You can listen to me how sweet it is there. It was observed that the cryptocurrency is creating a lot of credit controlling systems. I was created a lot of confusion through the cryptocurrency. It sounds very good. It sounds not at all very good. So at that time it was created. Cryptocurrency was created a lot of chaos in the Indian economy. Okay, then as I mentioned that any diagram is there, just systematically you have to write it, and don't make it confusion and don't make confusions of others also. Reference also you have to give it, and source of document also you have to mention. And I've been telling that good report should be very simple. Okay, good report should be very, very simple. Readability must be there. Again, references, footnotes, you have to use it. Just you can think about it. Look about this diagram. So your topic should be there. Your conclusion should be, you have to mention that what could be implications. Again, your topic, once you identified, your topic should going to be specifically specifying about it. What is the prescriptiveness? Cryptocurrency, is it good or bad for country? So what is the problem is there? The cryptocurrency, if it is not controlled, it may be encouraging the only rich people to hide the currency. It means encouraging the black money. Or if the cryptocurrency, they may be transferred to the all terrorist groups. The cryptocurrency may damage about the existing basket currency values or exchange value of the currencies. Likewise, problem to conclusions. Theory to discussions. What is the theory there? Cryptocurrency is like no control, nobody control is. Buyers can fix the price, seller can be fix the price, they can do the transactions. And then discussion, make it who is doing, how much doing, how much transactions are there. And methodology, as you mentioned that when you are studying the cryptocurrency, that Bitcoin and the social media, likewise, if you are using social media, primary data come out with results, secondary data come out with some interpretations. So this is a project report to contains. This slide is a very interesting slide to contain. Now you can see this is the, you are into the big ocean now. Where you are there, I don't know then. Then again, a lot of hills are there. Again, a lot of flows also there. But you are a drop of water. Your project is a drop of water. Am I right or wrong? Then you see that how many 38,000 students are there in the undergraduation. Those who are going to be submitting their project work within the month of April or June within the Osmania University. Again, we have 6 state universities, so many other private universities, how they are doing about it. So these are the factors are there. Okay, fine. With this, I would like to conclude it. Any questions or anything they would like to ask?
I request Jansi madam, any questions regarding this topic, madam?
Sir, not much questions.
Okay.
Why? Because the session was so composed and clear.
Yeah. So please continue, madam. Continue.
So not many questions, not too many questions, very like not about the topics. They are more concerned about should we submit soft copy to the OE or not.
That we will do after
the session was very clear, sir. Composed,
okay.
So no more doubts, sir.
So thank you, sir. Thanks to Senior Professor D. Chennappa, sir, for giving wonderful session on the report writing and presentation. And his sir has mentioned how to formulate the objectives, how to do chapterization, and what are the important observations, especially how to take the current topics for your student study project. So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we are open for the question and answers. And now I request Senior Professor Chennappa, sir, and Mallikarjuna, sir, and Jansi madam, and all will respond to the questions. Dear students, if you have any questions, please post in the Kaizala group. You can post in the Kaizala group individually to me. My name is Gajenrda Babu. You can search Gajenrda in Kaizala group. You can post your doubts, anything. Sir, as of now, sir, there are some questions posted by the students. Can I start the question F&A, sir? Q&A session.
Sir, is not there in the group, sir. Just in the meeting, it's not there.
Okay. Maybe so. I'll just talk to sir. Meanwhile, you please continue, please.
Yes, sir. So most of the students were asking about how project reports should be there. So minimum requirements to do a project they were asking. So in the meantime, question and session starts. I just want to little briefing about how project report should be.
But you just tell about the syllabus and even the guidelines, instructions.
Yes, sir. Sir has joined. Sir has joined.
Before that, rather I would like to press the button of escape. Rather pressing the escape button, I press the button of power.
Yes.
It has restarted it. Then okay, welcome. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Wonderful session, sir. It's a very wonderful session. Can you take this Q&A session, sir? Shall we start the Q&A session?
Yes.
Before that, I request Dr. Jansi Madam to please brief about the syllabus and what are the instructions provided by the University, Osmania University Department of Commerce, please.
Yes, sir. It's my privilege to brief about the pattern and what is the actual syllabus for the project. We have a separate paper called Research Methodology and Project Report.
Yes, we can even present that to share that screen.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sharing.
The students will read that one.
Yes, sir.
Take 2 to 5 minutes of time, please.
Yes, sir. Yes. I hope the screen is visible to all, sir. Can anyone respond? I hope so. It's visible to all.
Not yet. It is uploading.
Not yet.
It is uploading. Seems to be. It is uploading.
Okay. Sir.
Yeah, visible now.
Yeah. So, dear students, you can just have a glance about the syllabus of research methodology and project report. We have 2 units. Here, the 2 units, what was discussing from the morning onwards by different resource persons. And it's a detailed syllabus given over here about the how measurement, hypothesis testing, parametric and non-parametric tests, and how to do research. All this is explained. And coming to your guidelines for project work, it should be 4 members or 4 students for each project. And it's not mandatory to undergo internship, but it is expected. If you are going for internship, it will be very good. If not, it's not mandatory, but it will be better if you go for that. And here, if you look at here, 35 marks for the project report and 15 marks for the Viva will be awarded. And if you look at here, how actually project report should be there. This is the sequence. If you just look at here, project report should be presented in the following sequence, that is title page. Now, just now, sir was explaining, Chennappa sir. This is what sir was explaining all about. That is how report should be there, what all should be there, what is the sequence, when student declaration form should come, when supervisor certificate should come. If you're doing any internship, then you have to attach your internship certificate, abstract, acknowledgements, table of contents, list of tables, list of figures, and list of appendices. And this is your chapterization, how you should go. Introduction, company profile, data analysis and interpretation, summary and conclusions. And at last, bibliography and reference appendices should be addressed, because not to have plagiarism problem, this is mandatory. And apart from that is how actually project report should be there, and technical specifications, because we were asking how it should be. So A4 size white paper and 1.5 spaced. This is what specifications, and how to arrange your tables, figures and appendices. And even some were asking about how many hardbound copies should be submitted. And we were asking, is it mandatory to submit soft copy? So this will be addressed by in the question and answer session, and citation and references. So this is how, and this is available in our Osmania University website. If you go to syllabi, their commerce syllabus, you can just have this glance. So in very short brief, I'm doing this. Why? Because we have a next session, that is question and answer session. So I would like to give more time to that session rather than me taking and eating the time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, wonderful.
So now moving to the question and session, sir. There was a question from Vaishnavi, who is from Bhavan's New Science College. She was asking whether is it suitable to go for a topic on the topic name is Swift banking system. Is it good for the project or not? If so, can we proceed for that note? She was asking, sir. This is the question raised by her.
Ma'am. Sir, Chennappa, sir, can I, sir?
Oh, yes, Mallikarjuna, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, they can do the project before Ukraine-Russia war, and after that, what are the alternatives are emerged this SWIFT system, ma'am? So before SWIFT system, what are the mechanism system is there? After that, what are the changes happening in this, particularly the oil-based countries, ma'am? So then they can do the project for SWIFT also, ma'am, pre and post. Russia-Ukraine war and after Russia-Ukraine war, they can do project works. And what are the changes, mechanism system happening in the World Bank, IMF, also this SWIFT system?
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, would you like to add anything
Yeah,
else?
fine. They can do it. They can do it. Then the pre and post.
Okay, sir. Sir, there was another question by Prerna. Her name is Prerna from Sri Uma Degree College. Her question is that the topic should be selected only the specific subjects or the fields given by the OU, or we can choose any topic, whichever we want, like apart from syllabus or subjects.
Yeah, they can confine to only commerce subjects. There are lakhs of the commerce subjects are there when confined, and a very small title is required, not big title. That's very small and precise, concise is required. But not deviating, like taxation is a lot of GST is there. One area, one subject, they can take it here. Okay, then HR is also there. Statistics is there. Marketing is there. Within that, they can pick up it, but C may not be permitted to take about the educational or literacy rates. Like that may not be, which are social relevant. In commerce, we may be taken up, but other than the commerce, not advisable.
Okay, sir. There is another question. The students are most of the students are asking that, sir, in one day, how can we get the knowledge of total project report preparation? They want a specific sessions, only how to get an idea to go for project titles, sir. Specifically about project title. And they're asking to insist any titles in which they can have, or they can go for that type of topics.
Can I answer it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine, my dear students. So if you are there, very soon we are having another plan to conduct this different kind of program to the faculty members of all affiliated colleges. Probably 8th of April, or we are scheduling it. Again, probably with the help of the city college, we will be coming to the Purana pool, and then that could be the place where we can have the offline, not online, for the faculties. With the faculty help, we will decide about the titles. More than 1 lakh titles are the minimum, maximum titles. As many as titles, we will give the inputs to the faculty members. And I can say that once the faculty members also be given some inputs, the students can approach the faculty members. Okay, the guidance of the faculty members, they have to choose the topic. The strength of the project lies by selecting the topic only. Like Ukrainian war, one girl from Bhavans, she would like to take up, but what could be the outcome? Only looks like very fancy, but may not get about the, rather that she can study about the Indian, and now we have come up with digital currency in India. They have come up with the Paytm, it has come up. The payment banks have come up. That could be the advisable for them. Okay, fine, titles will be given, some broader titles, that could be make it as a discrete by the concerned teachers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. There is another question from Syed bin Isa from St. Paul's College, Nacharam. His question is that, sir, he wants it to know what are the steps that has to be followed, or do we have any specific format for project report? And from the same college, we have another question, sir. The topic they did and they are doing for the project is COVID-19. Means they didn't mention clearly what actually topic is. They are telling only COVID-19. So how they have to go for collecting data, and how do they have to process the data? Only they should depend on internet, or if they want to go for directly collecting primary source, so where to go, they're asking that, sir. And please suggest some sample size for that.
Okay. Okay. Gajenrda Babu, Mallikarjuna, madam, you can also. Otherwise, yeah.
Actually, without knowing the topic, we cannot tell them or suggest to them which sample or what type of data they wanted to collect it.
Can I tell, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please,
can I take an example of mutual funds? So most of the projects are done in the performance of mutual funds. But I request students can take the investment pattern of mutual fund managers and also market timing ability of fund managers, and using the primary data, investor perception toward mutual funds. So here the student can use both primary data as well as second data. Their first chapter, introduction chapter, the first chapter. The second chapter may be growth and development of mutual fund industry. The third chapter can be the review literature. The fourth chapter can be investment pattern of selected mutual funds. Either they can select equity growth funds as well as debt fund view, or large cap fund, or small cap funds. Then the fourth one is fund managers timing ability, how they are selecting the time. The time is a very important factor for selecting the investments. And the fifth one is summary and conclusion. They can use both primary data, second data for their project. It depends upon what is the objective they frame. Some projects may be only second data. Some projects may be both mixed primary and second data.
Fine. That added to that, as Dr. Mallikarjuna stated, that there is a complete format is there. Since then, now Professor Appara also joined that this project completely format. Even Mallikarjuna also addressing that the format is like the introduction chapter, then the review of literature, second chapter, theoretical background is another chapter, then the second data or interpretation, another chapter, summary and conclusion, another chapter. It is a completely format, chapter wise format is also there. And earlier also, Jansi raised a question that within a one day we have covered and some more specific sessions are required. But it was one of the papers a concerned teacher might have taken for they given about one semester. And only we want to give some capsules and give highlights and bring the forth to the only importance part to that. So that is that they have to follow the some prescribed textbooks like Kotari, so many research methodology books is there, formats is there. Nothing else, just they can type into Google also. What is the format of the project work? They will get it. That is the number one. Number two is there, they would like to study the impact of the COVID. Impact of the COVID, they can study. How they can study the impact of the COVID means, for example, impact of the COVID onto the unorganized sector. Impact of the COVID onto the below poverty line people. Still they are facing the problem. Impact of the COVID about small vendors, SMEs, small and medium scale industries. Impact of the COVID on the tourism also. Impact of the COVID in hospital management also. Impact of the COVID about the payment banks or digital banks or online banking also. Likewise, n number of titles. Just they can spend some time, they can think and they can come out. Definitely they can do the project works to study about the impact about the COVID. But they cannot study about the impact of the COVID on psychological behavior. Psychological behavior they can do in MA psychology or BSc or somewhere else they can do it, but not psychology, philosophy. That's we cannot advisable into the commerce discipline. Yes, madam.
Thank you, sir. Sir, and even I welcome Appara sir who joined this session, question and answer session.
Good evening.
Sir, we have another question, sir, from the faculty of Nishita Degree College, Nizamabad, Manoj Kumar Gelda. His question is that, please kindly suggest few topics for business analytics students, sir.
Yeah, over to Professor Appara, sir.
Sir, Appara sir, please, could you enlighten anything on this?
Business analytics, no, they can take topics like forecasting and risk analysis and sickness analysis. Because those who are teaching BCom business analytics, they may be having a full idea, isn't it? So that's why now the concerned teacher definitely will explain, and I think the students who want to do research in business analytics, they can contact the concerned teachers. That is better. And secondly, tell me.
After your response, I'll respond to the question, sir. Yes.
Okay. Can you respond?
Yeah. Sir, actually, in fact, business analytics students can opt so many topics, sir. I suggest they can take some websites are there, sir. Some they can get even ready-made data and even guidelines also like Kaggle and Google data, different websites also. They can take the data, they can do topics from that, and they can do machine learning algorithms, artificial intelligence, deep neural networks, and suggestions, market background analysis. These kind of things can be done.
Yes.
So taking that data, sir. Even they can take even primary data also.
No, primary or secondary data, but the
Yes,
more or less business analytics are linked to the technology.
yes,
they have to apply computer packages and complete the project work.
yes, they can take even R and Python language using R, Python, Tableau, SAS. They can do, sir. Ready-made tools are also available, machine learning tools, sir. But they can do advanced levels, sir. In fact, using more technology, they can do it, sir. Yes, sir.
But ultimately, they have to link to the commerce because
yes,
they are applying R or Python, artificial intelligence. Now they have to integrate with the commerce knowledge and present in the project report.
Yes, commerce related topics, sir. They can be stock market related or else some any enterprise. Recently, Adani enterprise you can take anything. You can take oil prices.
Yes.
Prices, okay, derivatives, anything can be taken, sir.
Sir, we have many questions. Mostly they are asking whether our topic suits for the project or not. Out of that, whether means they mentioned they've given some titles to us. And they're asking whether should we proceed for the project report or not. Out of that, the interesting one I just want to read out. The student, that is Usha from Indra Priyadarshini Government Degree College for Women, has posed a question that social media impact on youth. Is it suitable for project report or not? If not, please elsewhere suggest or guide me how to change, she's asking.
Social media, it is related to
marketing
and also to some extent psychology, organizational behavior, isn't it? So like that, though, they can do no problem.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. There is another question by a student, Muhammad Abdul Muttalib from Government City College. He's asking that Islamic finance and an alternative mode of finance. Can I proceed with this topic or can we do the project on this topic, he's asking, sir?
So Islamic finance already some of the students have done in Anwarlum College or some Muslim colleges. Earlier, when we attended for Viva's examination, we have just observed already some students have done, but if they cover recent data and recent developments in the Islamic finance, I think there is one Islamic bank. Now he is going to take Islamic bank as a sample unit and study. He can take no problem.
Yes, thank you, sir. Zisha Shaiba from KV Rangareddy Degree College for Women. She is telling that the impact of personal satisfaction on organizational growth and development. Shall I proceed with this or she's asking us, can she change the topic or is it good for the project report or to carry on?
No, that looks it is a broader topic and that may be useful for PhD work or some MPhil work. And she can select some micro topics now specifically and focused one, isn't it?
Yes, sir. And there is a student.
Area is important because
yes,
now
sir.
students have to remember there can be 4 or 5 areas broadly in commerce. Now finance, accounting, marketing, HR, OB, or human relations, finance, something like that. No, first they have to select the area, then go for topic. That is better. In consultation with supervisor.
Yes, sir. Sir, Banu Charan from Avinash College of Commerce. He is asking that his topic is financial markets with respect to Indian stock markets. So he wanted, please, could you suggest him the method of collection of data?
No, financial markets, because he can go for primary or secondary. Exactly, he has to decide what is the scope of the study, whether he is going to study only investors' opinion or anything related to the performance of financial institutions or something like that. Because the scope and the coverage and the depth of the study is important.
Sir, we
Can
have.
I add,
So you
sir?
can-
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hmm?
Yes, sir. You can add.
Sir, NC data bsc.org. Yes, ma'am. bsc.org.in, nic.org.in. And also they can use Yahoo Finance is a download. They can download these stock prices. At the same time, they can go for ticker tab and screener. These two are very important and popular websites for getting the financial data, the stocks, whatever the stocks are listed in the market, and their trends, their stock holding, their revenues, and EBITDA, PAT, all the data is available. I request the students to go for these websites. They can get the more data, and they can choose the markets. Either they can check for stock market volatility, they can stock spillover. They can do the project work in either using these time series data also, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. There is a student, Sri Lakshmi from New Pragati College. She's asking that, do we have any opportunities of mutual funds? And how can we go and how can we have a topics related to the mutual funds, sir, to make a project? So please, anyone can take it.
Mutual funds, no problem. So many students have done. There are so many PhD works and project works are available. Specifically, she has to select mutual funds related to some SBI or HDFC or some banks. And the studies may be based on primary or secondary data again. If you want to analyze the performance of mutual funds, she can take secondary data and collect and write the project work. Now, if she wants to study the opinions of the mutual fund investors, then she can develop the questionnaire and collect data from the investors directly. She can take 50, 100 respondents who are investing in mutual funds, and what is their opinion, how they are expecting, and what is the return expected by the investors, and how much they are now they are declaring. Then she can study, no problem. But latest, because there are studies, that's why it should be different. So always the students have to remember, once they selected their title, then everything should be in and around the title only. There should not be any irrelevant material in the project work. So irrelevant means title is, let us say, the marketing related. If you present the finance related, it is totally irrelevant. So that's why always they have to keep in mind now title of the project and what are the objectives, what is the scope of the study, what is the period. Then accordingly the content should be developed. That is main point they have to remember.
Yes, sir. So we have another question from MS Degree College for women. A comparative study of educational loan, special reference to SBI and ICICI banks, sir.
Okay.
Is it relevant to the which criteria they are asking, sir?
Education loan again comes under finance only. They can take, no problem. Comparative, the big topic and good topic.
Yes.
The education loan, now what are the problems and what is the process? She can also take opinions from the users.
Yes, sir. Tanya from Sanvi Degree College. Can I opt with the topic e-commerce?
No, I suggest she can take HDFC as sample unit, because HDFC fastly now issuing education loans when compared to others.
Yes.
Now, Professor Chennappa is laughing.
No, compare. No, Professor Apparao, he applied for education loan for his own daughter. She has gone to USA. He moved around 3 or 4 months to SBI. And he went to HDFC. Within 3 days, he got the loan.
He only suggested.
I only suggested go to the HDFC.
So I think
Good study. If any student will
comparison is no required, no problem.
Right.
No.
Yeah, I think according to sir, because personal experience, you can better go for HDFC Bank, where you can get the data and also you can do your project in a good manner. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
We have a student from Sanvi Degree College. She's asking that, can I opt the topic for the e-commerce, which includes the growth of e-commerce in India, its challenges, financial analysis, and future?
She can take it.
From Chennappa will answer.
No, she can take it. No problem.
Okay, sir. Sir, we have another topic posted by Nitin Yadav from Vasundhara Degree College. New year of gold investment, sir. Is it the topic? Should I select it or not? He's asking, sir.
Yeah, gold investment, they can take it. No problem. but the title should be changed, not New Year. Gold investment in different factors.
Yes, sir. Hindavi, Aisha from
So
Hyderabad Degree
regarding
College.
now, 1 minute regarding e-commerce. Now I think based on your the question, it looks like broader in nature.
Yeah, broader
E-commerce
concept.
is a broader topic. Now it is better to take narrow topic for project work. She can take some portal or some specific area. What are the problems and prospects in e-commerce with reference to certain for nowadays there are so many e-commerce portals, Amazon, Flipkart, and all. So with reference to some app, they can study. Okay.
Sir, we have another question from St. George Degree and PG College for Women by Rehan Nishat. Sir, my topic is student satisfaction on Byju's learning app. Can I proceed with this topic?
Byju's?
Oh yeah, Byju's
Yes, sir.
learning app.
EdTech, sir. EdTech, under EdTech.
Byju's means?
Learning app.
EdTech, sir. EdTech technology, sir. Learning app, sir. Byju's, sir.
Okay.
Online.
Yes, it is. Yeah, understand.
So can I proceed with that or not? She's asking.
Yes, you can proceed. Yeah. Then.
Yeah, yes, sir. And there is a flow of questions, a lot number of questions coming, sir. Sir, my current topic is current trend in consumer behavior. Can I take this topic from a student from MS Degree College, Toli Chowki, sir?
Consumer behavior, they can take, anybody can take it.
Yes, sir. We have another question.
Yeah, consolidate the questions.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So mostly they all are posting questions, sir, about
for the individual titles.
Project titles.
Yeah.
So I think there should be.
No, titles okay, but titles can be finalized in consultation with the supervisor.
Yeah, yes, sir.
But basically, what they have to remember is the data availability and the time frame. For example, if they take primary database studies, then if they are not able to collect, that is no problem. So that's why now how much time they want to spend and also availability of data. These two things are always kept in mind while selecting the topic. Okay.
So by summing up few questions, sir,
Yes.
I came up with one conclusion that how should we, what is the reason to write bibliography and appendices, sir?
But why? What is the reason?
Yeah, why should we write? How should we write? Why should we write?
Oh, how should we have format APA style and different formats are there. If it is book, now there is some sequence. If it is article or journal, some sequence is there. For example, if it is a book, first you have to write name of the authors, then followed by title of the book and the name of the publisher and year of publication, place of publication. Some sequence is there. Now, why answer is, then the student should have some theoretical knowledge and some reference, because directly they cannot go for preparation of project work. Then they have to refer so many books and literature. So that's why how many books they have referred, or what is the material collected. Then whatever material is presented in the project work, it should be supported by reference material. Okay. So that's why it will strengthen the theoretical background about the study. It is important. It is one of the steps in the research process.
Thank you, sir, for detail and with patience clarifying all the doubts of the participants, that is our students, beloved students from different colleges.
Mm-hmm.
And mostly, sir, apart from the project title, most questions are based on like how to submit, when to submit.
Okay.
Is it mandatory to submit soft copy to the OU? And most of them are asking whatever project today session they have attended, that e-certificate should be attached to the project or not. If so,
I will actually PPT is there actually. The contents already somebody might have shared. Now, if you see the contents in the project work, because project work generally ranges from 40 to 60 pages. That always you have to keep in mind, because it is not a MPhil work or PhD work. Normally, if it is project work, the students are expected to present in 40 to 60 pages. That is enough. Some of students are presenting in 70, 80 pages, no problem. If it is MPhil work, it will be it is ranging from 100 to 150. If it is PhD, 200, 300, or sometimes beyond 300 like that. This is the volume of the work. So actually project work is a minor research. It is not a major work. Now they should be specific in nature, and some important aspects should be covered. They cannot take, for example, the performance evaluation of the State Bank, performance evaluation of, let us say, banking sector India, a study of 10 banks. It is not for project work. It is for PhD work. Okay, if they take big topic, they cannot complete. They cannot collect the data and complete the project work. It should be specific and narrow. Then second point is the data availability is very, very important. Okay, so these things are kept in mind. And project work generally contains 10 items, 10 items. For example, there should be title page, there should be student declaration page, there should be supervisor declaration or guide declaration or guide certificate, and a principal or head certificate, certificate issued by the organization if they collect data from some company or entity. Then acknowledgements if they want, if they can present. Then list of tables and figures, contents page, chapters, bibliography, and appendices. These are the general contents in the project report. If you want, I will show in PPT also.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe these things are already shown.
Yeah, sir. Just now, before you joined, before question and session, we just had a brief overview and we have shown how it could be. Thank you so much,
But
sir.
evaluation, students also should know the evaluation. It is combination of research methodology and project report. For 50 marks, they have to write the research methodology theory paper, and the remaining 50 marks project work. Out of 50 marks, there will be evaluation like this breakup: 35 marks for project work, then 15 marks for viva voce examination. Okay, so normally after the completion of the project work, as per the university examination timetable, there will be dates for viva voce examination, and there will be external examiner will be appointed by the exam branch in consultation with the board of study chairman, and they will come to your college, and they will conduct the viva voce examination in the presence of local teachers at college. Okay, so out of 35, as per the quality and the quantity of the research work, the examiner will give some marks, 30 or 25, or that it depends on the nature of the work and quality. Then second is out of 15, if they justify what are the conclusions, methodology and findings, and if it is found to be good and satisfied by the examiner, you can give more marks. So that's why it all depends on judgment. Out of 50, they may score 30, 40, or 20 to 30 or something like that. Now we cannot tell anything. So if they submit good quality of work, they will get more marks, and vice versa. That is the so those marks will be sent to the exam branch, and they will be reflected in the marks memo. Okay.
And another thing, continuation of that. Again, the question is there: those who have attended this program, and they are going to get the e-certificate, and those who have not attended, they may not going to get the e-certificate. But what I suggest to that, those who have attended for this program, they have to download the e-certificate, must be attached into their project work. Okay, and the policy matter, university has not taken any decision. Those who have not attended, they should be the debarred or failed it. But only added advantage is given to that those who have attended this workshop, who are attaching this certificate, e-certificate into the project. And next year, definitely with the chairman and with the support of the administration, definitely we'll make it this kind of workshop is must and should they have to attend it. And now there are 30,000 students are there. Highest number is 7,500 at YouTube. Then remaining 300 at one another platform. And now this is the research resource persons link is there. But the majority are out of the workshop. Despite many efforts we put into reaching each and everyone, but first of its kind, at least we can mention that 10,000 students attended here and there, exit and entry. So hardly it is a successful, but again, not wasting much time. Who have attended the workshop, they have to download the certificate, they have to attach into their project report.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I hope all the questions have been answered to the students. If any, you can directly interact with your supervisor or the guide allotted to your project. They will be, because that is a personal person, it will be cleared more. Now, I think it's conclusion of the question and answer session. Over to Gajenrda Babu, sir.
Everyone is eagerly waiting for your certification download.
Oh,
Yes. So thank you, sir. I personally thank Chennappa sir for giving our City College the opportunity to collaborate with this work. And I also thank Professor Apparao sir also. In spite of his busy schedule and travels, sir attended inaugural session and even question and answer sessions. Thank you, sir. And I also thank Professor Limbadri sir, Chairman Council. In spite of his busy schedule, he attended on the go, means while traveling, he attended and he gave the message to the students. And my personal thanks to Mallikarjuna sir and Jhansi madam for their constant support to make this program success. All the day, complete day, even before starting program, since 1 week, we are in touch and we are thinking how to make it good success, grand success. And I mostly coordinated with the technical aspect, and even flyers and certificates are done by the Dr. Mallikarjuna sir. 1 minute, sir, 1 minute, 1 minute. So, and I also thank our principal, Government City College. I personally thank Principal sir and even our department in charge, Dr. D.Ravinder sir, for their constant support and making this success. Now, I request Dr. S. Jhansi Rani to present vote of thanks, please.
Before that, I would like to take only one word.
Yes,
really, the Department of Commerce thanks the City College. The entire work, only suggestion, guidelines we have given. The creating flyer and creating certificate, creating the platforms and providing the software platform. And since yesterday, even today, the entire faculty, even I have not seen the Ratna Prasad back end, where is it? I did not know that, but on screen, Gajenrda since 9 to this time, Jhansi Madam, Mallikarjuna and many people, including the thanks to your principal also, generously. When we met at this also, I told him, immediately said that, sir, you can do many programs. I will be with you. Then really thank the entire our team on behalf of the chairman also, Professor Apparao and my dean also. Really, we are very glad to having about this kind of college and support and young dynamic faculty. My best wishes to you then, all endeavors.
Sir, thank you, sir. We are ready to, we are prepared and ready to work with the department, Commerce Department, Osmania, sir. At any time, any project, any work, we are ready to, sir. City College is ready and welcome you all, sir, for our City College. Any program, sir, please.
Yes.
Now I request Jhansi Rani madam.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening to all. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose vote of thanks on this occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable resource persons who shared their knowledge from morning till now, starting from Sandhya ma'am, who conducted the inaugural session, followed by our respected person, Senior Professor Dr. C. Chennappa sir, who is at the back of to conduct this program. And special thanks to sir, who supported us and made this program successful. And your idea and your initiation has brought a great change in the students also, sir. And I think this is the first time the students are attending in a huge number, which was not even done in any international or national level conference or seminars, even any program. So this is what we were expecting, and we have got that feedback in the form of students attending the course from morning till 9:30 or 9:50 till now, still it's going on. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And also Apparao sir, being service in traveling, sir took his precious time and he addressed us in the inaugural session, and also again joined in the question and answer session. And though he didn't denied or he didn't say that no, I'm not in traveling, but sir said I'm interested, though there was a problem in bandwidth, but still again sir joined and continued in the inaugural session. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And I also thank Professor R. Limbadri, sir, Chairman of TSCHE, Telangana State Council for Higher Education. Sir was also in the traveling in the morning when sir has addressed the students. So thank you, sir, being at the back of us and helping us to have like these programs and expecting few more in the future. And also I thank Gajenrda Babu, sir, who is a program coordinator and technical support from the Government City College. And apart from this, starting from our technical sessions, Naresh Reddy, sir, who spoke on definition of research process, and how to select the topic for the project work. And Patrick, sir, scaling techniques, quantitative and qualitative analysis, and hypothesis testing. And post-lunch session, a session on research design by Dr. Ramavath Ravi, who is assistant professor from Government Degree College, Chancellor. And the topic after post-lunch, the second session was on sampling method and measures of central tendency by Professor Krishna Chaitanya, sir, Department of Commerce from Telangana Mahila University. And the last topic, but not the least, parametric and non-parametric analysis, interpretation of data test by Dr. Mallikarjuna from Government City College. And the most important topic, report writing and report presentation, because from morning till evening, that all were how to do. But after doing how to frame and present, the session was taken by our initiator, idea generation of this program, Senior Professor Dr. C. Chennappa, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And on this occasion, I would even like to thank a special thanks to our respected principal, sir, Dr. P. Bhalabhaskar, sir, being the catalyst that stimulated to us to do this job and standing as a pillar for our strength. And also Department Head, Dr. J. Ratnaprabhakar, sir, who always supported us to carry any activity related to the college and the department. And an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheel started rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by like this team, both from the University College of Commerce and Business Management and from Department of Commerce from Government City College, who are dedicated faculty and who took pain and everything from last 2 to 3 weeks to have this program like this. And also I even thank the faculty from different colleges who are attending the session from morning till now, and the faculty from the Commerce Department from Government City College who are attending the sessions. And at last, this program wouldn't have been grand success without the presence of all my beloved students. So thank you all the students, and posing, because I was not expecting many questions in the question and answer session. Still, the questions are running on and on. So it's a very good response from the students and the different colleges. So thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I take 1 minute. Close, huh?
No, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Go ahead,
Oh,
sir.
you are a link. Okay. This is for downloading
Certificate.
Okay. Now, I once again congratulate Professor D. Chennappa for taking the quick initiation to conduct this mega event, because it is very difficult to conduct physical program with 15,000 or 20,000 students. I think for this purpose, the virtual mode is better than the physical mode. So that's why now in collaboration with City College, now I think this is a great success. I congratulate Professor Chennappa and also his team. And I congratulate now Dr. Bhalabhaskar and the team, because they have supported in the operations, technical support and arranging resource persons along with university teachers. So it is collective effort made by Department of Commerce and also City College. So we should be thankful to City College administration for extending their support. Then definitely in future also we will collaborate and conduct some more programs. So with this, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your kind words has motivated us a lot. And in future, we'll be having many more programs in collaboration with Department of Commerce, University College, Osmania University.
That is your college, you know.
Yeah, yes, sir. Obviously.
Yes, sir. We are all alumnus of that college, sir. I myself alumnus of that college, sir.
Purely, sir.
Both are students, no?
Both
Yes,
are
sir.
students.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm alumnus of
Yes, yes.
College of Commerce and Business Management.
Yes.
Sir, Chennappa sir entered when we were leaving the college. In fact, there was a pressure, like how we are fresh. Sir was he was
We worked together.
the year of 2000, 23 years back.
And sir taught us e-commerce, sir, when I was doing my PG, the campus.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. From my side, sir, my special thanks to Center for Good Governance.
Yeah.
Gachibowli, Hyderabad for their support in technical, especially giving Zoom link platform and even supporting and generating the digital certificate for students. Their constant support. I especially thank Hemant, senior project manager, Matin, business analyst, and even Dayakar, project lead for their support in technical aspect. Thank you, Vanan, sir.
Thank you very much. Shall we leave it?
Yes, sir. We are concluding the meeting, sir. Here it is declared. Meeting is going to be concluded, sir.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
All the
Thank you,
best.
sir.
Okay, we'll meet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Manoj, sir.
Right,
Thank
all
you.
the best, Gajenrda.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Malikan, sir. Thank you. Sirisha, madam. Thank you.
Right.
Jaya, madam. Thank you. Sirisha, madam. Thank you.
Yeah, Kakada also is there online.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She's
Yeah,
there.
whole
Yes, sir.
department
Ma'am
is there, sir. Since morning they are there, sir. In platform.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
Fine, sir. How are you, sir?
And fine. Okay.
Nice to see you all, sir. You have explained very nicely, all of you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. All the best. Jansi Rani also here.
Yes, sir.
only.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Very
much.
good and nice program. We'll leave now. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir. I'm closing the session, sir. Bye.
Sir,
Congratulations, Gajenrda Babu, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you.
the recording stops. Stop recording.